Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Reality Glitch Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 3 weeks ago, Katsuki Bokogu hadn't meant it. Not really. The words had spilled out of him like a thunderclap, sharp, sudden, and destructive. His fists clenched at his sides, nails biting into his palms, as if the physical pain could somehow match the ache in his chest. Everything about him was aggressive, his sweat, thick with nitroglycerin-like tension, dripped from his palms. His voice, always loud and explosive, filled the space like a grenade detonating in a confined room. Why don't you just jump off the roof already? No one's gonna miss a DMN nerd like you. Izuku Midoriya's eyes widened in a way Katsuki had never seen before. No anger, no tears, no defiance. Just exhaustion. A quiet, thick weariness that seemed to settle over him like a shroud. His gaze flicked away, as if Bokogu's words had drained the air from his lungs. And then, without a word, Izuku was gone. One moment he was sitting there, clutching his books. The next, he had vanished from the classroom, from their social media feeds, from everyone's view. The school's quiet hum seemed to swallow him whole. His phone line was disconnected. His presence evaporated. Katsuki didn't realize what he'd done until that night. When the wind carried the faint sound of a moving truck, its engine growling like a beast, he saw Izuku Midoriya, Izuku's mother, quietly packing up her house under the cover of darkness. She didn't cry as the truck pulled away, didn't look back once. Her face remained blank, as if she had already accepted the loss. Katsuki told himself it was fine. He told himself he didn't care. Maybe it was a lie, something he whispered to himself in the dark, trying to drown out the gnawing guilt. But 3 weeks later, the headlines hit like a punch to the gut. UA Hero Course Class 1A receives first and only student. Mysterious Midoriya Izuku stuns teachers in solo entrance exam. One student. What happened to the rest of them? Principal Nizu declares, quality over quantity. And then there was the photo. A grainy, shadowed image that seemed to flicker with static. But there was no mistaking the boy in the picture. Green curls in disarray, a hoodie that hung too big, probably borrowed in haste, and a half-smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, like he was masking something deeper. The expression was familiar in a way that made Katsuki's stomach churn. Midoriya Izuku was very much alive. And Katsuki Bokogu was left with more questions than answers. Present day, UA High School, April 7th. The gates of UA hissed open like the maw of a sleeping beast awakening. The sound echoed through the morning air, metal grinding, a mechanical sigh, and Izuku stepped through them as if crossing into a battlefield. His hoodie was soaked through with rain, the fabric clinging to his slender frame, darkened by the storm's fury. His backpack, battered and held together with duct tape and stubborn resolve, sagged heavily on his shoulders. One shoe, laced imperfectly, bore a red smiley face hastily drawn on its toe with Sharpie. The other, held together with a zip tie, looked like it might fall apart at any moment. He moved with a quiet determination, almost like he was trying to blend into the shadows, but the stormy weather only accentuated his disheveled appearance. Standing under the overhang, arms crossed and leaning heavily against the wall, was Aizawa Shoyuda, his gaze sharp and judging, like a predator sizing up prey. His usual capture weapon, tightly coiled and draped over his shoulders, looked more like a tired serpent than a tool of justice. He sipped from a travel mug that emanated a smell so foul it could strip paint, something that resembled pure death, or perhaps a bitter blend of rain and exhaustion. You are late, Aizawa said, voice flat but laced with subtle annoyance. Izuku hesitated, then offered a sheepish shrug. There was traffic. The pause. Then, with a deadpan tone, you derailed it? I did not like how the flow was going, Izuku admitted. People needed to rethink their decisions. Aizawa blinked slowly, the faintest hint of a smirk curling his lips. You used your quirk. I'm still listed as quirkless, eraser, Izuku replied, voice unwavering. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Aha. silence stretched between them, thick and unspoken, like a rubber band stretched to its limit. A distant seagull's cry echoed across the empty grounds, adding an eerie soundtrack to the morning. Aizawa took another slow sip from his mug, the grimace on his face betraying his true feelings. You're banned from touching any form of public transit from now on. Understood, Izuku said softly, shoulders sagging just a little under the weight of his burden. Classroom 1A, the ferret den. The room was eerily silent, echoing with the ghosts of students long gone. 20 desks, pristine and untouched, sat in perfect rows, each one a silent witness to the chaos that had once inhabited this space. The air was thick with a strange stillness, like a church abandoned after a funeral. Only one desk was occupied. Its owner, Izuku Midoriya, sat cross-legged on the chair, hoodie sleeves rolled up to his elbows, tinkering with a small device on the desk that hissed angrily and emitted a faint cloud of smoke. Sparks flickered as he soldered with meticulous precision, eyes flickering with a mixture of focus and fatigue. Aizawa leaned against the wall at the front of the room, watching him silently. He didn't ask what Izuku was working on, that was a lesson learned from past experiences. Instead, he kept a watchful eye, arms crossed, as if waiting for something to go wrong. You rewrote the access codes to the staff Wi-Fi, Aizawa said, voice even but with a hint of curiosity. Izuku looked up, expression neutral, wires and small parts still dangling from his hands. It was vulnerable, he said simply. Your password was SleepyKitten69. Aizawa blinked. Don't shame your homeroom teacher. You don't deserve the bandwidth. Izuku shot back, a faint smirk flickering across his face. Aizawa sighed, pulling out his phone. Then, faintly, a scuttling noise echoed from the ceiling vent. He raised an eyebrow. Are you in the walls again? Not me, Izuku said, not looking up. That's the decoy ferret. Aizawa's eyes widened. What the hell is a dash? Don't worry about it, Izuku interrupted, voice flat and unbothered. I've got everything under control. The faint sound of claws scraping and tiny paws skittering overhead filled the room, a strange, unsettling symphony to the quiet chaos of their new beginning. Group name, the UA Faculty Group Chat, do not mute. Members, Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, Power Loader, Cementos, All Might, Recovery Girl, Snipe, Vlad King, Nizu. Present Mike, so like, hypothetically if a kid breaks into your apartment at 3 a.m., eats your leftovers without asking, and then proceeds to lecture you about government surveillance and then vanishes into the air ducts, is that a crime? Bonding? Midnight, if it's Midoriya, it's both. Probably at the same time. Power Loader, he rerouted my lab's entire power grid yesterday. Said it was too linear. Like, what even is that supposed to mean? Cementos, he filed an architectural complaint against my walls. Cementos, my walls. As if they're the problem. Vlad King, wait, are you all seeing him in person? I thought he was a ghost. Recovery Girl, the boy's been here for 3 days now. Tis settled into the vents, I suppose. Eraserhead, he lives in the vents now. Eraserhead, I'm pretending it's a metaphor. Eraserhead, it's not a metaphor. All Might, young Midoriya reminds me of myself when I was his age. Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes, you cried because your neighbor wouldn't return your yo-yo, Toshinori. Recovery Girl, he bit me when I tried to vaccinate him, in the etheric plane. Principal's office, 1:30 p.m. The room is well lit but cluttered with papers, books, and a large, cozy armchair where Nizu, the small, intelligent rat-shaped principal, sits confidently. His round glasses catch the light as he clears his throat. Today's tutoring lesson, Nizu announces cheerfully, is the ethics of psychological manipulation in government-backed institutions. Izuku Midoriya, sitting cross-legged on a plush cushion, perches eagerly, slurping from a can labeled fermented genius, a bubbly, ominous-looking beverage. His wide eyes sparkle with curiosity. Finally, he says, voice bright, something light. Aizawa, slouched against the wall with a beanbag, mutters, please stop calling this light, while nursing his 4th cup of coffee, the dark liquid swirling with fatigue. I need my enrichment, Izuku says with conviction. It's either this or slowly dismantling the hero commission from the inside. Knees abeams. Ambitious. I'm a Taurus, Izuku adds with a grin, eyes gleaming with mischief. That explains so much, Aizawa mutters, deadpan. The lights flicker ominously, Aizawa doesn't even bother to flinch. Rigged the lights to respond to sarcasm, didn't you? He asks flatly. Only yours, Izuku responds innocently. I like feedback. Training ground Omega, 3 p.m. Aizawa tosses a battered training knife toward Izuku with a look of resigned patience. Today we're running close-quarters drills, he states, voice steady but firm. I've had 5 energy drinks and no lunch, Izuku responds brightly, catching the blade with a flourish. Let's dance. You're unhinged, Aizawa mutters, eyes narrowing. I'm a minor. You legally can't diagnose me, Izuku retorts, smirking. Aizawa's expression darkens as he mumbles something about Nizu's sadistic tendencies and lunges forward. The fight that ensues is brutal, fast, chaotic, and entirely illegal in at least 14 countries. Izuku moves with a predatory, almost feral grace, erratic, unpredictable, like something born from shadows. He dodges inches from harm, striking like a spider eager to evolve. At one point, Aizawa has to disengage because Izuku appears too calm, like he's not even using his quirk, like he doesn't need to. Finally, Aizawa pins him with a foot on Izuku's chest, a blade pressed lightly to his throat, and the boy grins up with blood-stained teeth. I think Houdini did something like this once, Izuku gasps hoarsely. If I recall correctly, he was out of the hospital in no time. Aizawa's deadpan reply is effortless. Well, that's encouraging. The morning awakening is shattered by an eruption, an explosive burst of sound and chaos that reverberates through the classroom walls. It's so sudden, so deafening, that the ceiling tiles tremble as if struck by a seismic wave. Several tiles dislodge, tumbling in slow, dusty arcs before hitting the floor with muffled thuds. Dust and debris billow upward, obscuring the room's light and filling the air with a gritty haze. A third of the students are caught in the cloud, their eyes watering, blinking rapidly as they cough and stumble to clear their vision. In the midst of the chaos, the classroom door swings open with a thunderous bang. Vlad King bursts inside, hair wildly frizzed and standing on end, as if he'd been plugged into a lightning storm. His face is flushed, eyes wide with alarm and frustration. His voice, hoarse from shouting, cuts through the dust-choked air with commanding authority. Who set off a charged smoke grenade in the hallway? His gaze sweeps the room, seeking the culprit, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. From a far corner, the classroom's desk begins to rotate, slowly, eerily, with an almost hypnotic grace. It spins on an invisible axis, smooth and silent, reminiscent of celestial bodies orbiting unseen. No wheels squeak, no hands turn, just a sleek, hypnotic whirl that defies the laws of physics, casting shifting shadows across the walls. Seated at the desk is Izuku Midoriya. He sits perfectly still, sipping from a juice box labeled definitely not poison with a calm that feels disturbingly deliberate. His other hand gently pets a tiny mechanical squirrel, its glowing red eyes flickering softly with each movement. Izuku's expression is inscrutable, eyes half-lidded, face devoid of emotion, as if he's contemplating the end of the universe rather than a classroom incident. It wasn't a grenade, he states flatly, voice devoid of remorse or agitation. It was a test. Vlad's eyes widen in confusion, his brow furrowing as he takes in the scene. His entire body tenses, trying to process what he'd just heard. A test of what? He demands, voice cracking slightly from the adrenaline. Izuku tilts his head slightly, the mechanical squirrel still cradled in his palm. Of how loud something has to be to get you to stop humming the One Piece theme song while pacing, he replies, deadpan, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. A tense silence follows. The classroom remains suspended in the strange, unsettling moment. From across the room, a quiet voice breaks the silence, a student from Class B, hesitantly raising a hand. It was getting annoying, they admit softly, voice barely above a whisper. Vlad rubs his face, frustration mounting. His shoulders slump as he runs a hand through his hair, eyes darting around the room in exasperation. He mutters under his breath, "I'm going to need so much therapy by the end of this year." 1 week earlier, in the faculty lounge, Vlad King stands before a desk cluttered with papers, his eyes glued to the memo Nizu has just sent out. His expression is a mixture of disbelief and concern, eyes wide and unblinking. "Why is he joining my class?" he asks, voice trembling slightly as if the words are unsteady on his tongue. Izawa, already sprawled on a nearby couch with a warm compress pressed to his face, lets out a long, weary sigh. His eyes peek over the edge of the mask, dark circles prominent beneath. "Because he needs socialization," Nizu cheerfully responds, stirring his tea with an elegant, deliberate motion. "Like a feral cat. You know, to teach him boundaries." Vlad's voice cracks. "He put magnets in the faculty microwave," he says, voice trembling with disbelief. "Why would he do that?" Nizu chuckles softly, a high-pitched, amused sound. From another corner, Power Loader speaks softly but with gravity. "He said it was a behavioral science experiment. He asked me if I thought time was real." Cementos, ever the pragmatist, adds with a shrug. "Was it real?" A faint voice echoes from inside the faculty mini-fridge, Izuku's. "Is he in the fridge?" Vlad whispers, "He's everywhere," eyes darting nervously. "And yes, it's just for a few lessons." Izawa groans, flipping over onto his side. "He's in the walls, the ceiling, the closet, he's everywhere. But yes, it's only temporary." Today, Class 1B homeroom. Vlad stands at the front of the classroom, visibly tense as he surveys the students. His hands hover awkwardly over a stack of fire extinguishers, ready for action. Behind him, a whiteboard proclaims in bold, colorful letters, "Welcome, Midoriya. Please do not bite anyone." Seated next to him is Izuku Midoriya. His posture is stiff, almost robotic, shoulders hunched as if guarding himself from an invisible threat. His eyes are distant, unfocused, as if he's contemplating the universe's impending collapse. His hair is a wild, unkempt halo, framing a face that looks too serious for a 14-year-old. "Meet Midoriya Izuku," Vlad begins, voice steady but slightly strained. "He'll be joining us for certain classes." The students exchange bewildered glances, whispering behind cupped hands. One student in the back mutters, "I thought he was a cryptid," eyes wide with disbelief. "He looks young. What is he? Like 14? Vlad, trying to keep control, mutters under his breath, "He is. Be nice." "Wait, a cryptid or 14? Izuku gives a dead-eyed wave, his hand barely moving, then slowly drifts toward the back of the room, where he moves a desk by himself, a good 10 feet away, for what he calls safety reasons. He places the juice box down on the desk, which emits a faint hiss, a subtle, ominous sound that makes some students flinch. From the crowd, a hand rises. A Class B student, nervously, clutching their uniform. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be in general studies or some facility for juvenile delinquents? Izuku remains silent, pulling out a small, handmade doll. It's an eerily detailed replica of the student who asked the question. Slowly, the doll begins to melt and distort, transforming into a grotesque, unrecognizable form. Vlad quickly intervenes, raising his hands defensively. "Anyway, today we are doing Quirk strategy matchups. Partner up. Sparring matches, training gym beta. Ferret, you're with Shiva," Vlad announces, voice firm. Izuku adjusts a pair of makeshift gauntlets, crafted from scrap metal, wires, and an unyielding sense of purpose. He nods respectfully toward his partner, who looks a little nervous but eager nonetheless. "Go easy on me," Class B kid number 18 offers with a nervous gulp. "I don't know how to go easy," Izuku responds matter-of-factly, voice even. "But I respect your optimism." The countdown begins. Begin! The sparring erupts into chaos. It's fast, brutal, and entirely illegal in most countries. Izuku moves like a shadow, erratic, unpredictable, almost intangible. His body flickers in and out of sight, seamless and silent, as if he's become a ghost slipping through cracks. He arcs behind Shiva, tapping her shoulder from behind with uncanny precision. You have a blind spot 17 degrees off your right side, Izuku murmurs conversationally, voice eerily calm. You might want to work on that. How? Shiva yells, spinning around in confusion. Have you considered mirrors? Or spiritual enlightenment? Izuku replies, deadpan. The scene is mesmerizing, an unsettling ballet of calculated chaos. He runs psychological operations on each sparring partner, gaslighting, subtle manipulations, mind games. No one gets hurt. Technically, but the mental toll is evident. He whispers to Class B kid number 3, convincing him he's trapped in a simulation. To kid number 5, he whispers, I am not even here, making the boy panic and fight his own shadow. To number 2, he softly mutters, I already erased your quirk, even though he hadn't touched him. Students watch in a mixture of horror, fascination, and unease. Some whisper, is he even using a quirk? Another shivers, no one knows. I think he might be the quirk. Faculty lounge, 4:15 p.m. Vlad bursts into the lounge, splattered with spaghetti sauce and glitter, clothing torn, hair disheveled. Why was there a spaghetti trap? He yells, eyes wide with disbelief. Izawa, still lying on the couch, glances up lazily, unimpressed. That wasn't for you, he says simply. Then who? Power loader, Izawa responds, gesturing vaguely toward the door. Vlad sighs heavily, rubbing his temples. Why is he like this? Izawa shows him his phone, displaying a chaotic group chat filled with messages. The UA faculty group chat, do not mute. Midnight, he reorganized my shoe closet by color, moral alignment, and trauma level. Present Mike, he beat me in Mario Kart with a calculator. Recovery girl, diagnosed me with burnout and left a self-care kit in my office. Nizu, I love him. So much. He's the apocalypse with homework. Izawa, he asked if I wanted kids. Present Mike, wait, for real? Laughter and exasperation echo through the group chat, a strange chorus of chaos. Teacher dorms, 9 p.m. Izawa softly knocks on the door of room 1, the ferret's den, now adorned with a handmade sign. Inside, Izuku is curled in a corner, gazing out the window at the city skyline. His wild hair frames a face that looks both young and burdened, illuminated by the glow of distant streetlights. You know, Izuku says softly, voice tinged with a rare vulnerability, I think I'm having a midlife crisis. Izawa's brow furrows, voice gentle but tired. You're 15. I might die at 30, Izuku whispers, eyes distant. Izawa sighs, settling beside him. The city hums below, a constant, unending pulse of life and chaos. I don't know what to do with someone like you, he admits quietly. Izuku doesn't turn, voice small. I'm sorry I make things difficult. A long silence stretches between them, filled only with the distant sounds of traffic and life. Finally, Izawa speaks softly, you don't. He pauses, then adds, you make things interesting. For the first time all day, Izuku's face softens, not into a smile, but into a quiet, contemplative expression, an acknowledgement that someone sees him, truly sees him. There were things Tamura Shigaraki had meticulously planned for. He'd envisioned a full class of naive, eager future pro-heroes, children with wide, untested eyes, still fresh from childhood innocence, too inexperienced to recognize the true danger until it was too late. Their youthful energy, their hurried attempts at heroism, would be no match for the chaos he intended to unleash. He'd prepared for chaos. He'd prepared for blood. He had not, however, accounted for a gremlin in a hoodie who made direct eye contact with the Nomu and called it chunky. 10:30 the hero course bus. The vehicle was unnervingly quiet. Not the quiet of sleep or peaceful reflection, but the oppressive hush that hangs heavy with anticipation, like a predator lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It was the kind of silence that suggested someone was plotting something sinister, or perhaps had already committed a crime and was debating whether to confess or let the authorities stumble upon the evidence. Aizawa sat at the front, his sharp gaze fixed on the papers in front of him, the faint rustle of pages the only sound breaking the stillness. His scarf was loosely wrapped around his neck, the fabric concealing the faint tension in his shoulders. His eyes flicked over the students' names, their scores, but his mind was elsewhere, ready, always ready. Izuku sprawled across 3 seats in the back, limbs stretched lazily, a pen twirling absent-mindedly between his fingers. His notebook, titled Plans That Will Probably Get Me Expelled, Volume 4, rested on his lap, filled with hurried sketches, doodles, and convoluted schemes. His face was calm, almost too calm, like he was already processing every possible outcome before the actual event. Present Mike, riding shotgun for moral support and comic relief, leaned forward, flashing his signature grin. His voice was light, teasing. "So, how are we feeling, kiddo? First rescue exercise. You ready to be a hero?" Izuku did not look up. His voice was flat, almost bored. "I already am." Mike chuckled, undeterred. "Oh. I rescued 6 squirrels from the principal's office ventilation system this morning. It counts." The pause. Mick's grin faltered. "Wait, Nizu knew they were in there." Izuku nodded solemnly. "He named them." Aizawa's expression remained unchanged. "They were part of his business development team," he said flatly, as if that explained everything. 10:50 a.m., USJ facility. 13 stood at the center of the sprawling indoor disaster dome, gesturing grandly at the simulated chaos around her, artificial tsunamis crashing against the walls, debris scattered as if a real catastrophe had struck. Her voice boomed, enthusiastic and proud. "Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. Or as we call it, the USJ." From behind her, Izuku leaned in slightly, whispering to Aizawa, voice low and sarcastic. "More like the Just Scream joint." Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. "Don't name the set pieces," he warned, voice tired. "It's already in the newsletter," 13 replied cheerfully, practically bouncing on her heels. Before she could launch into an explanation of the exercises, the air at the center of the plaza twisted. A swirling vortex of darkness, black as ink, spilled across the sky, ripping open the calm like a wound. The temperature plummeted sharply. Air turning frosty and still. "More like a warp gate," Aizawa muttered, eyes narrowing as he uncoiled from his seated position, scarf slipping from his neck in a fluid motion. Then, everything changed. The fog descended rapidly, dense and impenetrable, swallowing the plaza in a thick curtain of white and shadow. The silence was deafening, broken only by the faint crackle of static and the distant rumble of chaos approaching. Present Mick's voice came through the comms, strained. I don't remember fog being in the lesson plan." Aizawa's eyes sharpened. "That's not fog. That's a warp gate." Suddenly, from the swirling darkness, villains emerged, dark shapes moving with eerie purpose, their figures emerging like rats from a sewer. 11 a.m., USJ Ground Zero. The League of Villains spilled into the open like a plague of rats, their movements coordinated and predatory. Kurogiri led the charge, his voice smooth, self-important, as if he were announcing the arrival of a king. "We are the League of Villains," he intoned, voice echoing through the chaos. "I've come here with Dash." "Bioring." Izuku cut in, spinning a pen like a knife, eyes sharp and unimpressed. "You guys rehearsed that in the mirror?" The fog swirl paused, confused. "Who opens with their group name?" Izuku continued, voice unwavering. "At least try a cold open, my guy. Add some mystique." I'm doing an introduction dash. "Also, you sound like an off-brand GPS," Izuku added, unimpressed. "In 500 feet, you will be dismembered by our Nomu." "Try again." Kurogiri faltered, visibly thrown off by the kid's audacity. Aizawa smirked slightly, eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and annoyance. "He does that," he said dryly, arms crossed. 11:05 a.m. Chaos unleashed. The Nomu descended from above with a deafening roar, a monstrous, crushing force that cracked the concrete beneath its feet. Its hulking form, muscles rippling beneath scarred skin, loomed over the chaos like an unkillable beast. Tamura Shigaraki strolled in behind it, scratching his neck, grinning with too many teeth, his eyes gleaming with madness and malice. "Where's the rest of the class?" he rasped, voice low and dangerous. Izuku, standing dead center in the chaos, lifted his hand, completely unbothered, almost playful. "Hi. I am the class," he said simply. A long silence stretched, heavy with disbelief. Kurogiri whispered nervously, "Sir? I think we messed up." Shigaraki blinked, confused and mildly irritated. "You're kidding," he rasped. "Nope," Izuku said cheerfully, cracking his neck with a casual snap. "Budget cuts. I'm all that's left." "Surprise." Tamura's eyes widened in disbelief. "One kid? They only have one student." Aizawa's deadpan response cut through the chaos. "Quality over quantity," he said plainly, as if that explained everything. 11:08 a.m. Let the games begin. The Nomu lunged again, jaws snapping, muscles flexing for another attack. A blur of black and red shot forward, Aizawa, scarf whipping behind him like a banner of defiance. His eyes glowed fiercely as he caught the beast mid-jump, yanking it sideways with the force of a car crash into a cement pillar. Before the dust could settle, Izuku sprinted toward Kurogiri, who was desperately trying to warp away. But Izuku was quicker. He shoved a small device into the portal, a handmade gadget shaped like a traffic cone, emitting a faint, almost musical hum. "Did you just dash?" "EMP worm," Izuku explained, voice calm and precise. "Built it during lunch." The portal flickered and stuttered, sparks crackling along Kurogiri's misty form. "You put an electromagnetic pulse device in a villain's throat?" Present Mick's voice exploded from the observation deck. "Why else would I major in chaos engineering?" Izuku shot back, smirking. 11:11 a.m. Existential crisis. Tamura Shigaraki's eyes narrowed, fixating on Izuku with a mixture of fury and curiosity. "You think you're clever," he rasped. "I don't think," Izuku replied, shrugging. "I know. You're a child," Shigaraki sneered. "And yet, here you are. Getting clowned by one," Izuku said with a grin. The Nomu roared again, charging at Aizawa for a second time. This time, Izuku moved first. He jumped, the air twisting around him, a distortion, a ripple, a subtle folding of reality. His body landed midair, gravity redirected by his quirk, slamming the Nomu sideways into a shattered bus. Kurogiri screamed, "He has a quirk! He's not quirkless." Izuku turned slowly, eyes calm and unwavering. "I'm not quirkless," he said, shrugging again. Schrodinger's baby god." Shigaraki took a step back, eyes wide with disbelief. No, this isn't how it was supposed to go. You were supposed to be scared, alone, powerless," he rasped, voice cracking. "I was," Izuku said softly. "You're a few years late." 11:15 a.m. Catastrophic mistakes were made. The Nomu, undeterred, tried one last frantic charge. Izuku held out a hand, calm and composed. With no fanfare or dramatic flourish, just a flick of his wrist, he rerouted physics around him. The Nomu froze mid-stride, legs kicking wildly, roaring into the empty sky. Gravity rejected him, flipping him upside down. The beast flailed helplessly, screaming as he was dragged back down, slammed into the earth, and floated again, suspended in a crater of his own making. Aizawa dusted off his scarf, watching quietly. "I hate to say it," he muttered, "but you're showing off." Izuku grinned. "I'm setting boundaries." 11:20 am. The villains in disarray. Kurogiri finally seized Shigaraki by the shoulders, voice urgent. "We need to leave. Now. He's one student. They broke reality. I broke reality first. They unbroke it. That's worse." Aftermath, Faculty Lounge, 6:30 p.m. Nizu, the ever-analytical principal, stirred his tea as the faculty gathered around in the lounge. Aizawa sat on the couch, his ribs wrapped in icy packs, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. Recovery Girl hovered nearby, giving him a sharp look. Leaned over, voice hushed but amused. "So he tanked the league. Alone." Aizawa's expression was unreadable. He didn't just tank them. He embarrassed them. Midnight scrolled her phone, a smirk on her face. They're calling him the ferret of UA on the dark web. Nizu chuckled softly. Izuku, he called cheerfully as the boy slouched in with a tray of snacks, looking remarkably nonchalant. Traumatized villains today, Nizu said with a grin. How do you feel? Izuku blinked, then grinned wider, eyes bright. Hungry. UA Faculty Lounge, April 11th, 7 p.m. The atmosphere in the lounge was heavy with a chaos that only damage control, armed with baked goods, could attempt to tame. The room felt like a battlefield strewn with crumbs and half-empty snack wrappers, a makeshift peace offering to an emotional storm. Midnight had arrived bearing a tray of cookies, chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, and a few experimental batches that suspiciously looked like they'd been shaped by a caffeinated squirrel. Her expression was serious, as if these treats were the only thing standing between sanity and complete collapse. Present Mike, ever the exuberant dad trying too hard, carried 2 packs of chamomile tea, steam rising from the cups like fragile lifelines. His energetic presence filled the room despite the tense air, like a beacon of stubborn optimism. Cementos sat in the corner, pretending to read a thick tome, but his ears twitched constantly, betraying his focus. His eyes flicked toward the gathering, subtly listening, analyzing every word, every gesture. Power Loader was already under the table, meticulously installing a reinforced panic hatch, a heavy-duty hatch with multiple locks and emergency signage, just in case someone's emotional stability decided to take a nosedive. His brow was furrowed as he carefully measured, drilled, and secured the hatch, muttering to himself about safety protocols. Aizawa slouched on the couch, shoulders hunched, leaning back as if he'd been hit by a bus he himself had parked. His expression was a mix of exhaustion and reluctance, a man resigned to the chaos yet committed to containing it. His dark eyes flicked from person to person, waiting for the inevitable. Perched cheerily on the windowsill, Nizu sipped his tea with alarming serenity. His round glasses caught the dim light, and his bright, calculating eyes seemed to see right through the chaos, as if the room's turmoil was just a small ripple in his grand plan. Just to clarify, Aizawa said slowly, voice low and measured, we are doing what, exactly? Recovery Girl, standing nearby with her usual no-nonsense air, folded her arms. An intervention, she stated firmly, voice like a scalpel. You've been letting him run completely unchecked. You can't just let a trauma goblin stew in a vent system. He needs to process things. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, his tone dry. I don't let him live in the vents. He chooses the vents. Mike leaned in, eager to add his 2 cents. I once heard him argue with them. Like the vents themselves. There were voices. I don't know whose. Midnight stepped closer, her expression softening but her voice firm. We've all seen the signs. The kid's brilliant, but he's clearly not okay. We have to try, Shoyuda. Aizawa rubbed his temples, a faint flicker of worry crossing his face. This is going to be a disaster. Nizu, with a cheerful smile, raised his teacup. Then we'll do what heroes always do, make it worse with teamwork. Operation. Emotional containment, 7:30 p.m. Izuku had been summoned under the guise of post-USJ debriefing, but he sensed something was off the moment he stepped into the room. His hoodie was half chewed on one sleeve, a screwdriver peeked out of his back pocket like a holstered weapon, and he held his cursed, definitely not poison, juice box with a suspiciously wary look. He froze in the doorway, eyes narrowing as he took in the assembled faculty, so casual, so unprepared for the storm about to unfold. Is this an ambush? He asked, voice cautious, shoulders tense. No, said Recovery Girl, voice calm but no nonsense, like a nurse who has seen too much. Yes, Mike said brightly, a grin stretching across his face. Sort of, admitted Aizawa, voice heavy with reluctance. Izuku made a sharp turn, already suspecting a setup, but Power Loader's hand shot out, locking the door with a metallic click. Nizu beamed at him, the picture of innocence. Welcome to our first annual Feelings Fest. Kill me, Izuku muttered, shoulders sagging in resignation. The intervention begins. Midoriya, recovery girl said gently, stepping forward with her usual calm authority. We are concerned about your mental health. Izuku's eyes flicked downward, expression flat and unreadable. I'm 15, he replied, voice dull. I don't have mental health. I have Sparkle's coping mechanism. Sparkles. A beat of silence. Okay, Midnight said softly, voice gentle but serious. Can you talk about them? Izuku narrowed his eyes, suspicion flickering. You want me to unpack in a circle of people who literally watched me dismantle a Nomu using an existential crisis and a slingshot? Cementos put down his book, slowly, deliberately. I thought that was a hallucination. Nope, Mike said, grinning with a hint of pride. I filmed it. Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose, eyes tired but patient. The thing is, we care about you. Even when you're a little unstable. Izuku supplied, voice flat but with a hint of defiance. Terrifying, Cementos added, deadpan. Possibly a war crime waiting to happen, whispered Vlad King, who had just wandered in and immediately regretted it. Loved, Aizawa corrected sharply. We care because you matter, even when you won't let us in. The room fell silent, the weight of the words sinking in. Izuku remained still, eyes distant, like a glass figurine on the verge of shattering. And then it got worse. So apparently the bad vibes I've been feeling are actually severe psychological distress, Izuku said suddenly, voice even but startling everyone. The statement hit like a piano falling from the sky. Everyone blinked, stunned, unsure of what they just heard. And like, beaches be like, I'm baby, but have childhood trauma and neglect like WTF do you know about being baby? You were forced to grow up from an early age. Anyway, I'm beaches. Mike dropped his tea, eyes wide. Aizawa stared, visibly transported back to his own teenage years, dragged screaming into memories he'd tried to forget. Midoriya, he said slowly, voice strained, that's a lot. Izuku's face was neutral, inscrutable. You asked. I didn't. Okay, fair, Aizawa admitted, rubbing his temples. I'm not emotionally unavailable, Izuku said, crossing his arms. I'm just selectively open to people I don't think will abandon me the second I stop being useful. Midnight winced audibly. Mike hesitated, then handed Aizawa a sticky note that just said, We are so effed. Later. The meeting was inconclusive. Izuku did not cry. He did not storm out. Instead, he pulled out a chart titled, Reasons I Am the Way I Am, and passed it around like a resume. The top 3 reasons listed. Mother listed me as quirkless for safety. I've been psychologically alone since age I'm not allowed to join group therapy because I kept making the other kids spiral. There was also a doodle of a crying frog holding a sword, looking fiercely determined. I'm trying, Izuku said quietly as the meeting wrapped up. I just don't know how to be normal. You're not supposed to be normal, Aizawa said, walking him back to the dorms. You're supposed to be okay. Izuku hesitated, voice small. I think I forgot what that feels like. Aizawa sighed, shoulders relaxing slightly. Well, that's what this team is for. I thought I was a solo mission, Izuku mumbled. Not anymore, kid. Meanwhile, UA faculty group chat. Present Mike. I think we emotionally waterboarded a child. Midnight. He emotionally waterboarded US. Cementos. I'm re-evaluating my life choices. Recovery girl. He built a personality profile for each of us in real time. Power loader. He anger cried into my toolbox. Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes. Aizawa. I wants kids but I wouldn't be a good dad. Aizawa. I think you'd be a great dad, Zawa. Present Mike. So should I find some adoption forms? Everyone. Broken heart place of worship. On paper, it was the simplest exercise. 1 student, 7 trials, and 0 surprises. It was a test designed to be straightforward, predictable, almost boring in its lack of complication. The kind of routine check that should have gone off without a hitch, no unexpected variables, no chaos, just a clean, neat demonstration of capability. It was supposed to be impossible for anything to go wrong. And yet, that one student was Izuku Midoriya, And Yue had yet to accept the fundamental law of his existence. If something can be broken, he will break it. If something can't be broken, he will convince it to self-destruct for moral reasons. 7 a.m. Gym JMMA. Vlad King paced nervously, running his hand through his hair for the 10th time, eyes darting anxiously across the room as if expecting a disaster to spontaneously erupt from the ceiling. His voice was strained with worry. I reinforced the gym last night, he muttered, voice tight with effort. We upgraded the heat shielding, rewired the power grid, triple-checked the structural integrity dash. Before he could finish, Aizawa cut him off, voice flat and unimpressed. You used duct tape in prayer. Vlad's expression flickered, defensive. Very strong duct tape, he insisted, voice slightly defensive. From across the room, Present Mike stood beside a freshly cleared obstacle course, arms crossed, a grin plastered on his face that didn't quite reach his eyes. I still think we should have made him do it in the rain, he said, voice light but with a hint of mischief. Just to be safe. Aizawa shot him a tired look. It's indoors. I know what I said, Mike grinned wider, voice playful. Aizawa sighed deeply, turning away. He cast a quick glance at Power Loader, who was already kneeling under the table, fiddling with tools. What about the smart vending machine? He asked, voice losing all patience. Power Loader muttered bitterly, still sentient. Calls me father, asks if it has a soul. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Unfortunate, he muttered, tone grim, as if contemplating the universe's cruel sense of humor. 7:30 a.m. Arrival of the ferret. Izuku entered Gym Gamma, shoulders hunched, hands buried deep in the pockets of his hoodie. His face looked like he'd slept for 12 minutes, eyes dull and rimmed with exhaustion, hair tousled from restless sleep or perhaps just a lifetime of neglect. His hoodie sleeve was half-chewed, a telltale sign of his nervous energy, and a screwdriver jutted out of his back pocket like a holstered weapon, ready, always ready for the chaos he might unleash. He paused at the threshold, eyes narrowing as he surveyed the gathering faculty, who looked far too relaxed for the impending storm. Why do I feel like I'm on trial? He muttered, voice husky, glancing around as if expecting the tribunal to judge him at any moment. You're not, Aizawa said, voice calm but serious, standing with a stance that said he was prepared for anything. This is a routine evaluation. Routine? Izuku echoed, suspicion creeping into his tone. Technically a containment drill, Midnight added softly, her voice soothing but with an underlying seriousness. We need to figure out your official quirk classification, Recovery Girl said gently, stepping closer, her eyes kind but firm. You've never been properly registered, and since you entered UA early. Because my middle school literally kicked me out for making a chemistry lab in the music room? Izuku shot back, voice edged with tired sarcasm. You turned an oboe into a grenade, Mike muttered under his breath, eyes twinkling with mischief. Semantics, Izuku said with a shrug, voice indifferent but tinged with frustration. 8 a.m. First trial, the ball throw. Aizawa tossed Izuku a softball-sized orb, precise and clinical. His tone was matter-of-fact. Start with a basic test. Throw this as far as you can using your quirk. Izuku caught it lazily, eyes narrowing as he examined the sphere with a half-hearted interest. Define quirk, he said, voice calm but inquisitive. Aizawa blinked, caught off guard. Anything that comes out of your very concerning ability to break reality like it owes you money, he replied, voice flat. Cool, Izuku muttered, inhaling deeply, focusing. He aimed, then flicked the ball forward, only for it to defy expectations entirely. Instead of traveling outward, it shot straight up, ascending like a rocket, higher and higher until it vanished into the sky. The tracking device embedded inside the sphere began to scream, unable to compute the arc. The screen sputtered, then finally displayed. Distance, Y ascending past satellite range. Seek divine counsel. Everyone in the room stared. Power Loader's eyes went wide, muttering, That's impossible. Izuku shrugged. Gravity is a capitalist construct, he said casually, voice full of unshakable confidence. 8:20 am, the sprint. Cementos called out, voice steady. Standard 50-meter dash. You'll be timed. Izuku rolled his neck, stretching lazily, looking relaxed. When the buzzer sounded, he took a single step, then just walked. Casually, like he was headed for the kitchen for a snack, not a race. And then, another Izuku blinked into existence at the finish line, the original nowhere to be seen. Aizawa's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you just displace yourself through time? He asked, voice tinged with horror. I call it the Schrödinger stride, Izuku said, brushing his hoodie off with a casual hand. I exist both at the start and finish until I decide which is real. Do you ever just run like a normal human? Absolutely not, Izuku replied with a grin, eyes shining with mischief and a hint of challenge. 8:45 a.m., the grip strength test. Izuku approached the machine, a challenge in his stance. He cracked his knuckles, then gripped the bar with a determined expression. The gauge immediately read 137 kilograms, then sparks flew, the machine shuddered violently, and finally displayed a crying emoji before powering down with a hiss. It gave up, Vlad whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. I didn't do anything. Izuku protested, eyes innocent. You're radiating menace, Mike said, narrowing his gaze. I'm just standing, Izuku insisted, shoulders squared. You're standing like you've planned 6 revolutions and know the name of every bird within a 5-mile radius, Mike added, voice full of awe and a dash of fear. That's not fair. I only know most of them, Izuku said, voice innocent, but the smirk on his face betrayed him. 9:15 a.m., the agility test. They set up an elaborate parkour course, floating platforms, narrow beams, rushing wind gusts, and flickering lights. Izuku navigated it with a precision that defied logic, finishing in 9.3 seconds. Backwards, blindfolded, and while solving a Rubik's Cube. How, Nizu asked, smiling brightly, do you manage that? I rearranged the wind patterns to increase my aerial velocity, Izuku said casually, like it was just another afternoon activity. Also, I calculated the beam angles 3 nights ago and practiced them in my dreams. Midnight looked visibly upset, her brow furrowed. He's not a student, she muttered with a mixture of admiration and despair. He's a side quest. 10 a.m., final trial, Quirk classification battle simulation. Aizawa explained, voice calm but serious. This is a mock combat zone. Use your abilities to escape the scenario and reach the extraction point. Izuku nodded, then disappeared from the starting zone. 17 seconds later, chaos erupted. The room caught fire, the simulated environment twisted and shifted, and the intercom suddenly crackled with an eerie lo-fi beat, villain-themed, of course. Did you program the simulation? Power loader yelled, panicked. No, Izuku called from inside the wall, voice muffled but confident. I gaslit the AI into reprogramming itself. The vending machine chimed, I'm filing a complaint, in a robotic tone. Aftermath, faculty lounge, 12 p.m. Most of the staff sat quietly, clutching ice packs, either for their bodies or their minds, trying to process the whirlwind of chaos and revelations. Nizu, ever cheerful, chirped. He certainly has a unique profile. Cementos muttered, reality-manipulating godchild, isn't a legal quirk name. Mike nodded enthusiastically. It should be. Aizawa, eyes dull and distant, stared into the middle distance, as if contemplating the end of days. We need to file something, Midnight said quietly. He can't just keep being quirkless on record. That's not safe. Or accurate. Or moral. Nizu, ever the optimist, offered, I'll write the classification. What about parareal perception-based constructive override? Everyone looked at him, then at each other, realizing the magnitude of what they'd just witnessed. Mike shook his head slowly. It's 5 words for don't PSS him off. Exactly, Aizawa said softly, staring into space. Later that night, to dorms. Aizawa quietly knocked on Izuku's door, which was slightly ajar. He pushed it open gently, eyes landing on the figure inside. Hoodie pulled up, shoulders hunched, eyes rimmed with exhaustion. You good? Aizawa asked softly, voice steady and reassuring. Just thinking, Izuku replied in a hushed tone. About? Izuku hesitated, then whispered, if I ever lose control of my quirk, if I ever slip. Aizawa stepped closer, steadying himself. He placed a hand on the doorframe, voice calm but firm. If that happens, we'll stop you. And then we'll help you. In that order. Izuku blinked, eyes glossy, then nodded slowly. Thanks, Dad. The door shut quietly. Behind him, Aizawa stood there for a long moment, shoulders heavy, before pulling out his phone, contemplating the weight of what had just transpired. Aizawa, he called me Dad. Present mic, loudly crying face. Midnight, I'm printing shirts. Power loader, we are in so deep. Cementos, I would burn the world down for that kid. Nizu, smiley face. The UA hero costume department had one rule. Within reason. It was printed on every requisition form, in bold, underlined font. It was the last desperate plea of designers clinging to sanity as 15-year-olds requested battle armor with built-in speakers, flamethrowers disguised as scarves, or, once, a grappling hook made entirely of rhinestones. But nothing could have prepared them for Izuku Midoriya's costume request. Because Izuku didn't request a costume. He submitted a manifesto. 7 a.m. UA Support Department, Design Lab 2C. Power Loader stared at the paper in his hands like it had insulted his lineage. The blueprint read, Midoriya I. Hero Suit Proposal. Base layer, reinforced carbon weave bodysuit with fluid thread stitching, resistance to fire, electricity, psychic incursion, and low to moderate divine smiting. Add-on, tactical HRS with 17 pockets, at least 3 of which must be metaphysically inaccessible. Capes. Cloak, also yes. Mask, optional but must strike fear into the hearts of godless men. The color scheme, you ever seen a dead star? That but more haunting. Back logo, a stylized ferret with a knife. There was also a handwritten postscript. I must look like I crawled out of an existential horror novel but stayed for the vibes. Power Loader turned slowly. Is this a joke? He asked. Izuku, lounging in the corner sipping tea labeled, Anxiety Fuel, Extra Bold, smiled serenely. I never joke. I only commit. 9 a.m. Staff Lounge, the emotional fallout shelter. Why does he want both a cape and a cloak? Present Mike whispered. Because he can, Midnight muttered, scrolling through the 42-page .pdf Izuku had attached. I'm not worried about fashion, Aizawa said, voice already dead inside. I'm worried about how many times he used the phrase aesthetic intimidation. He said his look is a narrative threat, Recovery Girl added. He said he wanted to weaponize vibes, Cementos offered. Nizu was already approving the budget increase. 11 a.m. Costume unveiling. The doors to the training center hissed open. Silence fell. And then he stepped through the mist. Izuku's costume wasn't flashy. It did not glow. It did not scream, future #1 hero. It whispered. A long black cloak, hood drawn up, dripped behind him like living shadow. Beneath it, tactical armor, low profile, matte green with gray accents, interwoven with symbols that didn't seem to stay still if you looked too long. His gloves were fingerless. His boots made no sound. And on his chest, the silhouette of a ferret holding a dagger. His mask hung at his hip, skull-shaped, metallic, with LED eyes that flickered ominously. The expression was somewhere between polite curiosity and your sins are known. He looks like a cult leader, Vlad King whispered. No, Midnight said softly. He looks like a main character. Group chat, UA faculty group chat, do not mute. Present mic, okay. Real talk. Present mic, I love this kid but I'm 85% sure he just cursed my crops by making eye contact. Midnight, he looks like if a tarot deck came to life and asked me about my childhood. 13, I know him not on here much. 13, but is anyone with him at the moment? 13, because I can hear something. 13, in the walls. 13, is it him? Midnight, I would say yes. Cementos, I just saw the cloak twitch. Itwitched. Aizawa, it's fine. He earned it. Aizawa, he deserves to look like an eldritch cryptid with a trauma budget. Aizawa, we are not questioning it. Power loader, he installed a moral compass into his gauntlets. Power loader, it buzzes when he lies. Nizu, pawprints aesthetics matter pawprints. 12 p.m., the functional test. Izuku, Aizawa's voice drifted quietly from the observation deck, steady and measured, cutting through the ambient hum of the training facility. His gaze was sharp, eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the scene below. This is supposed to be a movement and combat stress test. We need to see if the outfit holds up in real action. Izuku responded calmly, voice even, as he crouched atop a mock urban rooftop. The surface beneath him was textured with gritty, simulated concrete, cold and rough against his skin. His hoodie hood was pulled low, blending into the shadows, eyes focused on the field below. He stared down at the test environment, a sprawling, artificial battlefield littered with sensor drones hovering like watchful insects, combat bots whirring and clanking with mechanical menace, and one poor crash test dummy named Kevin, who had already been battered beyond recognition, limbs splayed and sensors sparking. What's your plan? Aizawa's voice was clipped, professional, but behind his calm exterior, a faint curiosity flickered. Izuku tilted his head, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His expression was calm, thoughtful, as if contemplating an abstract idea. I'm going to haunt them, he said softly, almost whispering into the wind. The pause. Then the exercise began. The lights dimmed abruptly, plunging the field into shadow and flickering glow. Shadows stretched long and sinister, and the air thickened with the scent of burnt electronics and ozone. The smoke rolled in, swirling and choking the air, obscuring the field in a ghostly fog. And then a subtle shift, like a shadow slipping through an unseen tear in reality. Izuku was gone. Not teleported. Not sped up. Just absent. The space where he had been was empty, as if he had dissolved into the ether. Until, with a whisper-soft sound, he reappeared directly behind a sensor drone, his figure like a specter emerging from the darkness. He leaned in close, so close that the faint hum of his quirk seemed to ripple through the air, and whispered, "Boo." In an instant, the drone erupted in a shower of sparks and debris, malfunctioning spectacularly. Kevin the dummy, already battered and battered again, was launched into the air with a loud, mechanical squeal, limbs flailing as if caught in a violent gust. Nearby, a vending machine, an old, battered relic, began to weep openly, its digital display flickering erratically as if overwhelmed by the chaos. By the end of the exercise, the field was a scorched wasteland of melted plastic, scorched metal, and shattered electronics. The scoring system, glitching and flickering, emitted a strange, electronic wail, then, unexpectedly, began to cry in binary, a haunting digital sob echoing across the field. And amid the wreckage, a ferret, its origin unclear, its presence unexplainable, nestled in the cloak's hood, curling up peacefully as if it belonged there all along. Aizawa sighed, shoulders relaxing with a mixture of resignation and quiet approval. It works, he said simply, voice low and steady. Later, to dorms, 9 p.m. Izuku sat on the rooftop, hoodie pulled down, legs swinging freely over the edge into the darkness. The city skyline stretched out before him, muscular towers, glowing billboards, the distant hum of life below. His cloak was bundled beside him, crumpled and layered, a silent fortress of shadow and symbolism. Aizawa sat beside him, holding a thermos in one hand and 2 cups in the other, the quiet crackle of the night wrapping around them like an old, familiar blanket. You happy with it? Aizawa asked, nodding at the cloak, his gaze steady but gentle. Izuku's voice was soft, thoughtful. It's more than a costume, he said quietly. It's armor. Identity. Safety. If I look like a problem, fewer people will try to make me one. Aizawa did not respond immediately. He simply looked out over the dark skyline, eyes distant, taking in the city's faint glow. Then, softly, he said, we wore scarves back in my class. Capture gear. Izuku tilted his head, a faint smile touching his lips. I'm not good with rope, he admitted softly. I prefer narrative symbolism. A beat of silence stretched between them, heavy but comfortable. Then, Aizawa's voice softened, almost tender. I'm proud of you, you know. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. He looked away, biting the inside of his cheek, a faint blush creeping into his face. Thanks, Dad, he whispered, voice barely audible. Aizawa turned his gaze back to the city, exhaling a slow, steady breath. I'll take care of you, he said quietly, as long as you let me. A long pause. Izuku's voice was hesitant, almost uncertain. Might be a while. Aizawa chuckled softly, a rare warmth in his tone as he wrapped his arms around his problem child. Good. There were some places in UA where students simply did not go. The underground vault? Off limits. Doors reinforced with steel, guarded by complex security systems that hummed and flickered with warning lights. The very air inside was thick with secrecy, the scent of old metal and dust lingering like a curse. The staff-only supply annex? Restricted. Its entrance concealed behind a shimmering, high-tech barrier, accessible only by those with clearance, and even then only with a special key or a precise code. The faint hum of machinery and the faint scent of industrial cleaning fluid drifted from within, warning intruders to stay away. And the break room hidden behind Cementas's bookshelf? Oh, that was a legend. Accessible only through an elaborate pressure-triggered panel that demanded 3 knuckle knocks and a quote from some obscure French poetry, an insidious puzzle only the most dedicated or foolish dared to solve. It was a place where no student had ever set foot, a clandestine haven for staff and secrets. Which was, of course, unfortunate, because Izuku Midoriya had just moved in. 6:12 a.m. Hidden faculty break room, somewhere deep beneath UA. The door swung open with a faint, almost lazy, wheeze, revealing a hidden world. Present Mike, yawning widely, pushed through, eyes still half-lidded from sleep, his expression a blend of exhaustion and curiosity. The scent of stale coffee and faintly burnt toast wafted out as he stepped inside, anticipation already building for some caffeine-fueled breakfast. But what greeted him was a fortress. Pillow walls, piled high and uneven, creating cozy, makeshift barricades that looked like they'd been built by a team of sleep-deprived children. Fairy lights draped haphazardly across the ceiling, their bulbs flickering softly, casting a warm, flickering glow that danced on the walls and made the space feel alive with quiet magic. A kettle sat on a small, battered hot plate, gently steaming, its whistling sound soft but persistent, an invitation for tea or perhaps something stronger. And in the center of it all, curled up like a medieval gremlin prince, sat Izuku Midoriya. His hoodie was pulled up over his head, the fabric slightly rumpled from sleep and mischief. His expression was focused, eyes flicking over a tablet with intense concentration, fingers tapping and scrolling. He was wrapped in a heated blanket, thick and fluffy, like a cocoon spun from warmth and chaos. His skull-shaped mug, labeled, "My feelings have teeth," was cradled in one hand, steam rising from the dark liquid inside, swirling upward in lazy tendrils. Mick's eyes widened. His mouth opened slightly, a gasp caught somewhere between surprise and horror. He screamed, loud and unfiltered, the kind that made the walls seem to shake. And suddenly, from a corner, one of the tiny, vesti-clad squirrels, with a serious expression, threw a cashew directly at him, the nuts sailing through the air before bouncing off his forehead with a soft thud. The room fell into stunned silence, the quiet hum of fairy lights and the gentle bubbling of the kettle the only sounds. Mick's mind was racing, trying to process what he'd just seen, an illicit fortress, a secret sanctuary of chaos and cuteness, hidden away in the depths of UA, where only one student dared to claim territory. And that student, it seemed, was perfectly at home. Mike screamed. 6:30 a.m. Faculty group chat. Present Mike. The ferret has breached the inner sanctum. Midnight. What? Power loader. Which sanctum? Mike. The break room. The sacred break room. Cementas. Impossible. I sealed that room behind a bookshelf. Mike. Well, guess what, cement Jesus, he solved your escape room. Aizawa. Is he eating my special soba? Mike, he has a kettle. Mike, the tea is ethical. I don't even know what that means. Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes, I gave him the key. Nizu, Paw Prince, he earned it. All Might, lurking silently for the past 3 days, I, too, have seen the tea. He judged me, sad face. 7 a.m. Confrontation. Power Loader stormed into the secret break room with dramatic flair, his footsteps echoing softly against the uneven, hidden floor. The door swung open with a faint squeal of hinges, revealing a space that was as much a fortress as it was a chaos playground. His sharp, focused gaze immediately scanned the room, searching for signs of intrusion or chaos. Any hint of a squirrel invasion, a misplaced object, a sign of Izuku's latest mischief. You, he bellowed, voice reverberating through the tiny, cluttered sanctuary, eyes blazing with righteous fury. The room seemed to shudder at his outburst, fairy lights flickering slightly under the force of his presence. Izuku, sitting comfortably on a beanbag that definitely had not been there the week before, did not look up. His expression was calm, an eerie serenity that contrasted sharply with Power Loader's fiery indignation. He took a slow sip from a skull-shaped mug labeled, "My feelings have teeth," steam curling from the dark liquid like a warning. You infiltrated my coded perimeter, Power Loader hissed, eyes narrowing as he stepped closer, wary of any sneaky squirrels lurking nearby. His voice was low, deliberate, each word dripping with suspicion and annoyance. The kid gazed at him from the beanbag with an innocent, almost bored look, eyes half-lidded, a slow smirk curling at his lips. It was too easy, Izuku said softly, voice even and unhurried, like he was commenting on the weather rather than invading his workspace. Power Loader's jaw clenched. You deactivated my biometric pad, he hissed, voice sharp with frustration. His fingers twitched at his sides, itching to disable or destroy anything that looked remotely suspicious. I guessed the password, Izuku replied casually, tilting his head with a faint, amused smile. It was Tooldad 2020. His tone was light, almost playful, but beneath it, there was a dangerous undercurrent, an unsettling confidence that made Power Loader's stomach tighten. The room's tense silence was broken only by the faint hum of the hot plate, the crackle of fairy lights, and the soft rustle of the blanket wrapped around Izuku's shoulders. Power Loader's voice cracked, hoarse from suppressed anger. Shut up. Izuku, unbothered, reached into the pocket of his hoodie and pulled out a crumpled, handwritten note, an official-looking ID badge. He held it up with a flourish. Izuku Midoriya, emotional support ferret and Nizu's favorite, he announced proudly, as if revealing a badge of honor. Power Loader's eyes widened in disbelief, his face twisting into a mixture of incredulity and horror. I did not sign off on that, he snapped, voice trembling with a mixture of outrage and disbelief. Before he could protest further, a new presence materialized, an impossibly cheerful, tiny goblin in a tuxedo, emerging from nowhere with a grin that stretched across its face like a mischievous imp. Nizu, Izuku said with a bright, innocent smile. He's on the roster now. Benefits and everything. Nizu nodded sagely, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. He's on the roster, the small creature said, voice high-pitched and chipper, with benefits. And benefits. Power Loader's eyes widened further. Benefits? Izuku's smile grew wider. I get dental, he said casually, and trauma leave. The room fell into stunned silence, the air thick with disbelief, chaos, and the faint scent of confusion. "Him," the staff ward declared. Power Loader, eyes gleaming with a mischievous light, stepped forward with a determined stance, fists clenched. His voice was low but fierce, full of newfound resolve. I challenge you to a prank war, he declared, eyes bright with devious intent. Izuku tilted his head, a faint grin curling on his lips, eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. Bold of you, he replied smoothly. But I accept. Izawa, passing by with a half-eaten granola bar, muttered without slowing his pace, voice flat and resigned. You're on your own. If he turns you into a toaster, I'm not getting involved. His words hung in the air like a warning, an unspoken plea for sanity amid the chaos. Day 1 Operation Glitterstorm. Power Loader, ever the meticulous technician, had spent the night before orchestrating his masterpiece of chaos engineering, a glitter trap designed to transform Izuku's dorm door into a shimmering disaster zone. Every detail had been evaluated, the pressure trigger, the timing, the explosive force, each carefully calibrated for maximum glittery chaos. As Izuku's cautious fingers grasped the doorknob, the trap triggered with a controlled, explosive burst. A rush of compressed air, like the release of 1,000 tiny springs, erupted from the doorway. A blinding cloud of glitter exploded outward, filling the hallway with shimmering particles that reflected every flicker of light and every startled face in a kaleidoscope of shifting, sparkling hues. The shrieks and screams erupted instantly, students and staff alike frantically trying to shield themselves from the cascade of glitter. Some ducked behind desks, arms shielding their faces from the dazzling storm. Others froze, eyes wide and mouths agape, as the once ordinary corridor was now a glittering disaster zone. The glitter clung to every surface, every doorframe, every face, turning the entire space into a shimmering nightmare. Later, Power Loader, retreating to his cluttered workshop to assess the damage, opened his toolbox with a mixture of pride and dread. His hand reached for a wrench, but instead he found a single potato, plump, warm, and faintly glowing with an unnatural light. He blinked, uncertain, and reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers made contact, the potato erupted into a swirling cloud of fog, swirling around him like ghostly whispers of a forgotten world. The fog was accompanied by a chorus of silent, ghostly laughter echoing in his ears, as if the universe itself was mocking his efforts. And from the corner of his eye, he saw the vending machine, an old relic standing silently, its digital display flickering erratically. Its pixelated tears rolled down its screen, silent and mournful, as if mourning the chaos it had just witnessed. Day 3 Power Loader's Downfall. The Ferret Army, now a relentless, trained force of chaos, decided to retaliate in ways no one could have imagined. No one knew how Izuku had managed to train them, no one dared ask, afraid of the answer. Power Loader, exhausted after a long day, returned to his quarters expecting nothing more than a quiet moment to breathe. Instead, he was met with a sight so bizarre it froze him in place. 300 photographs, meticulously printed and labeled with precise handwriting. They depicted him, mid-sneeze, mid-battle, mid-sigh, each one frozen in time, capturing his most human, most vulnerable moments. Every photo shimmered with an eerie, unnatural brilliance, glitter embedded into the paper, catching the faintest glimmers of light, turning each image into a tiny, glowing star. And each one carried a scent, an odd, bittersweet mixture of cinnamon and regret, that filled the room with a strange aroma, nostalgic yet unsettling. The scent seemed to cling to the photographs themselves, as if the universe had decided to bathe him in 1,000 tiny stars and memories he couldn't quite grasp. He stared at the collection, a rising dread building inside him. How had Izuku managed this? How had he trained an army of ferrets to carry out such a bizarre, relentless campaign? The questions echoed in his mind, unanswered, as he slowly realized that he had become the unwitting star of Izuku's most chaotic, most elaborate performance yet. Midnight opened her locker, expecting a quiet moment of routine. Instead, she triggered a hidden confetti cannon, and an explosion of colorful paper erupted from within. Confetti and glitter swirled in the air, swirling like a celebration gone slightly off course, bright reds, blues, and golds falling like a chaotic, shimmering rain. "Oh, cute," she murmured softly, a faint smile flickering on her lips, as she brushed the glitter from her hair and shoulders. Her fingers trembled slightly, caught between amusement and exasperation. But her smile faded as the confetti settled, revealing a tiny, inconspicuous speaker nestled among the remnants. A distorted whisper, muffled yet unmistakable, emanated from it. "You peaked in 2008. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her heart sinking as embarrassment and despair flooded her chest. Tears prickled at her eyes, and her entire body felt heavy with the weight of Izuku's relentless mischief, an invisible storm of chaos and cuteness she couldn't escape. Izawa, passing by in the corridor, noticed her distress and silently handed her a tissue, his expression softening in an unspoken gesture of understanding. "Be glad he did not target your wardrobe," Izawa said quietly, voice low and dry. "He once replaced all my black shirts with slightly darker black shirts and said nothing." His lips twitched into a faint, bemused smirk, recalling the absurdity of it all. Midnight sniffled, her voice trembling with frustration and a faint, reluctant affection. "He's evil," she whispered, eyes brimming with a mixture of annoyance and admiration. Izawa's usual stoic expression softened just a little, a faint flicker of warmth shining behind his eyes, an acknowledgement of the relentless chaos that was Izuku Midoriya. Present mic 1 hour later. When Hisashi was leaving the staff room, his eye caught something in the mirror. Turning around, he found a sticker on his back that said, "Microphone volume, unchecked. Police car light stability, concerning. Sparkling heart vibes, immaculate." He left it on. 10 p.m. rooftop date. "Okay," Power Loader admitted, sitting next to Izuku under the stars. "You win." "I know. Is it always like this in your head?" Izuku thought about it. Louder. Funnier. But yet, "This is peace for me." The pause. "You scare the hell out of us sometimes, kid." Izuku leaned back on his hands, eyes half-lidded. "Yeah. I scare me too." 10:30 p.m. Faculty group chat. Power Loader. "Okay. He can keep the room." Power Loader. "But tell the squirrels to stop flipping me off." Nizu. "Paw prints, they have autonomy now." Mike. "Wait, they what?" Cementos. "I think they formed a union." Midnight. "Tell them I'm sorry about the glitter thing." Izawa. "The room's his." Izawa. "He's earned it." Izawa. "And he cleaned it." Izawa. "Also." Izawa. "The tea is actually pretty good." The UA Sports Festival was more than an event. It was an institution, an omnipresent spectacle that loomed over the hero society like a shining beacon and a chaotic carnival at once. The sprawling stadium pulsed with life, massive floodlights cast a brilliant, almost blinding glow over the arena, their hum vibrating through the air. The faint scent of freshly popped popcorn, mixed with the sharp tang of sweat and anticipation, drifted in the breeze, filling every inhalation with a heady mix of excitement and tension. The crowd's murmur was a low, constant hum, an ocean of voices, a wave of whispers and shouts, punctuated by the sharp click of cameras and the crackling of microphones. Every seat was packed, every face turned toward the center stage, eyes bright with eager curiosity and expectation. The announcers' voices boomed and bounced off the stadium's walls, exaggerated and energetic, promising a showcase of youth, strength, and unhinged chaos. Lights flickered and danced, flashing in sync with the pounding hearts of thousands. The cameras captured every twitch, every bead of sweat on brows, every clenched fist and wide-eyed gaze. This was the moment when Hero Society's future was on display, a spectacle meticulously designed to dazzle, to inspire, to captivate. And yet, amid this sea of eager spectators, the spotlight was fixed on one lone figure. The crowd's collective gaze focused on the cloaked enigma, an unassuming yet terrifying silhouette. The first true shadow of the next generation of heroes. 1 week before the festival. Absolutely not. Izuku's voice cut sharply through the tense, hushed atmosphere of Nizu's office. It was a voice that carried the weight of unwavering resolve, calm but firm, like a blade cutting through fog. His eyes were locked onto the tiny, smiling figure of Nizu, whose tiny face was lit with a mischievous sparkle, sipping his tea with innocent glee. Izuku sat rigid in his chair, arms crossed tightly across his chest, the muscles in his shoulders tense. His gaze was unwavering, burning with conviction, every line of his posture radiating a quiet, unyielding defiance. The faint scent of his sweat mixed with the faint aroma of herbal tea, filling the room with an oddly soothing yet tense atmosphere. "Nizu," he said, voice low but edged with a quiet fury, "you can't make me participate. There are laws. There's the Geneva Convention. There's decency." His words felt heavy, like stones, pressing into the air, making the room seem smaller, tighter, as if even the walls were shrinking from the force of his conviction. Nizu's tiny face lit with a mischievous grin, eyes twinkling with an unrepentant sparkle. "Participation is mandatory," he chirped, ignoring the protest. His voice was cheerful, almost sing-song, as if he found the entire idea amusing. "Besides, think of the marketing value. The mystery. The drama. The live audience reactions when you say things like, 'I am the end of your karma arc.'" Izuku's eyes widened as disbelief flickered across his face, eyebrows rising in exasperation. "I am not some cryptid for your brand, Nizu," he muttered, voice rising slightly with frustration. His fists clenched momentarily, trembling with the effort to stay calm. From the corner, Power Loader muttered, still engaged in the tedious task of picking glitter out of his hair, voice muffled yet unmistakably annoyed. "He absolutely is," he said with a sigh, voice tinged with weary resignation. "He's a walking chaos agent, a glitter-infused nightmare, and now he's on the roster." His gaze flicked toward Izuku with a mixture of annoyance and reluctant admiration. Elsewhere, across Mizudafu, in a grand, luxurious house nestled in the heart of Mizudafu, Bakugo Katsuki sat on his bed, eyes glued to the flickering screen of his television, the volume muted low but the tension thick in the air. His hand clenched around a half-eaten sandwich, crumbs falling onto his sheets, and his jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles in his face twitched with barely contained rage. The announcer's voice boomed through the room, exaggerated and theatrical, as if every word was a declaration of war. "One student. One cloak. One mystery. Midoriya Izuku," the voice continued, with dramatic flair, "the boy with no listed quirk. The lone wolf of UA's hero course." Bakugo's eyes widened, pupils shrinking, and he suddenly dropped his sandwich with a loud crunch, crumbs scattering across the sheets. His fists clenched into tight ball, knuckles white, as rage bubbled just beneath the surface. His voice, almost a whisper of fury, growled, "No F-King way." Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner of a dimly lit villain bar, Tamura Shigaraki sat hunched over a flickering monitor, eyes flickering with cold calculation as he watched the same promo. His gaze lingered on Izuku's smirk, hood half up, glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through the screen with icy intent. The flickering footage seemed to hypnotize him, pausing as he slowly stood, muttering in a low, contemplative tone, "I need a nap." His mind was already racing, plotting, calculating the chaos he could unleash, the destruction waiting just beyond the horizon. A faint grin tugged at his lips, dangerous, calculated, hungry. Day of the festival, arena prep zone. Izuku stood in the long, echoing corridor, arms crossed over his chest, cloaked in darkness. His body was taut, every muscle alert, skin tingling with anticipation. The faint scent of lavender and sweat hung thick in the air, mingling with the cool, sterile smell of the tiled walls and faint ozone from the nearby electronics. His fingers clenched and unclenched around a granola bar, tearing into it with aggressive focus, each crunch sharp and satisfying in the tense silence. The faint taste of bitter oats and honey lingered on his tongue as he whispered affirmations to himself, soft and urgent, like a prayer passed through clenched teeth. "Stay focused. Be dramatic. Stay in control." Aizawa leaned casually against the wall nearby, watching him with wary eyes, a faint scent of stale coffee lingering around him. His voice was calm but edged with concern. "You sure you're ready for this?" Izuku responded without hesitation, voice calm and steady, like a blade sheathed but ready to strike. "No, but I am dramatic. That counts for something." A heavy silence stretched between them, thick with anticipation and unspoken tension, like a storm gathering just beyond the horizon. "Just try to look like a functioning human being for 10 minutes, Aizawa said softly, voice tired but sincere, a plea. "To ground the chaos." "I'm already too late," Izuku replied with a faint, mischievous smirk, already imagining the chaos that was about to unfold, a storm of shadows and surprises. Opening ceremony, main stadium. The colossal stadium roared with energy, a living, breathing beast of anticipation. The scent of sweat, sweatshirts, and the faint tang of adrenaline filled every breath, every pore. The floodlights blazed overhead, their harsh glare illuminating every detail, the beads of sweat on brows, the clenched fists, the wide, eager gazes of the crowd. Cameras lined the perimeter, their lenses capturing every flicker of emotion, every bead of sweat, every twitch of anticipation. The announcers' voices boomed like thunder, exaggerated and full of excitement, echoing through the vast space and bouncing off the seats. Present Mike, in full energetic mode, seized the microphone with both hands, leaning into it like he was announcing a wrestling match. And now, representing Hero Course Year 1, the mysterious, the majestic, the cloaked menace himself, Ferret Boy, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted into cheers, applause, and excited shouts, their faces lit with curiosity, suspicion, and awe. Izuku stepped into the spotlight with a slow, deliberate gait, each step heavy and purposeful, as if knowing the entire internet was already losing its mind over this spectacle. The cloak billowed behind him, swirling like a shadow caught in a storm, the fabric rippling with every movement. The blinking LED mask cast an ominous glow, pulsing softly in time with his heartbeat, giving him an almost supernatural aura. The atmosphere shifted, an unsettling blend of menace and elegance, a crypt-like aesthetic infused with chaos. The crowd fell silent, breath held in collective anticipation as the tension thickened. Then, out of nowhere, Midnight let out a primal scream, while hidden behind her own hand to avoid people connecting the scream to her, voice cracking with enthusiasm. He looks like he kills gods and then takes notes on their body language. The arena roared back, laughter, cheers, and applause, captivated by the surreal spectacle of shadows and whispers, a figure embodying chaos itself. First event, obstacle course. This was meant to be a simple test of agility and speed, a warm-up. But as the horn blared, Izuku did not sprint like everyone else. Instead, he took a slow, measured step forward and began walking deliberately down the center of the course. His footsteps were muffled but deliberate, each one echoing softly against the gritty surface. The faint scrape of his boots sounded like a warning, a whisper of chaos approaching. While others dodged mines, leapt over towering robots, and darted across narrow bridges, Izuku subtly manipulated the environment, his presence warping the physics around him. Robots, confused and disoriented, wandered off cliffs or collided with walls, their mechanical limbs flailing in helplessness. Landmines launched into the air like corks popping from champagne bottles, exploding harmlessly in showers of sparks and smoke. A pit trap, sensing his approach, tried to close its jaws, but instinctively avoided him, closing just inches away from his feet. He crossed the finish line without breaking stride, then pulled out a battered notebook, flipping through pages with deliberate care. His voice, quiet but confident, drifted into the tense silence as he scribbled notes. Note, gravity still emotionally dependent, he muttered softly, eyes flickering with intensity. Follow-up needed. Somewhere in Mizurufu, Hatsume gasped with delight, eyes wide and shining. He made the course anxious, she exclaimed, voice full of admiration. From his own home, Shinso Hitoshi watched with sharp, calculating eyes, scribbling in his journal. Potential god-tier existential threat, he muttered, voice tinged with respect and cautious warning. He'll be a senior next year. Second event, cavalry battle, modified, survive the ferret mode. Due to a complete lack of willing partners, the event was adjusted into a chaotic free-for-all. Izuku was given 5 headbands, each one a symbol of his unapproachable, aloof aura, while everyone else had only one. If you touch me, he warned during the countdown, voice calm and steady, you may not come back the same. The chaos erupted within seconds. Over half the participants either fled, froze, or surrendered within just 2 minutes. One boy spun in place, muttering, it blinked. The cloak blinked, his wide eyes reflecting pure terror, clutching his head as if reality itself was collapsing. Another was flat on the ground, whispering to a patch of grass, what is morality? A question that seemed to echo from the depths of his soul, trembling with existential dread. No one dared approach him, No one wanted to risk invoking the full force of his presence, that unsettling calm that radiated like a black hole, threatening to swallow everything. Izuku, standing alone at the center, was unbothered, eyes half-lidded, a lazy stretch in his posture. He yawned with exaggerated ease, stretching as if he had all the time in the world, the faint scent of lavender and chaos lingering around him. Final event, tournament battles. This was no ordinary tournament. Instead, it resembled a strange, live group therapy session with a telekinetic oracle. Each round, Izuku faced a different opponent, each more unpredictable than the last. And each time, he won, not by fighting, but by delving into their deepest insecurities, their traumas, their fears. Round 1. The boy surrendered the moment Izuku quoted a childhood trauma, voice trembling, eyes brimming with tears. Round 2. The speedster froze as Izuku waved her headband and said softly, "You dropped this, 2 years from now," predicting her future humiliation with unnerving accuracy. Round 3. The engineering student, overwhelmed by the weight of perception, screamed, "I'm not ready to be perceived," and fled the ring, trembling like a frightened animal. Final round. Izuku versus no one. The crowd, stunned into silence, watched as every opponent had fallen, no one left to challenge him. The stadium was filled with a reverent hush, whispers rippling through the seats. Izuku raised a gloved hand, a gesture both commanding and humble, and spoke softly, "Thank you for attending my one-man show," his voice echoing across the silent stadium. Season 2 will have fewer war crimes. Probably. And the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, some cheering wildly, others still stunned into silence, caught in the surreal, chaotic spell of this one shadow, this one chaos incarnate. Later that night, UA dorms. The teachers gathered in the lounge, faces pale and exhausted, their expressions etched with a mixture of trauma and awe. Nizu, unbothered, sat with a bowl of popcorn, crumbs sticking unceremoniously to his tiny face, eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. "That went well," he chirped cheerfully, crumbs falling from his mouth as he gestured brightly. Power Loader, voice rising in frustration, yelled, "He psychologically obliterated an entire student body." Recovery Girl, calmly savoring her tea, added softly, "He didn't lay a single hand on anyone." Midnight, her voice subdued and trembling, looked down at the chaos, papers, confetti, glitter scattered across the table, a testament to the chaos. "He wore 2 cloaks at once," she whispered, voice soft but filled with awe and concern. "Double cloak. Double chaos." Izawa, silent and stoic as always, muttered, "I'm going to bed. Wake me if he starts a cult." Present Mike, with a grin and a conspiratorial whisper, added, "He already started a cult." Nizu's grin widened, eyes gleaming with mischief. "They're calling him the cloaked ghost of UA online. Hero agencies are already sending bribes." Back in his dorm room, Izuku stood in front of the mirror, peeling off the mask. His face was streaked with sweat, his hair damp and tousled from the chaos of the day. His eyes shimmered with a complex mixture, pride, exhaustion, and a flicker of uncertainty. The cloak, dark and swirling, hung loosely around his shoulders, a shroud of chaos and protection. A tiny voice inside his mind whispered, hushed but persistent, like a ghost echoing in the silence, "You're not a side character anymore." He looked at himself in the mirror, trembling slightly, a faint, tired smile curling across his lips as he felt the weight of his own chaos, internal, external, settling around him like a shroud. From the corner of the room, a squirrel saluted, a tiny, twitching gesture of allegiance, a silent vow of loyalty. Izuku, with a weary but resolute expression, returned the salute, feeling the chaos inside him and wondering where this chaotic path would lead next. It had been 4 weeks since Izuku Midoriya rose from the metaphorical grave, exploded onto national television, and redefined the concept of problem child with godlike power. It had been 4 weeks since Katsuki Bakugo realized he might be a terrible person. And it had been 4 minutes since Katsuki marched through the gates of UA without a visitor pass, slamming the security kiosk with a palm of nitroglycerin sweat and screaming, "Where the hell is he?" 2:12 p.m., Yue Entrance Plaza. Present Mike was the first on the scene, sliding down a banister with the wild-eyed panic of someone who had not been trained for this exact situation. Kiddo, you can't just barge into Dash. Shut it, Walmart All Might, Katsuki snapped. I saw the sports festival broadcast. I know he's here. And I'm not leaving till I get answers. Mike blinked. Walmart okay, ouch, first of all Dash. Behind them, Aizawa walked up, hands in his pockets, scarf trailing. Let him in. Shoyuta, are you serious, Dash? He was always gonna show up eventually, Aizawa sighed. Might as well let the fireworks happen on our terms. 2:17 p.m., staff group chat panic. Midnight, explosion child at the gate. Real angry. Real loud. Power loader. Is this the blonde you said bullied Izuku in middle school? Yes. It's him. Katsuki, spicy regret, Batu. Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes. Cementos, this is going to be a psychological Armageddon. Recovery girl, I've prepped snacks and trauma bandages. Aizawa, let him in. Aizawa, I'll be supervising. Aizawa, Midoriya already knows he's here. Nizu, Paw Prince, I scheduled it for drama hour. Paw Prince. 2:23 p.m. Play courtyard. The heavy gates of the school swung open with a slow, grinding creak, revealing the familiar, yet strangely distant, silhouette of Katsuki Bakugo. His body tensed as he stepped inside, every movement sharp and deliberate, like a predator approaching a battlefield. His fists clenched, knuckles white, as if holding back a flood of pent-up fury, regret, and 1,000 unspoken words. His chest heaved slightly, breaths shallow but ragged, the air thick with tension and the faint scent of burnt metal and sweat. The sun shone harshly overhead, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. The breeze stirred the edges of his hair and the hem of his gauntlet, an almost mocking reminder of the chaos he felt inside. His eyes flicked across the courtyard, scanning, searching for something, someone. Across the open space, sitting cross-legged on a low stone wall, hood pulled up over his head, mask half on, sat Izuku Midoriya. His posture was relaxed, almost too casual, as if he didn't have a care in the world. His cloak moved in the wind, fabric rippling softly, a dark silhouette against the bright sunlight. A single squirrel, perched on Izuku's shoulder, blinked slowly, its tiny eyes observing Katsuki with calm indifference. The boy was sipping from a juice pouch labeled Chaos Nectar, the liquid inside shimmering faintly as he took slow, deliberate sips. His eyes, visible beneath the hood, were calm, too calm. The kind of calm that made Katsuki's stomach tighten, a cold shiver running down his spine. Hey, Kaken, Izuku finally said, voice smooth and measured, like a quiet river flowing beneath a stormy sky. Katsuki froze. His breath hitched for a moment, heart pounding loudly in his ears. He hesitated, the words caught in his throat. Because it wasn't the voice of the kid who used to beg for scraps of kindness, who stammered and stuttered and desperately sought approval. It was calm, controlled, collected. It was a voice that said, I don't need you anymore. The air grew heavy. Katsuki's fists clenched tighter, knuckles aching, as he fought to keep his composure. His mind spun with conflicting emotions, anger, fear, guilt, and a strange, aching hope. You're alive, he managed to say, voice trembling, thick with disbelief. Yup, Izuku replied simply, raising the juice pouch in a silent toast. You vanished. Your mom left, your number changed, and then you show up on TV making killer robots cry. Izuku took another slow sip, the faint crackle of the juice pouch the only sound in the tense silence. You told me to jump off a building, he said, voice even, almost detached. I figured I'd try up. It worked out. Katsuki flinched, just slightly, but enough for Izuku to notice, his shoulders tightening as if a blow had landed. I didn't mean it like that, Katsuki blurted, voice strained, the words spilling out before he could think. You did, Izuku said softly, without anger, without judgment. Just a quiet, unwavering certainty. Katsuki's fists clenched so hard that his nails dug into his palms. His jaw tightened, eyes narrowing as rage and frustration battled within him. You think you're all high and mighty now, huh? Yue's favorite trauma gremlin. You think you can outgrow me? Izuku's gaze remained steady, unblinking. I didn't outgrow you, he said evenly. I survived you. The words hung in the air, cold, sharp, unrelenting. Katsuki's entire body tensed as if struck by a blow, and for a moment, all the rage drained from his face, replaced by something softer, something hurt. 2:30 p.m. This is not a conversation, it's a detonation. Everyone's talking about you like you're some kind of genius. Katsuki snapped, voice sharp and full of raw emotion. His eyes blazed, fists clenched at his sides, veins standing out in his neck. Like you didn't used to trail after me like a demon-lost puppy. Izuku, still calm, took another measured sip from his juice pouch, the faint sound of the liquid slipping past the straw almost soothing. And you used to punch vending machines for validation, he said, voice even but cold, cutting through Katsuki's anger like a blade. What the hell happened to you? Katsuki roared, voice cracking with frustration, a surge of emotion spilling over. Izuku's expression remained unchanging, as if he was watching a storm pass through him. You happened, he said softly, the words heavy with meaning. A pause, thick and suffocating. Katsuki's chest heaved with the effort to breathe, to hold himself together. And then I happened to myself, Izuku added quietly, voice barely above a whisper. Katsuki's eyes went wide, no longer angry, but lost, a flicker of confusion and regret flickering in their depths. His voice was hoarse and trembling, almost unrecognizable. I thought you were dead, Izuku. Izuku looked at him for a long, silent moment, meeting his gaze with a depth that seemed to pierce through the chaos of their past. Then, softly, he said, So did I. A heavy silence fell like a thick fog between them. The wind stirred the edge of Izuku's cloak, the fabric whispering and fluttering in the breeze, a dark shroud of secrets, pain, and unspoken truths. Somewhere nearby, a drone buzzed softly, humming a monotonous recording, always recording. You wanted answers, Izuku said, voice gentle but firm. So here's the only one that matters. I'm not the same person you pushed around anymore. I'm not waiting for your approval. I don't need your respect. But if you want to fix what you broke, start by admitting you broke it. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, as Katsuki stared, unblinking, the raw, unfiltered truth sinking deep into his chest. 2:42 p.m., rooftop observation. High above the courtyard, the faculty watched with quiet, watchful eyes from the rooftop, their binoculars trained on the scene below. The air was still, tinged with the faint scent of popcorn and crisp autumn leaves, a stark contrast to the tension radiating outward. Midnight whispered softly, her voice hushed but full of awe. I feel like we just witnessed emotional murder. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, the faint scent of stale coffee lingering around him as he crossed his arms. He needed that, he said, voice low and steady. Recovery girl, sitting beside him, nodded softly, her gaze calm and contemplative as she sipped her tea. Do you think Bakugo will apologize? She asked quietly. God, no, Mike muttered from his corner, voice barely above a whisper. But he might start thinking. That's new. The wind blew softly across the rooftop, stirring their hair and clothes, carrying away the last remnants of the confrontation like dust on a breeze. 2:47 p.m., courtyard wrap-up. Katsuki didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on Izuku, but it was different now, no longer angry, no longer raging. Instead, there was a cold, uncertain vacancy, like he was seeing a stranger through a cracked mirror, a distorted version of the boy he once knew. I don't know who you are anymore, he muttered, voice hollow and unsteady. Good, Izuku replied, voice calm and unwavering. I like it that way. Katsuki turned slowly, shoulders heavy, and walked away without a word, no explosion, no shouting, no fury unleashed. Just a slow, deliberate departure into the shadows, leaving behind the ghost of a boy who once had the power to shake the world. Izuku sat back down, taking a slow sip from his juice pouch, then pulled out a battered notepad labeled, Therapy but with Casual Violence, Volume 3. A tiny squirrel dropped a peanut into his hand. its beady eyes watching him with unwavering loyalty. He nodded in quiet acknowledgement, the faintest smile touching his lips as he stared out across the courtyard, contemplating the next chapter in this strange, chaotic story. If you asked anyone at UA who came up with the idea, the answer would be the same: Nizu. Obviously. Only Nizu would look at the current state of the hero world, bloated commissions, murky moral gray zones, kids being shoved into PR-friendly death pits, and say, you know what we need? A debate. And only Nizu would invite Izuku Midoriya to help teach it. 3 days before the event, faculty lounge. The air in the faculty lounge was thick with a mixture of tension and quiet chaos, the kind that only comes from knowing something monumental was about to happen. Nizu, small but confident, poured himself a cup of tea, the warm aroma curling upward in tendrils of peppermint and subtle herbal notes. His tiny smile radiated mischief. Aizawa stood stiffly nearby, arms crossed, scarf pulled up to his nose, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion and suspicion. His voice was low, gravelly, tinged with warning. I'm not doing this, he said, voice flat but firm. You're weaponizing my child. Nizu chuckled softly, voice cheerful and unrepentant. He volunteered, he chirped, gesturing with a tiny paw as he poured more tea. Besides, I promise snacks. Aizawa's gaze narrowed. You offered him co-hosting rights and a laser pointer. That's not the same. Nizu's grin widened. I also promise snacks. Power Loader, behind a cluttered desk, groaned loudly, muffling his voice behind a newspaper. He asked if the projector could handle philosophical reprogramming and then winked. His words sounded like a mixture of dread and admiration. Mike leaned over, eyes gleaming with mischief. Show Yuta, he whispered, voice full of amusement. He already wrote the presentation. And he gave me a syllabus. A syllabus. Midnight, half listening, muttered. He told me my shoes were a symbol of capitalist complacency. And I agreed with him. Aizawa buried his face in his scarf, a long, slow sigh escaping him. This is going to cause an incident, he muttered, voice muffled but ominous. 1 day before, Izuku's room. The walls, desk, window, and even the shelves of his squirrel enclosure were covered in neat, tiny handwriting, each note meticulously placed like a battlefield map of ideas. Sticky notes fluttered slightly in the breeze from the open window, their ink crisp and bright against the pastel walls. Heroism versus utilitarian sacrifice. Bold, underlined. Commission records, redacted, scribbled with a flourish. Ethics, are we kidding ourselves? A question that felt heavy, pressing at the edges of his mind. On the desk, a stack of thesis binders sat in perfect order, each tab labeled with sharp, precise handwriting. One of the tiny squirrels held a miniature pointer stick, standing on a pile of notes like a professor, delivering a lecture. Every surface was alive with anticipation, cloaks draped over chairs, piles of books, and a sense that this was a battlefield of ideas. The faint scent of paper, marker ink, and the faintest hint of mint from the gum he'd been chewing filled the room, a quiet hum of concentration. Day of 6 p.m. Hero Ethics Open Lecture Hall. The lecture hall was packed, an ocean of students, faculty, press, and representatives from hero agencies, all eager to witness the culmination of Izuku Midoriya's chaotic genius. The air was thick with anticipation, tinged with the scent of polished wood, fresh paint, and faint electric hums from the projector warming up. Nizu, seated at the front, looked calm, collected, with a smile that radiated confidence. His tiny paws stroked his chin as if he had already anticipated everything. Standing beside him was Izuku, cloaked in his full outfit, mask hooked at his hip, fingers laced in front of him like a Victorian therapist preparing to dismantle worldview. The room dimmed, the projector hummed, and the silence stretched, thick and expectant, before Izuku finally spoke. With a quiet, deliberate voice, he began. Today, we are going to talk about how hero society uses children to fix its mistakes. Slide 1. The Lie of the System. Izuku paced slowly, each step deliberate, the faint scrape of his boots against the polished floor echoing in the silence. His voice was calm but carried the weight of conviction. Quirks were never the problem, he said, eyes steady, scanning the room. Lack of support, of resources, of honest mentorship, that is the real issue. Heroes burn out because they are told to be symbols instead of real people. Cameras clicked, some capturing the intensity of his gaze, others recording the faint tremor in the hands of the commission reps as they whispered nervously. Aizawa sat in the back, clutching a thermos of the strongest coffee allowed by law, eyes sharp and focused. Slide 3. Commission logic. Protect the image, not the child. Izuku's voice grew sharper, edges like a scalpel. I've read the policy documents, he said, piercing. There are clauses that allow for minimizing trauma optics, but not trauma causes. We protect kids from scandal, not danger. Midnight clapped once softly, whispering, I'm scared, but also enlightened, her voice trembling with a strange mixture of fear and understanding. Power Loader muttered, voice muffled behind his hand, I think he just canceled the government with bullet points. Slide 6. When the hero system is just a machine with pretty paint. Izuku stepped forward, voice calm but filled with a quiet, seething sadness. When I was listed as quirkless, no one cared what I thought. When I turned out not to be, suddenly I am a PR asset. I did not change. The label did. His smile was sharp, sad, knowing, like a dagger wrapped in velvet. He paused, voice deepening. If your system only respects power, it doesn't deserve to define. Heroism. Someone in the third row burst into quiet tears, their shoulders trembling as the truth cut through the veneer of hero society. Slide 9. Redefining heroism. A new slide appeared, blank, stark against the darkened room. Izuku turned to face the audience fully, voice steady but powerful. What if being a hero is not about glory? What if it is about compassion? What if it is about stepping in when no one else does, not for credit, but because someone must? Nizu looked positively gleeful, his tiny eyes gleaming with mischief. Mike was filming, Midnight furiously scribbling notes labeled, Emergency Soul Upgrade. The projector flickered ominously, sparks crackling inside the device, as if even technology was trembling before the storm. Slide 10, a blank screen. Izuku's voice dropped to a whisper, almost a secret. No more questions about what quirks can do. Start asking what systems will not do. Start fixing the gap between hero and good person. Or one day, the kids you ignored. He paused, voice heavy with unspoken warning. They'll grow up like me. The silence was deafening, no cough, no shuffling, not a single breath. Even the squirrels paused, still and silent, as if the very universe held its breath in disbelief. After the lecture, chaos erupted like a storm. Reporters scrambled, camera crews frantically capturing every moment. The commission representatives looked pale, eyes wide with shock, and one hero resigned on the spot, overwhelmed. Power Loader's scream echoed across the hall, voice full of fury and disbelief. He threw the system into a wood chipper. Present Mike, doubled over with laughter, couldn't contain himself. Midnight whispered, I'm going to rethink every decision I've ever made. Nizu handed Izuku a tiny, gleaming gold star sticker. You did wonderfully, he said, voice proud and tiny. Izuku blinked, stunned. Did I start a revolution? Only a little one, Nizu replied, sipping his tea with a satisfied smirk. They needed it. That night, rooftop. Izuku sat under the stars, mask resting on the ground, head tilted back as he gazed upward into the vast, dark sky. The crisp night air brushed against his skin, cool and calming, carrying the faint scent of dew and distant city lights. The silence was thick, broken only by the gentle hum of nocturnal insects and the distant, faint echo of the chaos from earlier. Aizawa found him there, silent, quiet, sitting in the shadows, eyes steady behind his scarf. You set off the commission, he said, voice low but not unkind. Izuku's voice was calm, almost peaceful. I made several points, he replied softly, gaze fixed on the endless starry sky. You might be on a watch list, Aizawa said, a hint of dry humor in his tone. I'm already on 3, Izuku said, a faint smile touching his lips. The pause. I'm proud of you. Aizawa finally said, voice thick with emotion. And terrified. But mostly proud. Izuku didn't smile. He simply nodded, a quiet acknowledgement of the chaos he'd unleashed, an internal storm of hope, defiance, and uncertainty, simmering beneath the calm exterior. He sat in silence, weightless yet heavy with the knowledge that he'd changed everything, and that the world might never be the same again. Yue had dealt with villain attacks, quirk meltdowns, political fallout, and even squirrels unionizing under a gifted teenager. They had not, however, prepared for Aizawa Shoyuda getting a head cold. 6:15 a.m., Staff Lounge, Day 1. Aizawa shuffled into the room like the physical embodiment of seasonal depression. His scarf was wrapped around him like a cocoon. He sneezed twice, groaned, and collapsed face-first into a beanbag chair with a noise that could only be described as existential. Good morning, Nizu chirped, sliding him a tissue and a mug of vaguely glowing tea. I'm dying, Aizawa mumbled. You have a cold. Same thing. Present Mike walked in, took one look at him, and immediately gasped. Oh God, he's down. Man down. Code black coffee. 6:16 a.m., faculty group chat. Present Mike, show is sick. Present Mike, I repeat the feral dad is sick. Mineta, oh no. Power loader, he has a cold you drama queen. Cementos, wait does Izuku know? Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes he knows now smiling face with smiling eyes. Recovery girl, BRB preparing to sedate a child. 6:18 a.m. dormitory inferno. Izuku's eyes snapped open, suddenly alert, a cold, supernatural chill prickling down his spine like an icy finger tracing his back. The air in the room felt off, thick, oppressive, like the atmosphere before a storm. His muscles tensed instantly, heart pounding harder, adrenaline flooding his veins. He shot upright, cloak half on, wild-eyed, breath ragged as if he had been yanked out of a nightmare. His senses sharpened, each creak of the building, each faint whisper of wind through the window, every distant sound amplified in the quiet chaos of his mind. Zawa's energy is OFF. He barked, voice sharp and commanding, like a lightning strike. His fingers instinctively reached for his gear, gauntlets, cold and metallic against his palms, the faint hum of the electronics inside vibrating softly. He grabbed 6 vials of immune boosters, the glass cool and smooth, and a battered binder labeled, Emergency Dad Care Plan Alpha, its edges frayed from use, the paper thick and slightly crinkled from countless emergency meetings. The squirrels, sensing his urgency, let out high-pitched screams in unison, a cacophony of tiny, frantic alarms, and dove into perfect formation, tiny fuzzy soldiers ready for action. Izuku bolted into the hallway, every step deliberate, senses alive with the anticipation of chaos. His cloak billowed behind him, swirling in the stale morning air, a dark shadow cast against the pale light filtering through the windows. 6:23 a.m. Lounge, now Emergency Command Center. The once quiet lounge had been transformed into a makeshift war room, cluttered, chaotic, alive with urgency. Izuku pushed aside a chair with a sharp, commanding gesture and dragged in a humongous humidifier, big enough to be mistaken for a small fire hydrant, its mist spilling out in heavy, humid clouds, filling the room with a scent of dampness and sterile sterilizer. He pointed to the device with a commanding glare, voice rough from lack of sleep but sharp as a scalpel. Sit down, he snapped, already grabbing a thermometer, a stethoscope, and a small bottle of essential oil. You've reached symptom stage 2, nasal fatigue and vocal rasp. Aizawa, lying flat on the floor, wrapped in his blanket like a sad, defeated taquito, did not move. His face was pale, lips cracked, and his eyes were glassy, rimmed with exhaustion. Sleep, Izuku ordered, voice clipped. Aizawa still did not move. Izuku squinted, eyes narrowing. His gaze sharpened, sensing faint shifts in the gravity of the room, in the subtle vibrations of the air. Don't make me reality fold your blanket tighter, he warned, voice low but edged with a razor's edge. The blanket, as if obeying an unspoken command, tightened slightly around Aizawa, who finally grumbled, defeated, and let his body relax, surrendering into the fabric. 7 a.m. Mission briefing. The staff found themselves seated on cheap plastic kiddie chairs arranged around a whiteboard scrawled with the words, Operation Dad Down, a title that dripped with both desperation and dark humor. Objectives were written in bold marker. Keep Zoe alive. Don't let him teach. Keep him in bed at any cost. Izuku, standing at the front, looked like a storm incarnate, cloaked, eyes sharp, voice steady but commanding. I've prepped soup rotations, surveillance drones, and 5 decoy lesson plans, he announced, voice unwavering, like a general briefing troops before battle. Midnight raised her hand hesitantly. Did you schedule time for emotional regulation? Izuku's face froze for a beat, then he shook his head. No. A long pause. Tense and heavy, like the silence before thunder. But I did make tea, he added, voice soft but resolute, as if a small act of rebellion in a war of chaos. 8:10 a.m., first PRD. Aizawa, trying to slip out of bed unnoticed, tiptoed toward the classroom in an act of quiet defiance. But Izuku's senses were sharper than a hawk's. His eyes snapped open, and he caught him mid-escape. How? Aizawa asked, voice flat on the floor, wrapped in his blanket like a sad, exhausted taco. I sense shifts in your gravitational pull, Izuku said, voice calm but eerily precise, as if detecting a tremor in space-time. That's not science, Aizawa grumbled. I'm not science, Izuku replied, eyes gleaming with something unhinged, almost playful. Aizawa sighed, defeated, and sank deeper into his blanket, the fabric soft and warm but unable to hide the exhaustion etched into his face. 10 a.m. Replacement teacher, ferret mode. Izuku took over Aizawa's classes like a high-functioning maniac, cloak swirling around him, tea in hand, the scent of chamomile and chaos filling the room. He organized the whiteboard into a rotating chaos wheel, the marker squeaking softly as he wrote, when the hero becomes the problem. The students, still reeling from the sports festival, sat in stunned silence, eyes wide as they absorbed the chaos. Subtopics. Emotional burnout. PR trauma masks. The ethics of punching fascists. No one dared to speak until one girl, tears brimming, quietly whispered, "Thank you for validating my feelings," before dissolving into emotional relief. The room was thick with silence, an oppressive, almost sacred hush, as Izuku's words sank deep into their hearts, the weight of truth crashing over them like a storm surge. Noon, faculty lounge recovery check. Aizawa, wrapped in 3 blankets like a shroud of exhaustion, sat staring out the window into the gray sky, eyes dull and distant. His face was pale, lips cracked, the faint scent of cold air and stale coffee lingering around him. Midnight handed him a bowl of steaming soup, the aroma warm and comforting, but he only stared, unresponsive. Mike sat nearby, softly playing a playlist titled, Mild Bangers for the Emotionally Fractured, the gentle beats contrasting with the chaos of the day. I'm fine, Aizawa rasped, voice hoarse, eyes dull. You're not, power loader snapped, voice sharp and urgent. He had a spreadsheet, Shoyuda. It auto-updates your temperature based on your grumpiness level. A beat of silence. The air grew tense. It's disturbingly accurate, Midnight muttered, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and horror. 1:30 p.m. The Intervention, Part 2. Izuku returned between classes, calm and composed, an unshakable storm. You didn't rest, he said softly, voice like a whispering gale. Aizawa, coughing violently, replied, I did, then immediately sneezed 5 times in rapid succession, the force of each sneeze shaking his entire body. Izuku crouched next to him, gentle but firm, pushing the tea closer. So softly that others almost missed it, he said, You don't have to break yourself to be useful. Aizawa blinked slowly, looking away, but the faint, tiny tremor in his hand betrayed him. He accepted the tea, the warm steam curling around his face, the bitter scent of herbs and healing. 6 p.m. Rooftop. The sun was dipping low, casting long, golden shadows across the cityscape. Izuku sat on the rooftop edge, legs dangling, wrapped in a blanket borrowed from the faculty lounge, the fabric soft and warm, tinged with the faint scent of lavender and city smoke. The ferret squirrels nestled in his hood, tiny paws twitching in contentment. Aizawa, scarf pulled loosely around his neck, slowly approached, quiet and deliberate. I should be mad you took over my classes, he said, voice gravelly but calm. You are mad, Izuku replied softly, eyes fixed on the horizon, but also full of chicken broth. Which makes it hard to fight. Aizawa sat beside him, shoulders relaxed, taking in the view and the quiet hum of the city below. You worry too much, Aizawa said, voice low. Almost affectionate. You give me reasons to, Izuku answered, leaning his head gently on Aizawa's shoulder. The pause. The distant sound of city life, the faint rustle of leaves, and the soft, rhythmic breathing of two weary souls. You're really starting to act like my kid, Aizawa finally said, voice thick with unspoken emotion. Izuku's eyes softened. Yeah, he whispered. I noticed. The quiet settled again, the kind that lingers in the air after a storm, peaceful, heavy, and full of unspoken promises. Every UA student was required to join a club. It was a simple mandate. Promote student bonding across courses. Encourage hobbies. Prevent unchecked existential spirals. In theory. But the moment that policy reached Izuku Midoriya, UA should have shredded the rulebook and started over. 9:45 a.m. Administration Office. I'm forming a club, Izuku declared, sliding a very thick, very annotated folder across Nizu's desk. Nizu's ears perked up. Oh, what kind of club? Chaotic altruism. Go on. Combining public service, crisis intervention, moral philosophy, practical activism, and light sabotage. For educational purposes. Nizu opened the folder. The first page had a ferret in a beret holding a knife and a banner that read, Ferret Foundation, Fixing Systems, Wrecking Expectations. By page 4 there was a mission statement. By page 9 there were lesson plans. By page 13 there was a merch store link. Approved, Nizu said, signing it immediately. Do you want grant funding or just a direct account with our internal discretionary budget? 10:20 a.m. Faculty Group Chat Meltdown. Power Loader. He made a club. Midnight. What's it called? Present Mic. The Ferret Foundation. Cementos. Sounds fake. Recovery Girl. Sounds like the most terrifying non-profit ever. Nizu. Paw Prints. He has a logo. Paw Prints. Aizawa. I regret allowing him access to Canva. Club Day, UA Commons Hall. The hall was alive with noise, clattering chairs, excited chatter, and the faint hum of activity from all the clubs setting up their tables. The air smelled of fresh coffee, paper, and the faint aroma of baked goods from the culinary club. Bright banners fluttered overhead, each emblazoned with colorful logos and slogans. Tech workshop, gardening, tea enthusiasts, and more. Amid the usual, there was one table that seemed to radiate chaos in a different way, the unmistakable, unmissable Ferret Foundation. Its banner was a chaotic collage of scribbled plans, fuzzy photos, and glittering stickers. At the table, Izuku sat with an air of quiet confidence, cloak draped over his shoulders, the fabric rustling softly with every movement. His table was a carefully curated mess of purpose. A full mission charter, its pages filled with detailed, almost manic handwriting. Applications labeled, Do you qualify for chaos? Each one filled out with a messy mix of hope and trepidation. 3 squirrels in tiny blazers, sitting upright and staring intently, as if they were executive officers. Tri-fold display board featuring live footage from his custom drone, humming softly, its camera whirring gently. A flyer titled, We will emotionally disembowel tyrants, and sometimes bake cookies, written in bold, chaotic lettering, adorned with doodles of cookies and explosions. The faculty watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief. The students approached cautiously, wary of the chaos they sensed radiating from the table. One girl, wide-eyed and clutching her bag tightly, read the flyer and promptly fainted, collapsing in a faint heap, eyes rolling. Meanwhile, another student, eyes shining with a strange mix of hope and desperation, signed up with trembling hands and whispered, Finally, a club for me. Tears welled up, and she silently clutched the application, as if it were a lifeline. 12 p.m., first meeting, room 1A, aka Ferret HQ. Only 3 brave students dared to step through the door of the so-called Ferret HQ, a room cluttered with fuzzy plushies, half-eaten snacks, and an air thick with a strange combination of chaos and earnestness. They entered, eyes wide, unsure what they had signed up for. Izuku greeted them wearing his cloak, the hood pulled low, sipping from a steaming cup labeled Crisis Blend, the scent of peppermint and bitter herbs wafting upward. His demeanor was calm but intense, like a storm about to break. In front of him, a projector hummed ominously, casting a flickering light onto a screen. Izuku clicked to a PowerPoint presentation titled, Welcome to the Revolution, Week 1 Goals. Unpack moral frameworks. His voice was steady, deliberate. Study local city council corruption, an eyebrow raised at the mention of politics. Hack vending machines for charity, an almost playful glint in his eye. Mandatory emotional check-ins, his tone softened with a strange warmth. A girl in the back hesitantly raised her hand, voice trembling. Are we allowed to talk about, feelings? Izuku handed her a tissue box, the paper soft and crinkly, and replied with a gentle but firm tone, We're required to. She sobbed quietly, tears slipping down her face as the realization sank in, this wasn't a typical club. It was something else entirely. 1:30 p.m., aftermath. The room was quiet, thick with a strange mixture of exhaustion and admiration. Nizu, wandering past, sipped his tea with a slow, contemplative expression. He leaned toward Aizawa, whispering softly, He's unionized 3 introverts, given them purpose, and weaponized empathy. It's beautiful. Aizawa, wrapped in his scarf and looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, muttered, I'm not getting involved. He pulled his scarf over his head like a hood, voice muffled. Nizu's eyes twinkled mischievously. You already are. They call him Commander. You're listed as the club's spiritual advisor. Aizawa choked on his drink, eyes wide with disbelief. 3 p.m., Ferret Foundation mission number 001. Community service. Progressive. Izuku, wearing his full cloak, a determined look in his eyes, led the students into Muzutafu with badges pinned proudly to their chests. The directive was simple but effective, help where help is denied. Within 30 minutes, the city was a flurry of activity. An elderly woman's broken railing was reinforced with metal thread epoxy, the smell of solder and metal filling the air. A vendor, caught overcharging students, was gently coerced into refunding, the faint scent of lemon cleaner lingering as they negotiated. A cat stuck high in a tree was rescued via anti-gravity pad, and a prepared speech about mutual respect across species boundaries was delivered with earnestness. One business owner, overwhelmed, called the police, but the officers arrived, listened, and left a generous tip, shocked but amused. 4 p.m. Hero Commission surveillance van. 2 agents watched the chaos unfold on their monitors, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. Are we worried about this one? One asked, eyes flickering over Izuku organizing leaflets with a tiny squirrel assistant. The other, chewing gum thoughtfully replied, He's 15. But he's also running a functional underground support network, has a small army of rodents, and just opened an encrypted donation page for victims of housing evictions. The first agent sighed. Yeah, we're worried. 6 p.m. Staff lounge debrief. The teachers gathered, faces exhausted but oddly proud. Midnight leaned back in her chair, eyes shining. I love the Ferret Foundation, she said softly. It's unhinged in all the right ways. Cementas, not unkindly, nodded. It's organized anarchy. Recovery Girl added with a gentle smile, they're going to change the city. Power Loader muttered, they're going to get sued. Mike grinned widely. They're going to get results. Aizawa, heading toward the couch with a sigh, added, I'm taking a nap. Nizu, ever the schemer, called after him, they listed you as their feral guardian deity. Aizawa, without even turning, simply said, fine. As long as they leave soup at the door. Later comes. Izuku sat in the common room, cloaked and relaxed, a small whiteboard in front of him. Today's moral victory, One petty tyrant undermined, 2 friendships formed, 0 reality fractures, nice. The tiny squirrels brought him a report card, an ornate piece of paper with neat check marks and scribbled notes. He patted one on the head gently, whispering, "Next week, city planning manipulation," eyes shining with a mixture of excitement and exhaustion. The scent of herbal tea and faint static from the day's chaos lingered in the air, a strange comfort in the aftermath of the storm. UA teachers were many things. Respected heroes. Combat veterans. Mentors. But socially adjusted? Absolutely not. Which was why Principal Nizu, in a fit of psychotic optimism, proposed a faculty bonding night, a casual sleepover in the dorm common room, complete with snacks, games, and the opportunity to heal interdepartmental wounds through the soft magic of shared vulnerability. The staff barely agreed. Izuku volunteered immediately. And that was everyone's first mistake. 7:03 p.m., dorm common room. There were blankets. There were snacks. There were beanbags. There were rules. Rules for faculty sleepover. No work talk. No weapons, power loader was already in trouble. No escaping into crawl spaces, Izuku added that one, then removed it immediately. No flirting under the guise of casual side eyes, Izuku wrote this one in red and underlined it 4 times. Midnight pointed at it, smirking. That last one's a little specific, problem child. Izuku sipped his tea innocently. No idea what you mean. Aizawa glared from across the room. Hizashi Mike coughed into his sleeve and then immediately turned to adjust the playlist. Nizu sipped his tea, watching like a Victorian grandmother orchestrating a marriage plot. 8:12 p.m., game night begins. Present Mike, cemented into a beanbag, waved a stack of cue cards. Truth or dare, Yui edition. I'd rather be electrocuted, Aizawa muttered. Dare accepted, Izuku said immediately, pulling out a small taser. No. Recovery girl confiscated the taser with a sigh and a pat on his head. 8:19 p.m. The truths begin. Power loader, I once superglued my own foot to a blueprint. I still haven't told the student who found me. Cementas, I sleep with 2 eye masks. 1 for each level of emotional repression. Midnight, I kissed a reporter once so they'd stop asking questions about my love life. All eyes slowly shifted to Aizawa and Mike, who were now very strategically not making eye contact. Oh no, Izuku muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing. They're doing it again. Doing what? Asked Recovery Girl. The pining, Izuku hissed. They're side-eyeing like they didn't spend 90% of high school writing angsty poetry at each other. Mike laughed nervously. Okay, first of all, rude. Aizawa rubbed his temples. Izuku dash. You're both disasters, Izuku said firmly. This is willful emotional stagnation. Did he just diagnose them with romantic negligence? Power loader whispered. 8:27 p.m., Izuku launches Operation Emotional Sabotage. I think we should do a team-building exercise, Izuku said brightly. Absolutely not, Aizawa replied instantly. Too late. I made worksheets. He passed them out. Each one had communication quiz. Are you emotionally constipated? Section 1. When someone you care about is nearby, do you talk to them like a human? B. Make direct eye contact and suffer a slide. C. Use sarcasm until one of you dies. D. Let Izuku fix it. There is no escape. Did you make this just to bully me and Hizashi? Aizawa asked flatly. Izuku sipped his juice pouch. Define bully. 9 p.m. Prank escalation hour. It began with a glitter bomb. Then the beanbags were zip-tied together. Then someone replaced all of Cementas snacks with motivational notes like, You don't need sugar, you need therapy. Izuku set an air horn to go off when emotional repression levels peaked, according to his squirrel-based sensors. Aizawa nearly fell over when it shrieked mid-conversation. I'm going to drown myself in the tea kettle, he muttered. You like him, Izuku whispered. That's not relevant dash. It's so relevant it could file taxes. 10:12 p.m. Someone talk about their feelings challenge. It was quiet. The lights were low. The room was filled with the soft hum of emotionally exhausted teachers and one gremlin child writing shipfic in his head. I used to think, Mike said slowly, from where he was half buried under a blanket, that being loud meant I was strong. I was just trying to be heard. Izawa looked up. His gaze softened. You've always been loud, he murmured. But you've never been too loud. Mike blinked. Oh my God, Izuku whispered into the darkness. They're doing it. The feelings. I'm going to bed, Izawa muttered, standing abruptly. I'm going to emotionally repress harder than ever, Mike said at the same time. They walked out opposite doors. There was a beat of silence. Cowards, Izuku muttered. 11 p.m., debrief with Nizu. They're disasters, Izuku said, sipping post-prank cocoa. They're emotionally stalled like a traffic jam in the middle of a blizzard. They've known each other for decades, Nizu mused, tail flicking. Do you think they'll ever figure it out on their own? No, Izuku said. But I'm playing the long game. Scheming again, Commander? Izuku grinned. Always. Later, faculty dorms. Izawa lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Mike knocked once, lingered, and said nothing. They both said nothing. Izuku, 2 floors below, marked something in his notebook. Eraser Mike progress log, sleepover phase. X shared blanket contact. X public vulnerability. X simultaneous emotional deflection. Next step, forced proximity via accidental mission pairing. So, the hero internships were supposed to be a straightforward process. Students received offers from pro-hero agencies, an exchange of polite emails, formal invitations, and promises of experience. They picked the one that aligned with their goals, signed their acceptance letters with careful, practiced handwriting, and waited for the inevitable. The Hero Commission, in their infinite bureaucratic grace, smiled and nodded, pretending they weren't cultivating child soldiers. It was meant to be simple, an opportunity to test skills, gain exposure, and prepare for the future. But Izuku Midoriya had other plans. 8:30 a.m., faculty lounge, morning briefing. The lounge buzzed softly with morning activity, clattering coffee mugs, the faint hum of the air conditioning, and the quiet rustle of papers. Nizu, perched atop a mountain of recommendation letters like a tiny, cheerful monarch, cleared his throat with exaggerated importance. Okay, he chirped, eyes gleaming with mischief. Izuku has received 342 internship offers. Along. The room held its collective breath. Izawa, deadpan, looked up from his coffee, voice flat and unimpressed. That's more than all previous first-year classes combined. Midnight flipped through a fan-compiled zine titled Ferret God of Heroic Unrest, Volume 1, with a look of awe. Her voice was full of admiration and disbelief. They call him the walking conscience of a collapsing system. Mike, taking a slow sip of his coffee, added with a wry smile, they also call him that one kid who made me cry during a debate. His voice was full of both fondness and exasperation. Power Loader groaned, tossing a thick file across the table with a loud thud. The paper rustled loudly as he muttered, one agency wants him to redesign their ethics handbook. He's like 15 or something. Nizu's grin grew wider, tiny paws clasped in delight. He's also terrifying. Let him be terrifying. Meanwhile, dorm room 1A. Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed, surrounded by a fortress of laptops, screens flickering with incoming offers, blinking in rapid succession like a swarm of fireflies. His gaze was sharp, deliberate, as if he were dissecting each message with surgical precision. He sipped from a flask labeled emotional acid, the cold liquid tingling as it traveled down his throat, a strange comfort amid the chaos. His eyes narrowed as he read the offers, some from the local hero scene, others from villain-turned counselors, a quirky bookstore vigilante, and Naruko. His brow furrowed, then relaxed into a grin. I've been recruited by a local hero, a villain-turned counselor, a bookstore vigilante, and Naruko, he muttered, voice calm and amused. He blinked slowly, eyes twinkling with mischievous glee. I think she just sent a photo of herself punching a wall. A tiny squirrel, perched on his shoulder, nodded solemnly in agreement. I love her, Izuku whispered, a faint smile curling his lips, eyes glinting with both admiration and a hint of chaos. The squirrels, as if understanding the gravity of the moment, nodded in unison, tiny fuzzy soldiers on the battlefield of his plans. 9 a.m. Faculty Group Chat Chaos. The digital chaos erupted with its usual frantic energy, messages flying faster than anyone could read, emojis exploding across the screen like fireworks, and memes flooding in with reckless abandon. The chat was a swirling storm of chaos and curiosity, a digital battlefield where every message was a tiny explosion of personality, some serious, some sarcastic, some utterly insane. Izuku's phone buzzed relentlessly as the flood of notifications continued, the screen flickering with incoming offers, memes, and the ever-present chaos that seemed to follow him like a shadow. The room was filled with a strange hum, the electric buzz of digital chaos mixed with the faint scent of burnt toast from Aizawa's forgotten breakfast in the corner. Power loader. I swear if one more agency uses the phrase, tactical empathy, in their offer letter. Sparkle. Izuku said he wants to audit them for moral decay. Twilight Sparkle. Wait, who changed my name from Midnight? Cementos. That kid is both a blessing and a lawsuit waiting to happen. Then a new notification appeared. Beverage box problem _child has joined the chat. User, Izuku Midoriya. From Twilight Sparkle, is he in here? Power loader, who gave him access? Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes. I did not stop him. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Recovery girl, Izuku sweetie, this is for faculty. Beverage box problem _salt, and I'm spiritually your child. Beverage box problem _child. Also, none of you use two-factor authentication. Cementos, I didn't even know we had one-factor. Feral dad, Izuku. Leave the chat. Beverage box problem _tilt. Oh. Feral dad, Izuku. Beverage box problem _child. Father, I crave context. Scram, he called you father again. Twilight Sparkle, help, it's so funny. Power loader, I'm trying to remove myself and I can't. Beverage box problem _child. I changed the permissions. Beverage box problem _tilt. You live here now. 9:10 a.m. The screen share from hell. Izuku has posted a link. Beverage box problem _child. I made a spreadsheet of every agency offer. Color-coded by actual integrity, performative virtue signaling, potential for mutual ferret-based power coups, snack potential. He screen-shared a 37-tab document that updated in real time. Nizu clapped with delight. Mike fainted and fell off the couch. 9:22 a.m. Hero Commission attempted to intervene. A new number joined the chat briefly. Commission _rep _432. Hello, we'd like to speak with the student directly. Beverage box problem _child. No. Beverage box problem _tilt. You lost that privilege the moment you tried to turn me into a moral mascot for a broken system built on child labor and optics over reform. Beverage box problem _child. Also, your file naming conventions are terrible. Consider hiring someone under commission _rep _432 has left the chat. Recovery girl, he eviscerated a government official with bullet points. Cementos, and aesthetic formatting. Tenim, intervention. Aizawa dragged Izuku into his office, arms crossed, exhausted. You hacked the staff chat. Yes. You locked us in. Yes. You humiliated a commission rep in front of Nizu. They started it. Aizawa sighed and slumped into his chair. Kid. Izuku watched him carefully. Then softer. I didn't do it to be mean. I know. I just want to see if the system breaks before I have to. That made Aizawa pause. He looked at the boy, the cloak, the half-grin, the exhaustion tucked into his bones, and reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to fix the world, Izuku. Then who will? You don't have to do it alone. Izuku didn't speak, but he nodded. 10:45 a.m. Later, faculty chat. Problem child has changed chat name to We Fight Villains and Stuff. Beverage box problem _child. I'm picking an agency. Beverage box problem _child. based on their snack offerings and their ability to not emotionally invalidate me. Beverage box problem _ child. Stay tuned. Power loader. Can I leave the chat now? Beverage box problem _ child. Absolutely not. Nizu. Pawprints welcome to the ferret zone Pawprints. When Izuku Midoriya submitted his final internship choice, it sent a seismic ripple through the entire UA campus, the pro-hero community, and even, perhaps most alarmingly, one covert government monitoring system that immediately registered his decision as a threat level escalated to red alert. He didn't pick the quiet, reputable agency that would keep his head down and his reputation intact. He didn't choose the ones promising influence, prestige, or personal brand growth that sounded like hollow promises whispered in glittering corridors. He chose Miruko, the rabbit hero, the embodiment of chaos in motion. Reckless, beautifully violent, ranked in the top 10 and powered solely by adrenaline, zero chill, and a reckless disregard for safety. Izuku's reason was simple, yet terrifying in its honesty. I think she sees the world the same way I do. Message. Breakable. He paused, voice softening almost to a whisper. And in desperate need of being kicked in the face. 8 Aimtsui front gate. No one, absolutely no one, expected her to show up in person. Certainly not in the way she did. With a roar that shook the ground, the unmistakable growl of a motorcycle ripped through the morning silence. The engine's vibrations thrummed in everyone's bones as Miruko, in a blur of motion, crashed through the UA gates on a roaring wheelie, sparks flying from her tires like fireworks on a wild holiday. In a single, fluid motion, she launched herself off the seat, her body arching through the air with a grace that should have shattered the pavement beneath her. Students screamed, their faces contorted with shock and awe, some clutching each other, others frozen in disbelief. Faculty scrambled behind benches, their eyes wide with horror, hearts pounding in their chests. A ferret, nearby, fainted dead away, its tiny paws twitching as it succumbed to the chaos. And then, in the courtyard, Miruko landed with a thunderous grace, her poise so perfect it looked like she was walking on air, feet firm, shoulders relaxed, eyes blazing with uncontained wildness. She bellowed, voice echoing like a siren of chaos. "Where's my intern?" Her voice boomed across the courtyard, vibrating like a shockwave. "I got a goblin to adopt." 8:03 am, Izuku arrives. From the distant shadows of the campus, Izuku approached like a man approaching destiny, calm, deliberate, yet carrying within him a storm of anticipation. His footsteps echoed softly against the paved pathway, the faint scent of mint and herbal tea lingering around him, an odd contrast to the chaos erupting behind him. He walked into the courtyard without hesitation, shoulders squared, eyes steady, as if he were already seeing the future unfold. "Hi," he said, voice gentle but carrying an undercurrent of resolve. Miruko grinned, sharp and chaotic, like a blade wrapped in a smile. Her eyes sparkled with reckless delight. "So you're the reality-warping, mouthy gremlin everyone's been whining about." Izuku nodded, a faint smile curling his lips. "I am." She leaned in slightly, eyes gleaming with mischief. "You bite." "Usually," he replied, voice almost amused. Her grin widened, sharp and dangerous. "Perfect," she said, offering a high five, an invitation into the chaos. "Let's go ruin some systems." The air around them crackled with anticipation, an unspoken promise of mayhem, rebellion, and the beautiful, reckless chaos that only they could create together. 8:10 a.m. Faculty group chat has a meltdown. Twilight Sparkle, Miruko is here. Twilight Sparkle, and she brought vibes. Power Loader, she drifted through the lawn. Power Loader, I just fixed that. #1 big up, okay, but like, what if we let her have joint custody? Like weekends. Recovery Girl, Izuku deserves a rabbit ant. Cementos, that child is going to learn parkour through glass windows. Nizu, Pawprints, I support her Pawprints. 8:15 a.m. Aizawa sees the chaos. He stepped into the courtyard, sipping tea. Eyes half-lidded. Harames. Voice rough. "Miruko," he said. "Aizawa," she replied, nodding. Here to kidnap my student? Not kidnap. Co-parent. What? She pulled out her phone and typed something fast. Ping. Aizawa's phone buzzed. Private text conversation, Aizawa and Miruko. Miruko, I want the gremlin on the weekends. Miruko, I promise to return him in mostly functional condition. Miruko, he needs exposure to chaos in healthy, punchable ways. Miruko, you're too soft on him. Miruko, let me take him to illegal rooftops and teach him how to scream constructively. Aizawa, 1. How did you get this number? Aizawa, and 2. You're going to launch him out of a cannon, aren't you? Miruko, only if he asks nicely. Aizawa, 1 Sunday a month. Aizawa, if he gets any more injuries than normal, I'll sue for full custody. Miruko, 2 hearts, see you at the custody exchange, 2 hearts. Aizawa stared at his phone, sighed deeply, and sent a final text to the faculty group chat. Feral Dad, she has him 1 Sunday a month. Feral Dad, I don't want to hear anything. 9 a.m. First training session. They were gone for 6 hours. No one knew what they did. But when Izuku returned, his cloak was torn in a cool new way. He had 2 knives, a band-aid on his cheek, and a file marked Corrupt Local Law Enforcement Patterns, Phase 1. He was humming Flight of the Valkyries. A squirrel was wearing aviator goggles. He sat down in the lounge, drank an entire bottle of electrolyte juice, and muttered, I've seen heaven. It's a rooftop where she taught me to uppercut a man's soul. 10 p.m. Rooftop debrief. The night stretched out before them, vast and silent as always. Under the blanket of stars, Aizawa found himself walking beside Izuku, the cool air brushing against their skin, damp with the scent of dew and distant city lights, a quiet hum of nocturnal life filling the space between them. They settled onto a patch of grass, the ground soft beneath them, the faint rustle of leaves whispering in the breeze. The sky above shimmered with countless constellations, cold and distant yet somehow NTMT in its eternal silence. Aizawa's voice broke the calm, low and steady, carrying a quiet concern. You alive? Izuku looked up at the endless tapestry of stars, a faint smile on his face, soft, contemplative, almost amused. I have transcended mortality, he replied, voice light with a strange, almost surreal confidence. Aizawa blinked, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Miruko do anything dangerous? Izuku tilted his head slightly, eyes reflecting the starlight. She told me screaming is cardio, he said, voice dry and deadpan. Aizawa's brow furrowed, a touch of exasperation flickering through his exhaustion. That's not, never mind. They sat in silence, the kind that feels heavy and weightless all at once, filled with unspoken truths and shared understanding. Then, softly, Izuku broke the quiet. Thanks for letting her take me. Aizawa looked over, eyes calm but guarded. She's not replacing me. Izuku's smile softened, almost tentative. I know, but it's nice having more people who get it. Aizawa nodded slowly, the faint scent of night air and quiet resolve lingering around them. She's chaos, he said simply. Izuku grinned, eyes brightening with a flicker of reckless joy. So am I. A pause settled between them, thick with the weight of unspoken feelings. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the grass and whispering secrets of the night. Then, quietly, Izuku added, also, she taught me how to punch a moving truck. A long, stunned silence followed. Aizawa's eyes widened in disbelief, voice low and incredulous. She what? And in that moment, beneath the shimmer of stars and the quiet hum of the universe, the world seemed to pause, caught in the tangled web of chaos, trust, and the strange, unbreakable bond of 2 restless souls. Every year, UA was legally obligated to offer basic health and relationship education to its students, an unglamorous, often awkward requirement. Most teachers avoided volunteering like the plague. Some claimed mysterious field work. Others, in an act of silent rebellion or sheer panic, jumped out windows, metaphorically or literally, disappearing into the ether of their own avoidance. But Midnight? She did not shy away. Not even a little. Instead, she signed up immediately, with a flourish, bright glitter pen, shimmering ink, a mischievous sparkle in her eye as she scrawled her name on the sign-up sheet. The lesson was scheduled for 10 a.m., bright and early, and nobody, absolutely nobody, knew what she was planning. Izuku, blissfully unaware, went about his morning, the faint scent of herbal tea lingering in the air, the soft hum of the faculty lounge muffling the chaos of the day ahead. He wouldn't remain unaware for long. 9:47 a.m., faculty lounge. Aizawa sat in a corner, sipping lukewarm tea, the steam curling lazily from his cup. His body language was relaxed, half pretending to sleep, eyes half-lidded, but his senses on high alert. He was not sleeping. Mike, pacing rapidly in tight circles, looked like he was about to hyperventilate. His voice, frantic and trembling, broke through the calm. She's actually doing it. The full curriculum. Emotional literacy, consent, relationships, everything. Aizawa muttered, she does this every year. Yeah, but Mike hesitated, voice cracking. She added new slides. Why? She said, kids these days aren't emotionally constipated, they're relationship feral. Mick's eyes widened, voice full of disbelief. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. She's not wrong. Then Mick's voice dropped to a whisper, eyes wide with horror. Wait, Izuku's going to be there. Aizawa's face twitched, a flicker of dread crossing his features. Oh no. 9:58 a.m., classroom 1A, the danger zone. Izuku pushed open the door, cloak slung over one shoulder, clutching a thermos labeled social stability potion, a dark, mysterious drink that smelled faintly of peppermint and something sharper, like chaos in a cup. He looked around, eyes searching for anything familiar. The room was eerily empty, an unsettling quiet, like a prelude to disaster. Midnight kicked the door open with dramatic flair, strutting in like a storm incarnate, wielding a PowerPoint clicker like a scepter, a mischievous grin lighting up her face. Hello, education, she announced with gusto, voice echoing through the room like a declaration of war. Izuku froze, wide-eyed. No. Yes, Midnight replied, eyes gleaming with chaotic purpose. 10 a.m., the lesson begins. Slide 1. The fundamentals of emotional intimacy. Izuku blinked, frozen in place, the confusion written all over his face. I'm sorry? Midnight beamed, impossibly cheerful, her voice full of mockery and mischief. Today's going to be a journey through maturity, boundaries, and feelings that make you want to set yourself on fire. Izuku's eyes widened further. I already do that. Not physically, Midnight said with a grin. Emotionally. Slide 2. Understanding the importance of relationship dynamics. An image appeared, an oddly well-drawn cartoon of two people holding hands, intertwined with scribbles of chaos and trauma. Izuku's hands twitched, muscles tightening involuntarily. Somewhere, a tiny ferret, probably one of his squirrels, screamed in horror, its tiny paws waving wildly in agitation. 10:08 am, the spiral. And then, Midnight said cheerfully, we get into the big question, what do you want in a partner? Izuku made a noise somewhere between a snort and an existential meltdown. I'm 15 and also emotionally concussed, he muttered, voice trembling with frustration and embarrassment. That's the perfect time to start unpacking your attachment issues. Midnight declared, leaning in with a grin that could cut glass. I live in a cloak and scream at metaphors, Izuku shot back, voice strained. Midnight leaned closer, eyes sparkling with mischief. That's a genre, baby. 10:15 a.m., Aizawa peeks in. Aizawa cracked the door open, the faint scent of stale air and faintly burning coffee wafting in. He saw Izuku sitting at his desk, hoodie pulled halfway over his face, shoulders hunched, trembling slightly, an adorable, pathetic bundle of embarrassment. Midnight, deadpan, said, so when establishing NTMT rapport, it's important to remember that safe vulnerability is hot. Izuku let out a soft, strangled please, voice trembling with the weight of sheer mortification. Aizawa closed the door slowly, like sealing a cursed box, an act of both resignation and dread. 10:45 a.m. Class ends. Midnight, humming happily, drifted out of the classroom, her voice full of self-satisfaction. I'm amazing at my job. Mike peeked in cautiously, eyes wide with concern. Is he dead? Izuku was still slumped at his desk, hood fully up, forehead pressed against the cold surface of the desk. His voice was muffled and desperate, an echo of despair. No one will ever love me again, he muttered, voice trembling. The squirrels know too much. I have no peace. Intimacy is a lie. Later that day, rooftop recovery. Izuku sat curled under his cloak, knees pulled to his chest, staring blankly at the vast, darkening sky. The stars twinkled faintly above, distant, cold, yet somehow comforting in their indifference. Aizawa joined him quietly, sitting beside him with a steaming cup of tea. The faint scent of mint and earth mingled in the cool night air. I heard you survived, Aizawa said softly, voice rough but gentle. Barely, Izuku whispered, voice trembling. I feel violated by knowledge. A beat of silence. The wind brushed past, carrying the faint scent of damp grass and distant city lights. She didn't talk about, Izuku asked softly, eyes cast downward. She used you as a case study for emotionally unavailable men who wear black and need therapy. Aizawa replied evenly, voice calm but with a flicker of dry humor. Aizawa paused, then nodded, accepting the strange, chaotic and strangely comforting chaos of their world. Meanwhile, Aizawa's office. Aizawa opened a file drawer with deliberate slow precision, the faint squeak of the metal echoing in the quiet. He pulled out a form, the paper rough under his fingers, application for legal guardianship, minor, Midoriya Izuku. He stared at it for a long moment, the weight of responsibility pressing down like a physical force. Then he pulled out his phone and hesitated, fingers hovering over the screen. Finally he typed, "You're grounded. Come home," and pressed send, the faint glow of the screen illuminating his face, an act of quiet resolve amid the chaos of their lives. Aizawa Tsukachi. Shoyuta, how complicated is the process to adopt a teenager? Shoyuta, hypothetically. Tsukachi, is the teenager green and emotionally stabby? Shoyuta, maybe. Tsukachi, bring snacks to the office. We'll talk paperwork. Tsukachi, also tell him to stop hacking city surveillance. Shoyuta, no promises. Back at dorm 1A. Izuku curled deeper into his cloak. The air was calm again. Then, ding. A message from the faculty group chat. Vulnerability is hot. Orange heart, great job today, Izuku. Very healthy vulnerability, orange heart. Beverage box problem _ child. I'm leaving the country. Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes. No, you're not smiling face with smiling eyes. Hashtag one big up. Bro, she only used you as a metaphor 3 times. Power loader, can we erase memories with a quirk? Power loader, asking for a friend. Beverage box problem _ child. You can erase memories with blunt force head trauma. Recovery girl, no love. Cementos, I dropped my coffee during reciprocal emotional intimacy. Beverage box problem _ I'm going to live in a forest and scream at owls. Feral dad, you're fine. Feral dad, Feral dad, clear your Sunday next week. Beverage box problem _ child. Feral dad, custody paperwork stuff. Beverage box problem _ Beverage box problem _ Beverage box problem _ child. Custody what? Beverage box problem _ I'm going to cry into my cloak now. Nizu, paw prints, we love a healthy parental arc. Paw prints. Nizu had called it a low-pressure, emotionally restorative bonding experience over food. Everyone else knew better. They called it what it truly was. A disaster waiting to happen with chopsticks. The faculty hadn't eaten together in one room since the last time Midnight brought moonshine to a potluck, and Mike had launched into emotionally repressed karaoke at 11 p.m., singing through tears and alcohol. Izuku, for all his eagerness, had never shared a meal with all of them at once. He was both thrilled, eyes shining with anticipation, and deeply concerned, heart pounding with apprehension. And honestly, fair enough. Because the second he stepped into the UA common room, the chaos began. Power loader, sitting near the window, was already crying over burnt gyoza, his face red, eyes streaked with tears, trembling as he stared at the blackened mess on his plate. 6:12 p.m. Operation. Family dinner begins. The table was long, so long it seemed to stretch into infinity, and the atmosphere was thick with tension, like a storm about to break. Aizawa sat at the head, shoulders slumped, eyes half-lidded, as if he'd been king of a kingdom of exhaustion. His scarf was loosely wrapped around his neck, and his expression was a silent plea for patience. Mike had a playlist titled, Emotional Soft Bops for Dads and Disasters, queued up, the soft melodies contrasting sharply with the chaos in the room. Midnight was suspiciously eyeing the wine substitute Nizu provided, tilting the cup slightly, trying to determine if it was psychologically effective or just another prank. Izuku, apron tied around his waist, was attempting to stir-fry without using his quirk, his brow furrowed in concentration, cheeks flushed with effort. The rice, meanwhile, was already on fire. Sparks flew, and the smell of burnt grains filled the air, sharp, acrid, and unmistakably chaotic. "Why is it crackling?" Izuku shouted, voice cracking with panic and confusion, arms flailing. From the hallway, Cementos called out, voice calm but exasperated, "You put sugar in it." "I thought it was salt." Panicked, Izuku yelled back, eyes wide with frantic embarrassment, face flushed with heat and horror. The room was a whirlwind of chaos, clattering dishes, stifled giggles, and the faint scent of burnt rice mingling with the nervous energy. 6:25 p.m. The group chat explodes, again. Power Loader, who gave the Chaos Goblin a stovetop. "Recovery girl," he said, "I got this," and made direct eye contact. Child Supporter, "The rice just hissed at me." Loud, new playlist idea, burnt carbs and unresolved trauma. Nizu, Pawprints let him learn Pawprints. Beverage Box the child, "I didn't know rice could feel shame." Father, apparently stop texting and eat. Beverage Box the child, "Father, it's crunchy." Father, apparently that's your fault. Beverage Box the child, "You let me cook." Father, apparently mistake noted. 6:40 p.m. The food, surprisingly, doesn't kill anyone. They sat together, the quiet hum of the room settling like a fragile peace. They chewed, each bite a small act of defiance against the chaos that had just erupted. Mixed noodles were surprisingly good, warm, slightly spicy, the kind of comfort that sneaks into your bones. Cementos made dumplings that felt unexpectedly comforting, soft, tender, like a gentle embrace that momentarily eased the tension. Izuku's rice, on the other hand, was chewy. And somehow, it seemed to have achieved a faint, almost imperceptible self-awareness, resisting, like a stubborn little thing that refused to be ignored. Power Loader refused to comment on what he had cooked, muttering culinary war crimes under his breath as he picked at his plate, eyes flickering with a mixture of guilt and resignation. Everyone was desperately trying to act normal, clinging to civility, to composure, to the fragile veneer of calm. Until, that is, Izuku broke the silence with a question, far too casual, yet carrying an undertone of something deeper. "So," he asked, voice even, "what was everyone's worst trauma moment in the field?" A fork clattered loudly onto a plate. A chair creaked with the sound of tense flashbacks, an audible shudder that seemed to ripple through the room. Mike, choking on his drink, sputtered, eyes wide with shock. "You can't just dash. Full vulnerability is vital to healing," Izuku interrupted, voice calm but unwavering, eyes soft with genuine curiosity. "You sound like Midnight," Power Loader muttered, a faint, tired smile flickering on his face. "I'm just asking so I don't feel weird about my own breakdowns," Izuku added, voice trembling just slightly with honesty. A heavy silence settled again, thick with unspoken truths. 7 p.m., the trauma starts pouring out. Midnight was the first to speak, voice steady but carrying the weight of years. "I once had to emotionally coach a 6-year-old with a destruction quirk," she said softly, taking a slow sip of her soda substitute. "No one else wanted to touch the case. He drew me a picture before disappearing into the system." The room fell into silence, each person digesting her words, haunted, empathetic. Cementos cleared his throat, voice low but steady. I watched my first rescue victim die. I was 17. I didn't eat solid food for 5 days. Another pause. Heavy, suffocating. Mick's voice was softer than usual, trembling with vulnerability. I let a friend get hurt on my watch once. I didn't visit him in the hospital. Told myself he needed space. I think I was just afraid he didn't want to see me. Aizawa flinched slightly, the faint scent of regret and old pain lingering in the air. Izuku blinked, eyes wide, absorbing everything. He stared at Mike for a long moment, processing, and then, almost whispering, said, "You're here now." Mick's smile was small, broken but real, a little grateful, a little hopeful. "Yeah," he whispered. "Guess I am." 7:15 p.m. Aizawa's turn. Everyone's gaze shifted to him, the unspoken expectation hanging in the air like a thick fog. He blinked slowly, sighing, then spoke quietly, voice rough with emotion. "I wanted to save someone who didn't want to be saved. Thought I knew better. Pushed too hard. They vanished. I never found out what happened to them." The room was still. Aizawa looked down at his food, eyes unfocused, like he was staring into the depths of a memory that refused to fade. "I keep thinking I'll screw it up again," he said softly, voice raw, vulnerable. He didn't look at Izuku, but the silence around them spoke volumes, an unspoken acknowledgement of the scars they all carried. Izuku reached across the table and gently nudged his hand. "You won't," he said simply, voice steady and sincere. Aizawa's eyes flickered, faintly, with a hint of something unspoken, trust, perhaps, or the faintest glimmer of hope. 7:25 p.m. Izuku's turn. He hesitated just a moment, then finally spoke, voice quiet but trembling with raw honesty. "My mom listed me as quirkless when I was 4, Izuku said softly, eyes cast downward. "Said it was for safety. I thought it meant I was a mistake." No one interrupted. "I didn't realize how angry I was until I got here," he continued, voice cracking slightly. "Until I had a bed that didn't creak, food that didn't make me sick, teachers who looked me in the eye. A breath, deep and trembling. And now, I'm scared if I breathe wrong, you'll all vanish." A beat of silence. "You won't lose us," Aizawa said immediately, voice firm, like a promise made in the quiet aftermath of a storm. "You're stuck with us," Mike added, a small, genuine smile breaking through the wreckage of their emotions. Midnight raised her soda, her voice soft but resolute. "To emotional resilience. To found family," Izuku whispered, voice barely audible but filled with conviction. 8 p.m. Cleanup and confessions. Mike and Aizawa stood near the sink, the air thick with unspoken words. A long pause. Then Mike finally said, softly, voice tinged with nostalgia, "You still have that scarf I gave you in high school." Aizawa's eyes flickered with a faint, distant smile. "You still have my mixtape." The beat. "Disasters," Mike said quietly, the words heavy with meaning. Aizawa nodded slowly, eyes distant but warm. "Yeah. But we are our disasters." From the hallway, Izuku whispered to a squirrel, a faint, secret smile curling his lips. Phase 2, realized. We're almost there. In that moment, amid the flickering shadows and quiet breaths, they found something fragile, something resilient, wrapped in chaos, pain, and the unbreakable threads of found family. 10 p.m., post-dinner group chat. "Nizu, Paw Prince, the dinner was a success, Paw Prince." Loud, "I haven't cried into noodles since 2011. Father, apparently Hisashi, you weren't even a thought in 2011, let alone a breathing organism." Child supporter, Izuku made a rice elemental. It blinked at me. Power loader, he also added counseling dinner to the club calendar. Recovery girl, next time I'm bringing actual wine. Cementas, did Aizawa smile? Beverage box, the child, he smiled, I saw it. Father, apparently no I didn't. Beverage box, the child, I'm filing it under evidence of love. Nizu, next week, game night, Paw Prince. Father, apparently I'm busy. Beverage box, the child, you're coming, I'll bring the tea. Father, apparently I'm not coming. Loud, I'm coming. Father, apparently I'm coming. Beverage box, the child. Beverage box the child. SAMP chapter text. It all began with a clipboard and an innocent, well-meaning suggestion. Recovery Girl presented her idea with a bright, hopeful smile. I'm running a campus-wide sleep health survey. Simple stuff. Hours slept. Dream quality. Nightmare frequency. Basic teen well-being. What she failed to account for was that Izuku Midoriya slept like a haunted Roomba, erratic, unpredictable, and haunted by shadows only he could see. 7:45 a.m., faculty lounge. Recovery Girl, ever the optimist, dropped a manila folder onto the table with a soft thud, like it was radioactive or carrying the secrets of the universe. Label: Midoriya, Izuku, Sleep Report. The staff gathered around cautiously, the air thick with curiosity and dread. Izawa, ever the calm observer, reached out and flipped open the folder with deliberate care. His eyes widened, and he blinked slowly as if trying to process a nightmare made real. This can't be real, he muttered, voice flat, yet filled with disbelief. Hisashi leaned in, squinting. What is it blank? Izawa shook his head, eyes scanning the pages with a growing sense of horror. No. It says his average REM cycle is 27 minutes. He slept more in stairwells than in beds. He logs nightmares like research notes. Power Loader snatched the report, his expression grim as he flicked through it. He read aloud, voice heavy with incredulity. He categorized them by theme. Isolation, betrayal, collapsing reality, unknown shadow version of myself wielding bureaucracy as a weapon. Midnight let out a long, tired sigh, rubbing her temples as if trying to massage away the chaos. That last one's relatable, she admitted softly, voice heavy with empathy and shared exhaustion. 8:02 a.m., faculty group chat, without the ferret. Recovery Girl, Izuku hasn't had an uninterrupted night of sleep in months. Love listener, he has scheduled night terrors. Midi, he's sleep-deprived and still smarter than me. Power Loader, how is his brain not melting? Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes. I added a neural monitoring patch to his pillow. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Cementos, wait what? Nizu, emotional dream analytics. Laptop computer brain crescent moon. Dizoa, I'm going to fix this. Hackers under Sumendersu has joined the chat. Midni, how? Power Loader, how do you keep doing that? Hackers under Sumendersu. Can't fix what is already a lifestyle. Dizoa, watch me. 8:30 p.m., Izuku's dorm, the sleep ambush. Izawa appeared suddenly, unannounced, like a shadow slipping through the door. He carried an armful of everything: sleep aids, thick books, weighted blankets, and, unexpectedly, a very sleepy Mike, who looked like he'd been dragged through a storm of chaos and was only just holding himself together. Why is he here? Izuku asked, eyebrows raised in confusion, eyes darting between the pile and the uninvited guest. I'm moral support. Mike grinned, trying to sound enthusiastic but looking more like a sleep-deprived raccoon. Also, I made a bedtime playlist. Izuku blinked, eyeing the mountain of supplies. I don't do bedtime, he muttered, voice faint with exhaustion and reluctance. You do now, Izawa said firmly, voice low but unwavering, eyes dark with resolve. We're resetting your circadian rhythm if it kills me. 9 p.m., Operation Nap Trap. The room was dimmed to a soft, soothing twilight, fairy lights casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. A tiny ferret, dressed in a miniature nightcap, curled up snugly on a blanket, eyes closed in blissful sleep. The air smelled faintly of calming herbal tea, lavender and chamomile swirling together in a comforting haze. Mike hit play, and a playlist titled Soothing Bops for Mentally Combustible Teens filled the space with gentle melodies, soft, melodic, designed to lull even the most stubborn sleep-resistant into quiet surrender. Izawa sat beside the bed, reading a thick novel out loud, voice calm and steady, like a lullaby wrapped in a monotone. Izuku stared at the ceiling, eyes unfocused, mind racing even as his body relaxed. I'm too aware of being unconscious, he muttered, voice trembling with a mixture of frustration and vulnerability. You're 15, Izawa said softly with a rare tenderness. Pretend you're a phone. Power off. I am a phone, Izuku said, voice small and tired. My apps are just trauma and caffeine. Sleep, Izawa growled gently, the command both firm and comforting. Mike whispered from the corner, voice hushed but mischievous. He's trying to dad you into unconsciousness. Let it happen. 9:30 p.m., sleep achieved, almost. Izuku's eyelids fluttered, breathing slowing as the playlist hummed a lullaby in the background. He was on the verge of drifting away, so close, when suddenly he sat bolt upright, wide-eyed and trembling. What if the squirrels unionize against me? A beat of silence. Then Mike, from the shadows, answered with a deadpan tone, lying through his teeth. They already did. They filed for dental. Izuku blinked, eyes unfocused, voice slurred. Sleep, he muttered, voice trembling, a plea barely holding itself together. Izawa, without looking up from his book, growled softly, You will sleep. And so, finally, Izuku let himself go, passively surrendering to the gentle pull of unconsciousness, the weight of the weighted blanket, the lull of the playlist. 10 p.m., emergency protocol, skincare. Suddenly, the door swung open again. Midnight entered with a cool, confident stride, face mask in hand, her expression calm but serious. What do you dash? Izawa started. He sleeps like a goblin, Midnight interrupted, placing cool gel patches beneath Izuku's eyes with practiced care. Let me help. Izuku blinked, eyes half-lidded, protesting softly, I feel moisturized against my will. Midnight simply smiled, satisfied. But sleep is a ritual, not a punishment. 11 p.m., he finally sleeps. Eventually, with the playlist humming softly, the weighted blanket cocooning him, and Izawa sitting nearby like a silent sentinel, Izuku's breathing slowed. He passed into genuine sleep, deep, peaceful, untroubled. It was imperfect, mumbling things like, The void smells like black tea. Don't trust the vending machine, it knows things. Dad, don't give the cloak sentience again. But it was sleep. Real sleep, free of chaos's ghostly whispers. 3 Dream analytics ping. A quiet alert from Nizu's system gently flickered on the dashboard. He checked it, eyes softening as he read the data. Subject, Midoriya, Izuku. Dream phase, deep sleep achieved. Emotional tags, safety. Familiar presence. Diminished threat index. Anomaly detected, maybe. This is what being home feels like. Nizu's tiny face curled into a gentle smile. He let the system rest, the quiet hum of peace settling over the night. Next morning, faculty lounge. Izawa entered quietly, bleary-eyed but triumphant, shoulders relaxed. Kids slept for 7 hours straight, he said, voice rough but proud. There was a beat of silence. Then applause. Midnight raised her coffee mug, grinning. To found family and skincare. Mike nodded, a proud smile on his face. To bedtime bangers and legal guardianship. Nizu, ever the quiet observer, simply grinned, content in the chaos and calm coexisting in perfect harmony. 9 a.m., faculty group chat. Ippy-san, I slept. Ippy-san, it was weird. Good night. Welcome to the world of hydrated REM. Love listener. Next up, fixing your caffeine addiction. Didzoa, we'll try again tonight. Ippy-san, are you tucking me in again? Didzoa, do you want that? Ippy-san, maybe. Didzoa, then yes. Didzoa, I'll tuck you in the same way they do at funeral homes. Didzoa, so the zombies can't get out during the apocalypse. Love listener, I'm crying in the hallway. Ippy-san, sigh. Power loader, did you just say sigh? Ippy-san, sigh. The Provisional Hero License exam was designed with a specific purpose in mind. Test teamwork, strategic thinking, restraint, and the ability to function under high-pressure, real-world scenarios. It was built under the assumption that most students were normal, or at least had a semblance of cooperation and social awareness. But Izuku Midoriya was not most students. He was a solo act, a one-man chaos machine who regularly battled the government with nothing but Google Slides and once, in a moment of frustration, emotionally dismantled a vending machine for overcharging him. 6 a.m. morning of the exam. Aizawa handed Izuku a set of stern instructions, voice low and serious, as the boy adjusted his cloak's buckles. "Remember," Aizawa said, eyes narrowing, "don't antagonize anyone unless they started." "I would never," Izuku replied, sporting a smile that was too innocent, too bright. "Midoriya." "I'm a beacon of diplomacy," Izuku said, shoulders squared, voice unwavering. Aizawa stared, unimpressed, but said nothing, only giving a faint nod. Behind them, a squirrel dropped a tiny flashbang, its tiny paws holding a miniature detonator. Neither of them reacted. 7:15 a.m., Provisional Exam Center. The testing site was a sprawling arena designed to look like a collapsed cityscape, ruined buildings, debris, and crumbling streets. Over 1,500 examinees gathered in groups, clad in vibrant uniforms, whispering strategies, nerves tangling in the air like static. And then Izuku entered. Alone. Cloaked, calm, almost unnervingly composed. The room's energy shifted instantly, an undercurrent of tension rippling through the crowd. Someone whispered, "Is that the UA cryptid?" Another muttered, "He made a boy cry by quoting his therapy records verbatim." A third, more incredulous, said, "I heard he domesticated a raccoon mid-battle." Izuku sneezed into his elbow, loud enough to cut through the whispers. A bird, startled by the sudden noise, dropped out of the sky and flapped wildly, adding to the chaos. 7:35 a.m., exam begins. Phase 1, Target Tag. Each examinee had 3 targets, colored markers or tags attached to their bodies. If all 3 were hit, they were disqualified. The goal was to survive, eliminate other teams, and avoid becoming a target. Izuku had no team. He didn't need one. When the signal sounded, he vanished, disappeared into the chaos like a ghost in the wreckage, moving with purpose, calculating every step with cold precision. 7:40 a.m. Observation Booth. The proctors watched the monitors nervously, eyes flicking between screens. One proctor leaned in, voice tense. "UA's lone applicant isn't showing on the monitors." Another scoffed. "That's impossible. He's wearing a tracer." The screens flickered briefly, then showed a pile of eliminated targets arranged in a haphazard pattern spelling out, "I was never here." The proctors exchanged nervous glances. "Is he really just not here?" one asked. Voice whispering with awe and concern. 8:02 a.m. Field. Chaos unleashed. While most examinees used brute force or straightforward tactics, Izuku employed psychological warfare, an art form he was rapidly mastering. A team rounded a corner, only to find the words, "Your greatest fear lives here," scrawled in blood-red marker on the wall, causing them to freeze and retreat. Another team encountered a looping hologram of their captain reading their diary out loud, voice echoing eerily through the ruins, causing chaos and panic. One terrified student sat down mid-run, trembling, whispering, "I don't want to live like this." Izuku emerged from a collapsing wall, a squirrel perched on his shoulder, whispering softly, "You've already lost. You just don't know it yet." The screams and frantic fleeing echoed across the battlefield as teams tumbled into chaos, unable to match his calculated psychological assault. 8:10 a.m. Official Proctor feed. Proctor 1, eyes wide, voice hushed in awe, "He's eliminated 13 teams." Proctor 2, voice tinged with disbelief, "Without touching a single person." Proctor 3, voice skeptical, "Are we sure he's a hero candidate?" Proctor 1, nodding slowly, "You filed him under tactical gremlin." "I think it's legit." 8:30 a.m. Final phase. Rescue simulation. The scenario was standard protocol: fake civilians, obstacle hazards, timed evacuations. But Izuku's mind was already working in overdrive. He scanned the zone, calculated the structural integrity of 3 buildings, then, with a calm, almost polite tone, requested the simulation AI to shift the terrain based on trauma index mapping. It listened. "Sir, A proctor said, watching the screen. The student has gained command access to the scenario AI. Another whispered, just let him cook, as Izuku reprogrammed drones from a broken vending machine, organizing a rescue effort with precision. He carried a simulated civilian in his arms, directing others through comms, his focus sharp and unyielding. At one point, he paused to comfort a crying NPC, who later tried to give him a quest reward. 9:15 a.m., end of exam. Izuku exited the battlefield, cloak pristine, expression calm and composed, alone, as always. He passed a recovery zone where exhausted students limped, sweaty, tears stung their faces. He offered one a granola bar and said softly, "You did your best. That's more than most people ever try." The kid cried harder, overwhelmed by the kindness amid the chaos. 10 a.m., observation room, faculty lounge stream. The staff watched the recap, faces a mix of awe and disbelief. Midnight, eyes sparkling, said, "I think he accidentally made the simulation love him." Mike, voice incredulous, added, "The AI apologized to him. That's not supposed to happen." Cementos, nodding slowly, said, "He's a one-person emergency response unit." Recovery girl, smiling softly, said, "He parented a program." And Aizawa, eyes tired but proud, sat back and said simply, "He's ours." 10:03 am. UA group chat. Nizu, pawprints he passed with a 100% approval rating pawprints. Yamadad, one of the other schools thinks he's a government test subject. Power loader, I think he is. Mom Night, he sent me a thank you note in Latin. The _second_coming_gut. Felt cute, might destroy systemic injustice later rat. Eraser dad, you made a kid from Shiketsu weep. The _second_coming_it. He needed to process his internalized perfectionism. Yamadad, he said that out loud. Eraser dad, I'm putting your license in a frame. The _second_coming_it. Thanks dad. Later that evening, rooftop. Aizawa found him under the stars again. I'm proud of you, he said. You say that more now, Izuku replied. Because you give me more reasons. Izuku grinned, a little soft. A little tired. Next stop. Probably diplomacy training. The beat. With Miruko, Izuku added. Aizawa stared into the void. I'll get the first aid kit. The Hero Commission's annual Youth Hero Spotlight Rankings was supposed to be a feel-good PR stunt. A carefully curated showcase of promising students meant to boost morale, promote optimism, and shine a spotlight on the future of hero society. It was not meant to elevate an emotionally unstable teen with reality-warping powers, a vendetta against systemic injustice, and a chronic habit of quoting long-dead memes from the pre-Quirk internet era. But, unfortunately for them, Izuku Midoriya was ranked hashtag and he had things to say. 8:45 am, to staff lounge. The TV was on, buzzing quietly in the corner as the staff watched in disbelief. Aizawa, ever serious, stared at the screen with a growing sense of dread. Why is he on live broadcast? Nizu, chirping with an uncharacteristic enthusiasm, replied, Public relations. They insisted. He's their golden child. The camera panned to Izuku, who was currently arguing with the moderator about the moral decay of hero culture, gesturing passionately with a pie chart shaped suspiciously like a raccoon. Look at this, Izuku said, pointing at the chart with a furrowed brow. And this is where you messed up. Mike leaned in, whispering, Is that Comic Sans? Power Loader grimaced. He labeled the bad section Yeet Society, he said grimly, eyes narrowing. We're doomed. 9:10 am, the debate begins. The segment started off innocuously enough, friendly questions, a teasing tone. Then, someone asked about hero agency favoritism. Izuku blinked once, slow and deliberate. He smiled, and the entire room felt a shift, like a storm brewing just beneath the surface. And then he unleashed it. If we keep feeding power into the same 10 agencies while ignoring the grassroots rescue groups risking everything for real community safety, he said, voice steady but fierce, then congratulations, you've played yourself. He paused, a beat of silence hanging heavy. Welcome to Chili's. A producer choked on her eyes wide with shock. 9:15 a.m. Meme annihilation. Moderator, Midoriya, what do you say to critics who claim your methods are unorthodox? Izuku, road work ahead? Moderator, what? Izuku, I sure hope it does. The proctor, somewhere in the background, screamed, face palm trembling. Back at you, Cementos whispered, was that prophecy? The entire broadcast spiraled into chaos. 9:30 a.m. The internet erupts. Within minutes, clips of Izuku's antics went viral. Headlines blared across screens. UA Ferret student declares hero reform and also summons duck energy. He spoke for 37 minutes without saying plus ultra, and we're still inspired. Is he a little guy or a cult leader? A nation divided. Hashtags trended like wildfire. Hashtag ferret uprising. Hashtag road work ahead. Hashtag let him do it. Hashtag spicy energy, Aizawa standing silently behind him like a silent mob boss. Nizu, seizing the moment, launched a merch line during the broadcast. Plushies sold out in 27 minutes, an instant household staple of chaos and adorable rebellion. 10 a.m. Backstage at the studio. Aizawa found Izuku sitting cross-legged on the floor, a mug labeled, "Too tired to be polite," in hand, feeding a squirrel grapes with a gentle, almost amused expression. You hijacked a national broadcast, Aizawa said, tone neutral but edged with exasperation. I gave the people truth and Vine references, Izuku replied, voice calm but with a glint of defiance. It's called education. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. You referenced a Vine so old, the host had to Google it mid-debate. Then I made them learn, Izuku said with a small, proud smile. That's growth. The pause. Aizawa sighed, then reached into his pocket and handed Izuku a granola bar. You stress me out. You signed up for this, Izuku shot back, crumbs falling from his mouth. Technically, I didn't dash. You filled out the guardianship form. That's called consequences, father, Aizawa said, deadpan. A beat of silence. Aizawa cracked the faintest, almost imperceptible smile. You little gremlin. 10:15 a.m., faculty group chat, meltdown redux. Yamadad, did he just say, it's free real estate, in response to a policy question? Mom night? He said, empathy is CC, and the entire panel nodded. Power loader, he quoted, this be empty, while tossing a proposal. Cementos, he built a platform and then lit it on fire. Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes, we love a revolutionary paw prints. Eraser dad, he is absolutely grounded. Child understones, you can't ground me if I'm emotionally elevated sparkles. Yamadad, he's meme jumping dimensions. 11 a.m., rooftop wind down. The air was still. The world was loud. Izuku sat under the sky, mask hooked on his belt, hair fluffed from a storm of camera flashes. Aizawa joined him. They didn't talk for a while. Then, was I too much? The pause. No, Aizawa said. You were but honest. Exhausting. And right. Izuku leaned on his shoulder. I know no one else gets it. The jokes. The vibe. The language. I sound insane. You sound like a kid who grew up reading about the past and decided to make a better future. Izuku snorted. Gonna put that on a mug. Or a t-shirt. Maybe even a bomb. Dorm life at UA was supposed to be safe, secure, and supportive of the unique needs of our emotionally combustible students, as Nizu put it. But it was not meant to be a surveillance state. Until, of course, Nizu installed 16 wellness observation units disguised as cute wall squirrels with glowing LED eyes. 7 a.m. dorm hallway. Izuku stepped out of his room mid-yawn. Squinted. Froze. A squirrel-shaped statue on the hallway shelf blinked at him. Not figuratively. Literally. He turned his head. Another squirrel camera rotated, tracking him. The beat. He whispered, horrified. The squirrels have gone corporate. 7:12 a.m. Group chat reboot. Phones. Why are the wall ferrets blinking? Power loader. Wait, what? Cementas. The what now? Mom Knight, what the hell? Yamadad, kid talk to me. Have you gone crazy or are you having a psychotic break? Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes observation bots. Just for safety. Yamadad, dude. Yamadad, that's arguably worse. I knew they were watching. Cementas, how long have they been there? Nizu, since the noodle incident paw prints. Eraser dad, which one? Nizu, exactly paw prints. 7:30 a.m., the prank war is declared. Izuku posted a flyer on the dorm bulletin board. Warning attention, we are now at war warning. Target, surveillance ferrets. Operation codename, Squeak Rebellion. Tactics, infiltration. Confusion. Glitter. Goal, liberation of the private nap zone. Power loader showed up 10 minutes later, duct tape and LEDs in hand. I want in. Midnight handed them both a bag of illegal energy drinks. This is for justice. 8 p.m., Phase 1. The Ferret Jammer. Izuku reverse-engineered the squirrel cams and built a disruption array using an old fan motor, one microwave, a music box that plays Careless Whisper at 2x speed. Once activated, every squirrel camera blinked in confusion and slowly rotated 180 degrees. The hallway looked like a horror movie about judgmental rodents. 8:30 p.m., Nizu responds. Nizu, very clever. Nizu, you've earned escalation paw prints. Child understones. You have made a powerful enemy. Nizu, I hope you like holograms. Child understones. What does that mean? 9 p.m., Phase 2, Nizu's revenge. Suddenly, every single squirrel projector activated. The dorm was filled with holographic projections of Nizu, floating 18 inches above the floor. Each one said a different phrase. Drink water, Izuku. Posture check. Your trauma is valid but please clean your room. Aizawa says eat your vegetables. I know what you did with the vending machine. Izuku screamed. 9:15 p.m., the staff lounge. Mike wheezed. He turned the dorm into a self-aware therapy maze. Cementas blinked. I think the hallway just diagnosed me with burnout. Midnight whispered, one of them told me to apologize to my high school lab partner. It knew. Aizawa rubbed his eyes. I'm not parenting this. I refuse. 10 p.m., final stand. Izuku now covered in glitter and loosely wearing his cloak like a dramatic bathrobe, activated his final countermeasure. He'd hacked into the squirrel network. Every Nizu projection now looped the phrase. Who's a good dad? You are, Aizawa. You are. Aizawa stared at a wall squirrel. I hate everything. Mike was crying on the couch. Izuku grinned from the shadows. Victory is mine. 11 p.m., rooftop. Aizawa stood beside Izuku, holding a mug that said, Number 1 Exhausted Guardian. You weaponized surveillance against the principal. I merely redefined the power dynamic, Izuku said smugly. The beat. I also may have broadcast footage of Power Loader sleep-talking into the staff group chat. I saw, Aizawa said. He said he wanted to marry a wrench. I support him. Midnight, group chat, final chaos. Nizu, truce? Only if the Nizu ghosts stop telling me to exfoliate. Mom Knight, but you should. Yellow, I would like my dreams back. Power Loader, who told him about the wrench? Eraser Dad, the next person to install surveillance in a dorm gets expelled. Can you expel the principal? Nizu, paw prints try me paw prints. Recovery Girl, go the chapter text. The announcement arrived quietly, almost casually, midweek, dropped into the staff debrief like an afterthought. We're greenlit for the UA School Festival. Let the kids plan something fun. It was meant to be uplifting, a moment of light-hearted anticipation in the midst of chaos. But instead, it sparked a minor existential crisis. 7:20 a.m., Faculty Lounge, day of the announcement. The morning sun filtered softly through half-drawn blinds, casting long, warm stripes across the scar-scuffed table. Steam curled from mugs placed too close together, each a small, trembling cloud of caffeine and nerves. Power Loader and Midnight were already deep in a low-toned argument over budgets, voices muffled but tense, like a storm waiting to break. Mike, half asleep, lounged with earbuds dangling like a loose wire, eyes fluttering open and closed. Nizu, perched atop a towering stack of paperwork, hummed to himself, a tiny, curious conductor of the morning chaos. Izawa, sitting with his usual stoic composure, cradled his tea as if it were the only thing tethering him to reality, his expression unreadable, calm as the eye of a storm. "You're quiet," Recovery Girl said softly, leaning in beside him, her voice gentle but probing. "I always am," Izawa replied, voice flat and measured. "No," she said softly. "You're thinking." He didn't respond immediately. Then, voice low, almost a whisper of despair, he said, "He doesn't know how to do fun." The words hung heavy in the air, an unspoken truth that made the room pause. Power Loader stopped mid-rant, eyes widening. Midnight blinked in surprise. Even Nizu tilted his head slightly, curious. Izawa didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. They all knew exactly whom he was referring to. 8 a.m., Dorm 1A. Izuku stood in front of the common room bulletin board, eyes narrowed, concentration etched into every line of his face. The words, UA School Festival, gleamed in glittery font, taped neatly to the center of the poster, bright, cheerful, almost mocking in its cheerful innocence. Below it, someone, probably Nizu, had scrawled in hurried handwriting, "Mandatory joy participation." Izuku's brow furrowed deeply, as if the very concept of fun physically hurt. Behind him, a squirrel wearing a paper hat slowly peeled off the wall and skittered across the floor, adding a tiny, chaotic mess to the scene. He muttered, almost to himself, "Fun," like it was a foreign word, something unfamiliar, perhaps even dangerous. He pulled out his notebook, flipping to entry 342. "Fun." He scrawled carefully, then added, "Possible emotional performance? Observed commonly in non-haunted students. Should investigate further. Check caffeine correlation." His pen moved with meticulous focus, eyes dark with suspicion and curiosity. The room's atmosphere was thick with unspoken questions, an awkward mixture of anticipation, dread, and the faint suspicion that this fun might be more complicated than it seemed. 8:35 a.m., faculty group chat. Ferret, requesting clarification on fun. Is this mandatory emotional output or optional moral performance? Why not? It's literally a school festival, kid. Just enjoy it. Ferret, define enjoy. Yellow, oh boy. He's worse than show. Power Loader, we broke him. Recovery Girl, this isn't new. He doesn't know how to be a child. Number 1 Dad, I'm handling it. Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes, let's give him a starring role. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Ferret, I'm filing a psychological restraining order against glitter. 10 a.m., intervention, attempt number 1. Izawa knocked once, slow and deliberate, before entering dorm 1 as common room. He didn't need to knock. There was only one student likely to be there, one who'd already known he was coming. Izuku sat cross-legged on the couch, surrounded by notes, diagrams, and scribbled plans. His cloak pooled around him like smoke, dark, swirling, almost alive in the faint light. 3 squirrels, noses twitching with curiosity, carefully examined a blueprint that looked suspiciously like a haunted carnival booth, tiny paws pointing at the suspiciously crooked angles and exaggerated decorations. Izawa settled into the seat beside him, shoulders relaxed but attentive. Festival planning? He asked, voice low, almost curious. Izuku didn't look up. I'm trying to calculate the statistically safest version of fun, Izuku said softly, voice tinged with a strange mix of determination and vulnerability. Something that won't trigger social panic or unexpected fireworks. Izawa's brow twitched. You're not supposed to calculate it. Izuku frowned, eyes still fixed on the chaotic plans. Then how do I avoid being disappointed? The pause. Heavy with unspoken fears. Izawa reached over carefully, closing the notebook with precise tenderness, like handling something fragile. You don't, he said quietly, voice steady but. Izuku blinked at him, confusion flickering across his face, wariness, like someone who'd been handed a gift with no warning and suspected it was a trap. Aizawa leaned forward, elbows on knees, eyes gentle but unwavering. You're allowed to be a little disappointed. It means you were hoping for something. Izuku's mouth opened, then closed again. His hands clenched slightly in his lap, knuckles white. I don't know how to hope casually, he whispered, voice barely more than a breath. Aizawa exhaled slowly, a soft sound like release. Then we'll practice, he said softly, a quiet promise. 1 p.m., intervention, attempt number 2. Mike burst into the room like a parade, arms overflowing with costume fabric, backup speakers bouncing against his chest. Midnight followed, carrying a makeup kit and a bag of illicit lollipops, her eyes bright with mischief. Power Loader dragged in a cart labeled, structurally questionable stage pieces, like a treasure trove of chaos. Izuku looked up from where he was now testing traffic flow with squirrels, arranging toothpicks and yarn, trying to map out the chaos. Midnight beamed, radiating enthusiasm. We're doing a performance, she announced, voice full of excitement. No, Izuku said, voice flat, almost overwhelmed. Yes, Midnight shot back, grin wide. I don't perform, he muttered, eyes flickering with anxiety. You publicly dismantled a national institution with bullet points, Midnight said, waving her hand dismissively. You'll be fine. Izuku opened his mouth, unsure, hesitant. Mike moved a microphone into his hands. Your lead vocals, he said confidently. I am. Midnight winked. You scream in philosophical metaphors. You are a punk rock band. 3:30 p.m., the fun rehearsal. Aizawa sat in the corner of the auditorium, scarf wrapped snugly around his neck, watching as Izuku, hood up, eyes narrow, tried to sing into the mic without panicking. It was a disaster. He was offbeat, off-key, overthinking every lyric like it held the weight of the world. Midway through a chorus, Izuku yelled, "This is a capitalistic farce," then dropped the mic with a dramatic thud. Mike high-fived him, grinning. That's the spirit. Izuku stared at him, bewildered. No, really, Mike said, voice earnest. You're getting it. Getting what? Out of your head, Mike said softly, a flicker of encouragement in his eyes. 7 p.m., late night rehearsal, rooftop. The city skyline blurred in dusk's fading light, orange bleeding into deep blue. Izuku sat at the very edge of the rooftop, hoodie pulled tight around his head, mask in his lap, eyes fixed on the flickering lights below. Aizawa approached quietly, the weight of the day heavy in his steps, shoulders slumped with fatigue and quiet understanding. Izuku didn't speak right away, just sitting there, silent as the wind stirred around them. Then, softly, he said, "What if no one likes it?" Aizawa sat beside him, quiet but reassuring. "They'll love it," he said, voice steady. "What if they don't?" Aizawa looked out over the city, watching the lights flicker on, one by one, like distant stars coming alive. "Then," he said softly, "you still did something that wasn't just about survival. And that's more than most people can say." Izuku's throat tightened, an ache he couldn't quite name. "I don't remember ever wanting something small," he whispered, voice trembling. A pause, comfort in the silence. "That's okay," Aizawa replied, voice gentle, unwavering. They watched the city lights flicker on, one after another, as quiet reassurance settled between them, an unspoken promise that even in the chaos, they could find something worth holding on to. Later, group chat, festival pre-night. Yellow, rehearsals done. Yellow, Izuku screamed on beat. "Wen't, I am putting him in eyeliner tomorrow. Power Loader, he designed the best stage in UA history. Any chance he can help out the support students?" Power Loader, actually I take it back, keep him away from the labs. Nizu, Pawprints, I'm releasing ferret-themed t-shirts. Pawprints. Recovery Girl, did anyone tell him we are all coming to watch? Don't at me, I'll tell him. Yellow, tell him gently. He'll cry. Screm, in lowercase I can read the chat. Don't at me, we are proud of you. Screm, in lowercase I'm gonna scream again. Yellow, That's literally the point. Why not? Scream in harmony. Nizu, see you on stage. Microphone pawprints. The morning of the UA school festival arrived quietly. There was no grand fanfare. No heroic trumpet blast or cue from the heavens. Just soft sunlight filtered through gauzy clouds, the kind that made shadows stretch longer than they should and made the air feel warmer than it actually was. It felt peaceful. Unsettlingly so. Too peaceful for what was about to happen. 6:42 a.m., dorm room 1A. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, legs swinging slightly, socks mismatched. The cloak, his usual armor, lay folded at the foot of the mattress, untouched. Instead, he wore a dark layered shirt and a pair of black cargo pants he had deemed aesthetic enough for emotional performance. His hands fidgeted with the hem of his shirt. Across the room, a small squirrel stood at attention, holding a tiny guitar pick like a war medal. "Are you nervous?" It didn't ask, but Izuku answered anyway. "I don't know how to do this," he murmured to the empty air, voice hoarse from practicing into his pillow all night. There were no villains today. No tests. No ranking systems. No speeches to the world or breakdowns in front of national cameras. Just people. Watching. And somehow, that was infinitely more terrifying. 7:30 am. The courtyard transformed. The UA campus had been reworked overnight into a patchwork festival of food stalls, art exhibits, and student-built madness. Colorful lights dangled from trees like captured fireflies. Stages had sprung up on every corner like mushrooms after a storm. Laughter spilled out into the open air from the general studies wing, and someone in the support course had built a popcorn cannon. It exploded every 23 minutes. Midnight, strutting past in thigh-high boots and glitter, had declared it very festive. Also possibly cursed. The performance stage, Izuku's stage, stood at the north edge of campus, tucked beneath the looming shadow of the observatory tower. Framed in old wood and soft lighting that Izuku insisted give it a rebelliously gentle vibe. Power Loader called it structurally sound. Mike called it punk emo renaissance core. Izuku just called it safe enough. 8:20 am pre-show nerves. The backstage area wasn't more than a folding table, 2 chairs, and a borrowed curtain, but Izuku paced it like it was a prison cell. His breath was shallow, fluttering in the base of his throat like a trapped moth. His fingers moved without thinking, tapping rhythms into the scarred wood, running patterns across the back of his hand. "I should have said no," he muttered, barely above a whisper. "This was stupid. Stupid. I can't. What if my voice cracks? What if I forget the lyrics? What if someone laughs?" "You faced down the hero commission," Aizawa said dryly from the side, arms crossed. "This is different." "The beat." Aizawa stepped forward, placed a hand gently on the boy's shoulder. "How?" Izuku looked up, and there it was, that bone-deep honesty, the kind that made even the strongest men shift uncomfortably in their seats. "Because this time, it's mine. Not strategy. Not war. Not politics. Just me." Aizawa's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Not quite a frown. "You're allowed to be seen, Izuku," he said softly. "You don't have to disguise everything as rebellion." Izuku looked away. Swallowed hard. "Then why does it still feel like I'm going to break?" "Because you're growing. And growth hurts like hell." 8:50 am showtime. The courtyard was full. Students from all departments stood shoulder to shoulder in the grass, some holding signs, others holding bubble tea, and all of them radiating anticipation. No one really knew what the 1A solo student had planned, but the rumors had reached mythic status. Nizu sat near the front with Recovery Girl, sipping tea and humming. Cementos looked mildly concerned. Midnight had already cried twice. Mike adjusted the soundboard with hands that were maybe shaking, maybe just vibrating with secondhand nerves. Aizawa stood just behind the stage steps, arms crossed, watching like a sentry. And then, he stepped out. 8:52 am, the performance begins. Izuku moved like a shadow made real, slow and deliberate, but not fearful. The mic in his hand looked too big, too official. His boots thudded softly on the stage wood. He paused in front of the crowd, scanning the faces. A breath. Another. The world hushed around him. Then, "This song isn't about being a hero," he said. "It's about what's left when the world stops asking you to save it." The first chord hit. It wasn't loud. It wasn't flashy. But it was honest. His voice was raw, not perfect. Cracking at the edges in places, catching like old film. But he sang like the world depended on it. Like if he didn't get this out of his chest, he'd drown in it. Lyrics about loneliness wrapped in hope. About finding softness in a world made of teeth. About pain and growth and how sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. And somewhere during the bridge, while his voice trembled through the words, "I thought I had to burn to be bright," a raccoon climbed onto the stage from a back speaker stack. It stood. It screamed. The crowd went feral. 8:56 a.m. Emotional apocalypse. People cheered. One girl collapsed into her friend's arms and shouted, "He's just like me Fr." Izawa, still in the shadows, stood still. His throat felt thick. His arms were folded, but his fingers clenched tighter than usual. And when Izuku hit the final note and the crowd screamed his name like it meant something, like he meant something, he blinked too hard. Mike elbowed him from the side. "You're crying," he said quietly, no judgment in it. "I'm not," Izawa replied, voice hoarse. Mike smiled. "Yeah, you are." 9:10 am backstage post-performance. Izuku sat alone behind the curtain, head in his hands. Not shaking. Not crying. Just processing. Footsteps approached. Izawa sat beside him without a word. Let the silence hold. Finally, "I didn't fall off the stage," Izuku muttered. "Nope." And people clapped. Very much. And a raccoon screamed with me. That part was surreal. Izuku sniffed. Laughed softly. "I think I liked it." Izawa leaned back against the wall, letting his eyes close. "You're allowed to like things, kid." 9:30 a.m. Group chat update. "Yellow," he sang. I sobbed. The trash panda ascended. "Wynant, I'm adding raccoon scream to my ringtone. Cement us, he's going to be famous for this." Recovery girl, it wasn't about the song. It was about him. Nizu, Paw Prince, he's finally learning how to be a child Paw Prince. Proud dad, he made the crowd cry. Screm, in lowercase I made myself cry. Yellow, emotional revolution, complete. Screm, in lowercase thanks for not letting me run. Proud dad, thanks for staying chapter text. The first thing Katsuki Bakugo noticed as he stepped through the gates of UA wasn't the soaring architecture, nor the armed gate turrets, nor even the faint scent of concrete mingled with caffeine and despair. It was the silence. Not a peaceful, calming silence. No, that would be too easy. This was a tension-heavy, trauma-coded silence, an oppressive weight that pressed against his chest, whispering that something unholy had happened here, and the ground itself was still struggling to decide whether to remember or forget. A breeze stirred the flag overhead, tattered, flapping weakly in the overcast sky, like a warning fluttering on the edge of fading memory. The sky was a dull gray, clouds thick and heavy, casting the grounds in a muted pallor. A passing upperclassman glanced at him, eyes widening, and then flinched, instinctively retreating from the unspoken weight. Hanging in the air. Katsuki took one step forward, voice rough and uncertain, muttering, "What the hell did I just walk into?" 8:03 am. Faculty lounge. Heaving a sigh that was almost like a gust of wind, Izawa sat in the corner, arms crossed, clutching his mug of steaming tea as if it were the only thing anchoring him to reality. "He's here," Izawa said without looking up, voice flat. "Bakugo?" Mike asked, adjusting his headphones, eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and anticipation. Didn't think he'd actually show. "He's too proud not to," Izawa muttered, voice low and tired. Midnight raised an eyebrow, leaning back in her chair. "And how exactly are we planning to explain this to him?" No one answered. Because there was nothing to explain. Katsuki Bakugo had returned to UA with expectations of dominance, of rising above everyone else, of putting all the weaklings in their place. He was not prepared for Izuku Midoriya to already be a legend, not a rumor, not a footnote in the history books, but a legend. And that legend didn't even seem to notice him. 8:30 a.m., Class 1A orientation. Katsuki sat in the back row of the modestly filled lecture room, arms crossed, jaw clenched so tight it looked like it might shatter. The new students whispered around him about their solo senpai from last year, the one who supposedly made a pro-hero cry on live television. He didn't have to ask. He knew. When the faculty began the orientation with the words, "As you all know, UA's hero course underwent structural changes last year," Katsuki's stomach tightened. He almost stood up, ready to leave, ready to dismiss the whole thing as pointless. But he stayed, silent, watching with a mixture of simmering anger and grudging curiosity. 9 a.m. Hallway encounter. Izuku didn't mean to run into him. He was walking back from a meeting with Nizu about restructuring student advocacy outreach when he turned the corner and froze. Katsuki stood in the middle of the hallway, one foot angled as if he'd been pacing in frustration, eyes sharp and unreadable. For a second, neither of them spoke. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly, but he looked calmer than Katsuki remembered. Older. Still small, still messy, but standing like someone who knew how to hold space in a room, even when the room hated him. Katsuki's jaw clenched. His fists twitched at his sides. "Hey," Izuku offered first, voice neutral, almost tentative. The pause. Katsuki's jaw clenched tighter. "Where are the rat things?" Izuku blinked once, then nodded, calm, composed. "The local government made me give up my squirrels for health and safety compliance," Izuku said softly, voice even. "So no, I'm mourning." Katsuki stared. "What?" Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair, tired. "Long story. I'll send you the petition." 9:05 a.m. Aftermath. Katsuki didn't follow. He didn't yell. He didn't explode. He just watched Izuku walk away, calm, unhurried, unbothered. He wasn't sure what he hated more, that Izuku didn't seem surprised to see him again, or that he didn't seem angry. There was no need for rage anymore. Izuku had moved on. 12 p.m. Staff Lounge. "So, how'd the reunion go?" Mike asked, halfway through a bag of seaweed chips, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Could have been louder," Midnight said softly, sipping her tea. Aizawa, watching the security feed from the hallway, murmured, "He didn't even flinch." On screen, Izuku sat alone outside by the courtyard wall, no squirrels, no cloak today, just a worn hoodie and the wind softly ruffling his hair. He looked tired. Not exhausted. Just tired. His shoulders were heavy with unspoken stories. "He looks," Recovery Girl started, voice gentle. "Tired," Aizawa finished, voice equally quiet. Nizu chimed in, voice bright with deadpan humor. "The local council banned his emotional support wildlife units. He's coping by planning an underground movement." Mike blinked, processing. "You mean emotionally?" "No," Nizu said cheerfully. "Literally." 1 p.m. Group chat follow. Power loader, how many raccoons was he really training? Shocked, "None. They found him." Scared. "We need a replacement outlet for his chaos." Nizu, paw prints, perhaps a student-run covert debate club? Ferrets. Done. No ferrets. No squirrels. No semi-legal animal militia. Cryptid, how do you feel about pigeons? Done. Izuku. Cryptid, you get your cocket. Scared, hey. Cryptid, fine. Cryptid, no birds. Cryptid, I'll be normal. Cryptid, for now. 3:30 p.m., training observation deck. Katsuki stood beside the viewing window, arms crossed. He watched as Izuku took the field alone, stretching with the slow fluidity of someone who had long since accepted he was the only one watching his back. The test began. Izuku didn't flash or shout. He moved through the mock villain maze like a shadow with purpose, fluid, surgical, terrifying. He didn't smile. But when the last trap fell, when the data ticked up on the board, when the system voice quietly announced, "Scenario complete. Time, 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Katsuki whispered, "Holy SHT. 4 p.m. Thriftup." Izuku sat at his usual corner, wind tugging at his hoodie. His phone buzzed once, an unread message from a number he'd long since memorized. He didn't answer it. Instead, he stared up at the sky and whispered, like it wasn't meant to be heard, "Funerals don't always come with coffins." Behind him, Aizawa stepped up. Was that a poem or a threat? Yes. The pause. "No ferrets," Aizawa said. Izuku smirked. "Not even one? Don't push your luck." The UA counseling initiative began as a joke. It ended as an institutional policy. 7 a.m., faculty lounge. Nizu stood on the table, tiny paws folded behind his back, tail swishing with authority. "I have reviewed this semester's emotional volatility reports," he said brightly. "And I've reached a conclusion." "Expel them all?" Power Loader asked hopefully. "No," Nizu said. "Put tranquilizers in the vending machines?" Offered. "No." "Mandatory meditation?" Recovery Girl tried. Nizu smiled. "We're launching the Emotional Regulation and Reflective Support Club. For short." A beat of silence. Mike choked on his coffee. "You're making kids do group therapy as an extracurricular?" Nizu beamed. "Exactly." 7:03 a.m., private chat. Aizawa to Nizu. "Done. Tell me you're not putting Izuku and Bakugu in the same group." Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes, of course not smiling face with smiling eyes. "Done good." Nizu, "I'm putting them in the same room." 10 a.m., room 3C now. Emotional Regulation Club. The room had been rearranged. Beanbags. Soft lighting. Calming music. Windows half open to let in real air. At the front, Midnight, co-chair of Therapeutic Chaos. Beside her, Recovery Girl, seated with a clipboard and peppermint tea. Mike had contributed a playlist called Feel Your Feelings, Coward. And in the center? Izuku. Bakugu. 2 beanbags apart. No squirrels. No explosives. Just tension that could slice concrete. 10:03 a.m., opening activity. The emotional wheel. Midnight clapped her hands. "Okay, babies. We're doing feelings mapping." Bakugu visibly twitched. "You're kidding." "Nope," she chirped, handing him a laminated sheet covered in color-coded emotions. "Point to what you're feeling right now." He stared at it like it had insulted his mother. Across from him, Izuku pointed without hesitation. "Tired. Frustrated. Underestimated. And something that might be melancholy, but I haven't diagnosed it yet." Midnight blinked. "Okay, overachiever." 10:15 a.m., the sharing circle. "You're both here because you've been flagged as high emotional volatility with unresolved peer conflict," Recovery Girl said kindly. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "We grew up together. That's not conflict, that's just dash. Unprocessed rage and lifelong emotional neglect," Izuku said without looking up from his notes. Katsuki turned to him, bristling. "I will fight you." Izuku didn't flinch. "I know. That's the problem." 10:23 a.m., a moment that shouldn't have been a moment. It happened suddenly. Izuku was reading his self-assigned worksheet aloud, voice calm and impersonal. "I tend to dissociate in group settings, often triggered by the sensation that my presence is excessive or inappropriate." The pause. Katsuki spoke, not loudly. "You never were." The room went silent. Izuku blinked once, like he wasn't sure he'd heard right. "I always said you were," Katsuki muttered, looking down, jaw tight. "But you weren't." The pause. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't have to. Something shifted. Subtle, but dangerous. 11 a.m., after club ends. Aizawa stood outside the door. Midnight joined him, quiet for once. "That looked like progress," she said. Aizawa exhaled through his nose. "No," he said. "That looked like alignment." Midnight raised an eyebrow. "That's a good thing, right?" "It is," Aizawa said. "Until it isn't." He opened the group chat. "Protectao, keep an eye on them. Protectao, if they ever start genuinely getting along. Protectao." 1:30 p.m., rooftop. Izuku sat at his usual corner, hoodie over his head, knees drawn up. The wind pulled gently at his sleeves. The silence was soft. thoughtful. Then, footsteps. He looked up. Katsuki stood across from him, hands in his pockets. Eyes unreadable. I'm not apologizing, he said. Wasn't waiting for one. The beat. I meant it. I know. Another pause. You're still annoying. Izuku smiled faintly. You're still angry. Katsuki stepped closer. You always do that? Do what? Say exactly what I don't want to hear like it's math. I've had practice. A long silence. Katsuki sat beside him. Not close. Not far. Just that. When Aizawa first saw the mission file, he read the team assignments twice. Then a third time. He stared at the name pairing so long his coffee went cold. Team 3, Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki. Objective, hostage retrieval scenario. Urban terrain. Full tactical assessment. He opened the faculty group chat and typed without hesitation. Protocols. Nizu, smiling face with smiling eyes, yes, smiling face with smiling eyes. Protectao, you're going to destroy this school. Nizu, that's what the simulation building is for, pawprints. 8 a.m., simulation grounds, observation deck. The UA simulation dome was a sleek, silent fortress of reinforced glass and steel from the outside, an unassuming shell hiding chaos waiting to be unleashed. Inside, it was a different world. A tense, humming chaos just beneath the surface, waiting for the trigger. The scenario, a hostage rescue in a multi-level urban environment. The twist, no maps, minimal equipment, no comms, just trust. And two teenagers who hadn't even made eye contact without the threat of violence until last week. Aizawa stood behind the reinforced glass, arms crossed, watching them load into the staging room with a quiet intensity. Do we have emergency response prepped? He muttered, voice low, more to himself than anyone else. Mike, standing nearby, grinned, half joking, half worried. You mean for the building or our emotions? 8:15 a.m., inside the simulation. The steel door hissed shut behind them, sealing the chaos within. Lights flickered once, then dropped to a dim, ominous orange glow. Sirens echoed faintly in the distance, a distant wail that felt all too real. The system initiated a countdown, a low, relentless hum vibrating through the air. Izuku was already scanning the terrain, eyes flickering rapidly over the plan, calculating angles, potential cover, escape routes. Katsuki was already pacing, fists clenched, muscles tense, a volcano simmering just beneath the surface. They hadn't spoken yet. The air crackled with tension, loud and deafening all at once, a static charge that made every hair stand on end. Finally, "You're taking point," Katsuki said, voice clipped, not even bothering to look at him. Izuku blinked, startled by the bluntness. You trust me with that? Katsuki's gaze sharpened, eyes dark with unspoken challenge. I trust you'll overanalyze until we die unless you have control. Humorless smile flickered across Izuku's face, a moment of dark humor that didn't quite reach his eyes. That's fair. 8:22 a.m., team dynamics, not ideal. They moved like two old, battle-worn gears, too close, sparks flying, then slipping into dangerous gaps. Too far apart, and they drifted into uncertainty, each relying on instinct, on signals only they understood. But for all their jagged edges, their skills fit together in unsettling harmony. Bakugo took the high ground, muscles coiled and ready, eyes scanning for threats. Izuku handled the sweep, mapping the terrain mentally, every detail registering in his mind like a silent heartbeat. Bakugo moved like a weapon with purpose, focused, precise. Izuku, calm but alert, prepared to adapt at a moment's notice. They didn't need words. Just glances, signals, the rhythm of breath sinking in the chaos. It was terrifyingly effective, an unspoken understanding born from raw, unfiltered trust. 8:35 a.m., hostage encounter. A single dummy hostage sat in the corner of a simulated apartment, frozen, monitored, helpless. 3 enemy droids surrounded him, cold, mechanical, relentless. Izuku took a slow breath, calculating, adjusting his approach, analyzing every detail, every potential outcome. I'll distract, he whispered, voice steady, eyes flickering with focus. You clear them. Save the sieve. Katsuki paused, eyes narrowing. You're not good bait. Izuku smirked faintly, an edge of defiance. No, but I'm good at making people nervous. Before Katsuki could stop him, Izuku stepped forward, hands raised in a relaxed gesture, posture loose but brimming with controlled chaos. And he began monologuing. You know, he said, voice calm but layered with deliberate irony, this scenario is a fascinating microcosm of social collapse and ineffective crisis mitigation. Bakugo launched from the shadows like a grenade with legs, obliterating all 3 droids in 4 seconds flat. The hostage was unharmed. The droids were not. Izuku didn't even flinch. His expression remained inscrutable, calm, detached, yet somehow triumphant. 8:48 a.m., simulation end. The buzzer sounded, sharp, cutting through the tension. Lights flicked back on, flooding the room with sterile brightness. For a long moment, they just stood there, staring at each other across the room, panting, chest rising and falling in unison. Katsuki's mouth opened. Then closed. Then finally, you talk too much, Katsuki muttered, voice rough. Izuku smirked, eyes glittering with a quiet challenge. You explode too fast. A long, tense pause. Then an almost smile, tentative, fragile. Something unspoken passed between them, neither hostility nor rivalry, but recognition. A silent acknowledgement of shared chaos, unspoken understanding. 9 a.m., observation booth. The faculty said nothing at first, just watched in silence, their expressions unreadable. Then, Cementos leaned forward, voice hushed, trembling with uncharacteristic vulnerability. Scared. Midnight, eyes wide with awe, whispered, they completed the mission flawlessly. Aizawa, voice low and cautious, muttered, and that's exactly the problem. Mike leaned in, eyes gleaming with fascination. They didn't just work together. They chemistry-ed. Power loader, voice heavy, added, they're both unstable. That was like pairing a blowtorch with gasoline, hope for a sunset, but maybe you'll burn the whole sky. Recovery girl, sipping her tea, murmured softly, I, for one, found it romantically coded. Aizawa nearly dropped his mug, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and concern. In that quiet room, the unspoken truth hung heavy. These two, broken yet brilliant, had unlocked something dangerous, something profound. And no one knew whether it was salvation or destruction. 10 a.m., group chat debrief. Scared. They work too well together. Nizu, I know, smiling face with smiling eyes. Scared. I don't think they know whether they want to kiss or kill each other. Shocked. Why not both? Recovery girl, let them feel things. Power loader, I'm installing more emergency blast doors. Scared. Schedule them apart for the next 2 weeks. Katsuki, I didn't even blow him up. Scared. That's not comforting. How did you get in here? 11:30 a.m., rooftop. They didn't plan to meet there. They just both showed up. Izuku was already sitting, hoodie loose, boots unlaced. Katsuki leaned on the railing, arms crossed. I still hate this place, Katsuki muttered. Izuku didn't look at him. You came back. I didn't say I hated you. The wind shifted. Neither of them moved. I'm not the same as before, Izuku said, quieter than before. Katsuki's voice came like gravel. Neither am I. They didn't talk after that. They didn't need to. UA had many forms of DSPLN, each tailored to its colorful student body. Some were traditional, warnings, extra reports, suspension of field privileges. Others, more unique, like being made to lecture younger classes on why you shouldn't throw acid in a cafeteria, a lesson learned through chaos and chaos alone. But when it came to Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo, who somehow managed to break 2 lockers and traumatize a vending machine during a debate about emergency response tactics, there was only one answer. Detention. And not just any detention. It was together, under Aizawa's direct supervision. 3 p.m., detention room B6. The room was an echo of neglect, dim, old, thick with the scent of mothballs and bleach. Faint dust motes drifted lazily in the thin, pale afternoon light that seeped through the single, barred window, casting long, slow shadows that stretched across the cracked floors like a slow exhale. A bucket filled with cleaning supplies sat near the chalkboard, an unassuming reminder of the mundane chaos that had led to this moment. Izuku stood near the wall, examining a scuff mark with obsessive focus, as if it held the secrets of the universe. Bakugo leaned against a battered desk, arms crossed, his usual scowl. Softened, just a simmer, not a blowtorch. Aizawa sat nearby, coffee in hand, scarf wrapped around his shoulders like a stress blanket, eyes tired but sharp. "You have 2 hours," he said, voice quiet but firm. "Clean the room. Don't kill each other." "The beat." He gave them a long, silent look. "I mean it." 3:12 p.m., mutual loathing and mopping. They didn't speak at first. Izuku took the far corner, sweeping the dust out from under cabinets with meticulous precision, every movement deliberate and controlled. Katsuki handled the desks, dragging a rag across surfaces with the kind of aggression that made the air hum with static. The silence wasn't tense, exactly. It was loud, an unspoken tension that thrummed beneath every movement, every breath. Finally, "You started it," Katsuki muttered, voice rough. Izuku didn't look up. "You threw the first punch." It was a gesture. It dented a locker. "Locker's weak." "You yelled that I had tactical cowardice," Izuku shot back. "You dodged my question," Katsuki replied, eyes narrowing. Izuku turned, raising an eyebrow. "I didn't know, do you think you're better than me now?" was an actual question. Katsuki's face burned, an angry flush creeping up his neck, eyes flashing with unhidden irritation. "Shut up," he snapped. Izuku's lips twitched into a faint, almost smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes, shadowed with unspoken hurt. 3:40 p.m., the bleach incident. Izuku hesitated, voice soft but firm. "I don't think you're ready for bleach." Katsuki's glare sharpened, muscles tensing. "I'm not 5. You once tried to clean a wound with dish soap," Izuku said, voice carefully controlled. "It worked," Katsuki snapped. "You nearly passed out," Izuku added, voice gentle with a hint of warning. "That was because of blood loss," Katsuki retorted, stubborn and defensive. Izuku held out the bottle like a sacred relic, eyes serious. "Just use gloves." Katsuki snatched the gloves from his hand, glaring. "Fine," he muttered, shoulders stiff with unspoken frustration. They sat in silence, the room thick with unspoken grievances and tentative understanding. 4:05 p.m., the soft part, no one expected. They ended up sitting on the cold floor, backs pressed against each other, too exhausted to care about pride, dust, or the scars of their history. The room reeked of lemon disinfectant and the weight of complicated memories, an odor that clung to their skin and lingered in the air. Outside, the sun was dipping behind the trees, casting the world in a muted amber glow. Katsuki's voice was soft, hesitant, breaking the silence. "You really don't hate me anymore?" Izuku blinked, caught off guard. He hesitated, then spoke carefully, voice low. "I think part of me stopped hating you before I even realized," he said slowly. "I think I just started hating what I thought you meant to me." Katsuki was silent for a long moment, eyes distant. Then very softly, "You didn't mean weakness." Izuku closed his eyes, a faint shiver passing through him. "I wanted you to believe that." "I didn't," Katsuki whispered. "But I do now." The air grew heavy, an unspoken weight pressing down like wet clothes that hadn't yet been wrung out, soaked in emotion and unspoken truths. 4:30 p.m., post-detention debrief. Aizawa glanced up from his seat as the door creaked open. Izuku and Katsuki stepped out, covered in cleaning spray, exhaustion carved into their faces like a second skin. They looked like they'd just walked through a therapy session disguised as a janitorial shift, worn and fragile, yet somehow more real than ever. "Room's clean," Izuku muttered, voice hoarse but steady. "Didn't kill him," Katsuki added, voice tight but honest. Aizawa waited, watching them walk a few paces away, then finally pulled out his phone, silent acknowledgement passing between them, an unspoken understanding born from chaos and fragile hope. Faculty group chat. Sleep enjoyer, we've reached the emotional honesty via floor scrubbing phase. Presentation Michael, my boys are healing. Shocked, I'm crying into my pasta. Power loader, we need a new mob. Recovery girl, maybe assign them a co-op project next? Nizu, paw prints I was thinking mission planning. Let them build trust paw prints. Sleep enjoyer, slowly. Presentation Michael, carefully. Chaos child. This is absolutely not subtle. Katsuki, shut up nerd. Sleep enjoyer, they're already back to normal. Presentation Michael, define normal. 6 p.m. rooftop. They didn't sit next to each other this time. Just near. Katsuki picked at a loose thread on his sleeve. Izuku tilted his head up toward the fading sun. I don't know where we go from here, Katsuki muttered. I don't either, Izuku admitted. The pause. But I'm not scared of it anymore. Katsuki looked at him. Not even scared of me? Izuku met his gaze, steady. No, he said. Not anymore. The idea had sounded, on paper, like a slide of pedagogical genius. A masterstroke of curriculum design, meticulously crafted to test the most fragile, unpredictable aspect of hero teamwork, trust. Pair students with complex interpersonal history. Assign them to co-lead a team. Evaluate communication, strategy, and mutual trust. Izuku had read the proposal with a skeptical eye, but even he couldn't deny the logic, if a little darkly. A well-meaning curriculum designer would call it team building. Aizawa, on the other hand, had dubbed it the trust fall from hell. And here they were, standing at the edge of chaos, about to see if trust was just a concept or a weapon capable of shattering both bones and egos. 8 a.m. UA Field Ops Training Grounds, South Wing. The arena had been transformed into a sprawling, modular cityscape, an intricate maze of concrete shells, elevated walkways, and simulated weather that made the air prickling with static. The scent of fresh plastic, burnt rubber, and the faint, metallic tang of anticipation filled the air, sharp and electric. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, textured with patches of synthetic mud and gravel, gritty and cold, gritty and real enough to make your skin itch. The environment was designed to feel alive, to breathe chaos. The task was straightforward. A single rescue scenario. One team of 6 students, mixed classes. One leadership plan. Points for success, speed, and most importantly, damage control, emotional or otherwise. It sounded simple enough. Until someone with a voice like a pinprick of chaos suggested, let's make Midoriya and Bakugo co-leads. A ripple of silence spread. The air shifted, tension rising like a tide, sharp, almost tangible, prickling at the back of Aizawa's neck. He watched from the faculty booth, arms crossed, jaw clenched so tight it looked like he was biting down on a storm. Why are we doing this again? He asked, voice low, almost to himself, but loud enough to cut through the hum of distant sirens and the faint rustle of wind. Nizu, sitting nearby, smiled with a flick of his tail, eyes gleaming with mischief. Because it'll be fun, he chirped. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Your idea of fun is psychological warfare. Mike leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, I give them 8 minutes before they start strategizing like divorced parents fighting over custody. 8:45 a.m., briefing room 2A. The room smelled faintly of disinfectant and nerves, an odd, sterile scent that clung to the air like a warning. Katsuki stood stiffly at the front, arms crossed, face set in a hard scowl that looked like he'd been chewing on glass. Izuku stood beside him, clutching a laser pointer like a sword, eyes bright with a mixture of determination and nervous energy, glowing with the same intensity that made his limbs tremble slightly. The 4 younger students looked like they'd been summoned for a trial, his and Katsuki's reputations preceding them, thick in the air like static. First of all, Izuku began, voice steady but betraying a flicker of tension, no one dies unless I say so. Katsuki snorted, voice rough. We're not dying, you idiot. We're winning. I said what I said. Izuku clicked to slide 3 of the plan, an elaborate, full-color map dotted with arrows, symbols, and a tiny icon labeled, "This is where Katsuki explodes emotionally." Katsuki's eyes widened. "You planned for me to lose my sheet?" he asked, voice low and dangerous. "Statistically inevitable," Izuku replied, voice even, as if he was describing a weather forecast. One of the Gen Ed students leaned forward, whispering, "Do they always talk like this?" The support student, eyes flickering with amused horror, whispered back, "It's like watching war crime FRPY. 9 named mission start." The deafening crack of rain hit the synthetic pavement as the scenario launched, a deluge of simulated rain pounding against their gear, echoing in the hollow spaces of the cityscape. The environment was alive with chaos, flickering lights, simulated explosions, distant alarms that set the hairs on the back of their necks on. Their objective: locate and extract 2 civilian dummies from a collapsing building, while neutralizing patrolling bots and managing terrain that shifted and crumbled with every step. Katsuki took the lead, muscles coiled, eyes blazing like a volcano ready to erupt. Izuku handled comms, his voice calm and precise, like a surgeon operating in the eye of a storm. They moved as a storm with boundaries, a relentless force that refused to be broken. At one point, Izuku's voice crackled urgently, "Hold your position." Katsuki responded with a roar, "I am the position," charging ahead, yelling, his voice bouncing off the concrete like a thunderclap. And somehow it worked. They were a storm, dangerous, unstoppable, unpredictable. 9:18 a.m., the trust fall. Part of the challenge: simulate a teammate falling from a damaged upper structure. A support drone nudged a 1B student toward the edge, an artificial fall designed to test their trust. "I got her," Katsuki bellowed, vaulting over debris, muscles tense, face a mask of fierce protectiveness. "No time," Izuku called, scrambling up another side, eyes darting to intercept from below. In perfect silence, they met in the middle, an unspoken pact of trust. She slipped. Katsuki dove, faster than thought, instinct overriding reason. Izuku reached out, hands outstretched, desperate, driven by the same primal need to catch. They collided in midair, flesh, metal, and fury meeting in a messy tangle of limbs. They hit the ground hard, mud splattering, breath knocked out, bodies bouncing against the uneven ground. Breathing ragged, bruised pride pounding in their chests. One slightly smug rescue, disheveled but safe, grinned in a way that said, "See?" Izuku groaned, voice strained, "That was not part of the plan." "You plan to fall, you nerd." Katsuki snapped, voice tight. "Yeah," Izuku wheezed, "but not into each other." The air hung heavy with that unspoken tension, dangerous, fragile, like a delicate glass about to shatter. 9:25 a.m., mission completion. They retrieved all targets, an unspoken victory. The team was unharmed, no casualties, no serious injuries. Scores flashed bright and clear, success. But the lingering question, emotional stability, remained unresolved. Back at base, a Gen Ed student whispered to a teammate, eyes bright with mischief, "They're either about to kiss or torch the place." The other grinned. "Why not both?" In the aftermath, the tension dissolved into a strange quiet, an uneasy peace, fragile like glass, waiting to crack. The scene was set, 2 rivals, battered but unbroken, standing on the edge of something neither fully understood, yet somehow needing to confront. And as the dust settled, Aizawa watched from the sidelines, silent, his mind weighing the chaos, knowing full well that this was no ordinary test of trust. It was something far more dangerous. A fragile glimpse of connection in a world built on chaos and fire. 10 a.m., faculty group chat meltdown. Presentation. "Michael, did you see the fall?" Yeet night. They landed in a tangle of limbs and unresolved trauma. Power loader, can I get a timestamp on the slow-mo replay? Recovery girl, Izuku's heart rate spiked for 3.4 minutes. Sleep enjoyer, they are dangerously close to actually understanding each other. Nizu, Pawprints friendship is blossoming Pawprints. Sleep enjoyer, I'm going to separate them again. Presentation Michael, bro they did a synchronized eye roll. They're already married in spirit. outcast child, much like two other people I know. 11 a.m., locker hall. Izuku stood in front of his locker, still rubbing at the forming bruise on his elbow. Katsuki stepped up beside him. Close but not too close. Could have warned me you were going to leap like a dumbass squirrel. No more squirrels, Izuku said, deadpan. City ordinance. Katsuki huffed. That's a loss for your whole vibe. Izuku smiled faintly. You caught her, he said. Katsuki glanced at him. You caught me. A beat passed between them. Nothing else was said. And yet, something settled. Not resolution. Not peace. But alignment. The kind of thing Aizawa would call emotionally concerning. It all started with a single photo, blurry, mid-action, captured during their recent joint training session. The image was raw, jagged with motion, yet somehow perfect in its chaos. Izuku, hair wild and unkempt, cloak billowing behind him like a banner of rebellion, eyes blazing with fierce determination, locked onto his target. Katsuki, suspended mid-air, palm glowing with fiery heat, mouth twisted into a snarling expression, teeth clenched in a battle cry. They stood back to back, a perfect, unbreakable circle of chaos and trust. The photo hit the UA student server within 12 minutes. A flood of reposts, comments, memes, an unstoppable wave of digital chaos. By the next morning, it had 4,200 reposts, 67 memes, and a caption that read, "Enemies to lovers arc in real-time loudly crying face collision green heart." And just like that, UA was never the same. 7:45 a.m. Staff Lounge. Aizawa pushed open the door, mug in hand, expecting the familiar silence, just the hum of coffee brewing, the faint rustling of papers, the quiet buzz of routine. What he was met with instead was chaos. Mike was cackling uncontrollably at his phone, eyes wide with glee. Midnight was flushed, face red, clutching her own device as if it might explode. Power Loader was furiously scribbling on a whiteboard, marker flying across the surface with frantic energy. Nizu, perched calmly atop a pile of papers, was taking notes. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, voice low and dangerous. Why are there names on that chart? Midnight, unable to speak, simply pointed at the whiteboard. Aizawa's gaze followed, reading aloud. UA Ship War Midoriya Bakugu Bracket Standings. He read it again, slower. Then looked at Nizu, who remained unbothered, oblivious to the storm brewing beneath him. You're encouraging this, Aizawa muttered darkly, voice rough with exhaustion and irritation. Nizu, scribbling, tilted his head. It's important to monitor team cohesion. Aizawa's jaw clenched so tight he thought it might shatter. He lowered himself slowly into a chair, muttering, I should have transferred to General Ed. 8 a.m., Class 1B Lounge. The whispers started almost immediately, spreading like wildfire. I heard they ate lunch together, someone whispered, eyes wide. They even shared napkins, another added, voice hushed with awe. Someone pulled up a screenshot of Katsuki and Izuku walking down the hall, Katsuki shouting, face flushed with frustration. Izuku, smirking, eyes alight with mischief. You don't look that smug at someone unless you want something, murmured a third, voice dripping with speculation. A support course student from the corner, eyes sharp and amused, added, I saw them in the training gym. They finished each other's insults. Silence descended, thick and heavy, an unspoken understanding hanging in the air like a storm about to break. And then someone, probably the most dramatic, whispered aloud. Oh my God, they're already married. The room erupted in a mixture of shock, laughter, and disbelief, as if this was the most hilarious, most terrifying thing to have happened all week. 9:05 a.m. Izuku's dorm. Izuku's phone lit up like a beacon in the quiet space. He blinked, confused, then reached for it as the screen flashed. A message from May blinked into view. Bro. You and Boom Boy trending again. He scrolled, eyes narrowing. A second message. Please tell me you got divorced so I can stop seeing you in my feed. He groaned softly, sinking into his bed, face crumpling with a mixture of embarrassment and exasperation. His fingers hesitated over the screen, then he opened you. The memes flooded his feed, Ridiculous, exaggerated, hilarious, and the video clips, endless. Bakudeku Nation was trending. The hashtag was everywhere. He paused, a sinking feeling deep in his gut, and whispered bitterly to himself, I don't even like romance subplots. He wanted to delete everything, erase the chaos, the memes, the ridiculous captions, yet part of him was strangely amused, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips despite himself. His heart hammered in his chest, pounding with a mixture of mortification and reluctant pride. The digital storm was unstoppable. And somehow, he was right in the middle of it. 9:07 a.m., group chat. Vent Gremlin, I am not dating Kaken. Katsuki, who said we were? Thing number 1. Hun, you two are emotionally codependent and touch-starved. It's giving something. Thing number 2, saw you walk side by side without yelling. That's marriage. Power loader, I'm not saying I made stickers. Recovery girl, but he does have merch. Dad mode, this ends now. No dating until you are 40. Nizu, paw prints, it's in the curriculum now, paw prints. Vent Gremlin, I hate this school. 10 a.m., rooftop, the emergency debrief. Katsuki arrived first, pacing like he was trying to set the sky on fire. Izuku showed up 2 minutes later, hoodie up, eyes. But they stood in silence for 5 long seconds. Then in perfect sync. This is your fault. The beat. They blinked. You're saying the same words, said a voice from behind them. It was Aizawa. The mug in hand. If you two don't stop syncing like emotionally starved soulmates, I will separate you like divorced parents at a science fair. I don't even like him like that. Izuku shouted. Speak for yourself. Katsuki snapped. I don't even understand him. You've shared 9 meals in the last week, Aizawa deadpanned. That's survival-based. Izuku argued. Katsuki looked like he wanted to throw himself off the roof. Aizawa finished his tea. Just be normal. Izuku and Katsuki looked at each other. Then looked back at Aizawa. I can't believe you'd say something so cruel, Izuku whispered. Katsuki nodded, dead serious. Yeah, what the hell? 1 p.m., midday meltdown. The hallway whispers had evolved into conspiracy boards. The support course released a limited edition keychain. Mike recorded a duet version of their hallway argument and titled it Dynamic Dissonance, a Love Ballad. The entire 1B wing collectively lost their minds when they saw Izuku hand Katsuki a pen during class and Katsuki took it without growling. The general student body drew only one conclusion. They were dating. Or fighting while dating. Which, in UA terms, meant the same thing. 3:30 p.m., faculty group chat. Dad mode, I need this to end. Thing number 1, it's like a soap opera but with trauma and knives. Drama Queen, new episode dropped. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's wrist during a drill. Power loader, if they kiss mid-battle, I'm filing for emotional hazard pay. Recovery girl, I already added them to the wellness registry. Nizu, paw prints, they are now listed as emotionally interlinked variables paw prints. Dad mode, I'm transferring them to different dimensions. 6 p.m. dorm hall. Izuku opened his door to find a sticky note on the wall. Stop making your unresolved romantic tension our problem, Class 2B. Below it, someone had drawn fan art of him and Katsuki glaring at each other with hearts in the background. He stared at it for a long time. Then calmly peeled it off, walked to the trash, and folded it into a tiny square before pocketing it. He would find his 2B peer who drew it. And he would decorate their room in Fruit Loops before letting a raccoon loose in their room. 9 p.m. Rooftop, again. Katsuki was already there. They didn't talk for a while. But everyone thinks we are dating, Izuku said flatly. Katsuki grunted. Let them. Izuku blinked. Wait, what? Katsuki shrugged. We work better when people are confused. That's unhinged. Effective. Izuku stared at him. You're worse than the fanfics. Katsuki didn't look at him. But he did smirk. Then stop reading them. Izuku covered his face. I hate you. No, you don't. Izuku didn't answer. And that was answer enough. The classroom door creaked open just before the bell tolled, an ominous, slow groan that seemed to echo a little too dramatically in the quiet hall. Izawa was the first to step through, wrapped in sleep in his scarf, his usual armor against the world, like the day had personally insulted him and he was here to deliver a quiet, deadly warning. Behind him, a tall figure followed silently, hood pulled low over their face, steps soft and deliberate as if trying not to disturb the fragile calm. The room immediately fell into a hush. All eyes snapped toward the hooded figure, in unblinking, expectant silence. Who's this? Some students squinted, trying to decipher the shadowy silhouette. A few whispered, hushed and hurried, as if breaking some sacred rule. One kid in the back, overwhelmed by the sight, dropped their pen, clattering to the floor as if it had been cursed. Izawa didn't need to say anything. He simply stepped aside. And the hood dropped. There stood Izuku Midoriya, in all his chaotic, awkward glory. Class 1A, Day 1 Chaos. A gasp rippled through the room, sharp, almost involuntary. Wait, the Midoriya? Like, the one from the hero recommendation rankings? The one who yelled at the hero commission on live TV? Didn't he break an AI with emotional logic? A girl at the front leaned forward, eyes wide, whispering conspiratorially, I thought he was a cryptid. Izuku blinked slowly, a little thrown by the attention, but he kept his expression carefully neutral, like a scientist observing a rare specimen. I am a second year, he said, voice slightly awkward, voice echoing softly in the suddenly too quiet room. I'm not enrolled in this class. I'm just attending homeroom for logistical reasons. Someone in the back raised their hand, voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. Is it true you used to command squirrels? Izuku deadpanned, dead serious. That information is sealed by the city council. The class erupted into a mixture of stunned silence, muffled laughter, and bewildered glances. And then, from the back row, Bakugo slammed his hand on the desk with a thunderous bang that echoed through the room, standing up like he was reclaiming land in a war zone. Oh great, he barked, voice rough and full of disdain. Here we effing go. Izuku turned slowly, calm as a priest at a funeral, face serene but eyes sharp with mischief. Hi, Kaken, he said softly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't hi me, you deranged forest cryptid, Bakugo shot back, voice dripping with disdain, yet his eyes darted with a flicker of curiosity. A beat of silence. Bakugo's gaze swept across the room like a predator preparing for attack, sizing everyone up. All right, listen up, extras, he bellowed, pointing sharply at Izuku like he was unveiling a monster to the village. This here is Deku. Izuku sighed deeply, rubbing his temple. We talked about the nickname, he muttered. Bakugo ignored him, voice rising in a mockery of grandeur. He's got a god complex, an actual complex, trauma deep enough to swim in, and if you let him start monologuing, you will cry and question your moral compass. Why does he have a cloak? Someone whispered, voice tinged with curiosity and mild suspicion. Because he thinks he's Batman with a therapist? Bakugo snapped, eyes gleaming with mischief. Izuku tilted his head, deadpan. I am a therapist. Legally. In some countries. Bakugo stabbed a finger in Izuku's direction, like he'd discovered a new species. See? That. He turned back to the class, clearly reveling in his role as the chaos instigator. He might look like a feral librarian, but this nerd will make you do emotional inventory in the middle of combat. Do not let him trick you into talking about your feelings. He feeds off it. I don't feed, Izuku corrected, voice soft but deliberate. I just collect. Bakugo's grin widened. Worse, he said simply, relishing the chaos. By the time Izawa finally collapsed into his desk with a deep sigh, the class was already teetering on the brink of mental disarray. Hitoshi Shinso, seated near the window, arms crossed and eyes flat, watched the scene unfold with a kind of bored curiosity, like he'd seen it all before, just waiting for the inevitable meltdown. So this is the not-quite-mythical Midoriya? Shinso murmured, voice low and measured, as Izuku nonchalantly made his way to the empty seat Izawa had prepared for him, 2 rows behind. I expected more clinical detachment, Shinso added, arching an eyebrow. Izuku sat down without looking over. I contain multitudes, he replied quietly, voice calm, a little bemused. Shinso snorted, amused. The girl in front turned, eyes curious. You two know each other? Once, he psychologically profiled me, Shinso said, voice dry. Oh, the girl said, leaning forward eagerly. Yeah. Asked me if I wanted to be a hero or if I just wanted to hurt people legally. And your answer? We're still working on it, Shinso replied with a shrug, a faint smirk curling at his lips, not quite amused, but not entirely unimpressed either. The bell rang, marking the end of chaos for now. Students spilled out into the hall in groups, some excited, some whispering conspiratorially, eyes flickering to Izuku, who remained seated, carefully organizing his notes. Katsuki paused at the door, glancing back with a smirk that promised chaos yet to come. Just so you know, he muttered, voice low and rough, they're gonna worship you by Tuesday. Izuku didn't look up. That's not the goal, he said softly. Katsuki chuckled, voice full of mischief. That's why it'll happen. He turned, hands in pockets, walking out into the hall with a confident swagger. Aizawa approached slowly, watching Izuku with narrowed eyes. You okay with this? He asked, voice cautious. Izuku nodded, eyes focused on his notes, voice steady. Yeah. The pause. Then, softly, almost sheepishly, he added, I miss the squirrels, though. Aizawa sighed, deeply, resigned. You're not starting a club. Not officially. Izuku replied, voice small but firm, as if to reassure himself. And somehow, amidst the chaos, the uncertainty, and the lingering laughter, that quiet hope still flickered, fragile but persistent. Group chat that night. I'm the good influence, I promise. So how's our favorite chaos child adjusting to dual homeroom? Drama queen. Rumor has it half the new 1A class asked for mentorship. Recovery girl, and he said yes? Nizu. Pawprints, he made them fill out emotional intake forms. Pawprints. Power loader. Bakugu gave a full roast introduction. Dad mode. He also called him a librarian with a god complex. Vent gremlin. I'm putting that on my gravestone. Drama queen. Bold of you to assume you'll die. Vent gremlin. Thanks bestie. Late night, dorm rooftop. Izuku leaned against the railing, eyes soft, the stars barely visible through Mizutafu's light. Hitoshi joined him quietly. They really don't know what to do with you, he said. I don't know what to do with me. Hitoshi smirked. At least they're scared and impressed. Izuku didn't respond right away. Then, Bakugu still calls me Deku like it means, don't forget who you were. Maybe he means it like, don't forget you're still that person. Just more. The pause. Or maybe he's just emotionally stunted. Izuku laughed softly. Yeah, probably that. It was supposed to be simple. A low-stakes, straightforward bonding exercise designed to foster teamwork, trust, and maybe a little bit of shared embarrassment. Some scavenger hunt puzzles, a few paired tasks, and a relay through the simulated woods. Nothing more. But then again, this was UA, and Aizawa should have known better. Because in U, even the simplest plans had a way of spiraling into chaos faster than you could say, psychological warfare. 7 a.m., Aizawa's regret, live. Aizawa stood at the edge of the forest, watching the chaos unfold with a face that could curdle milk. His shoulders sagged under the weight of regret, scarf wrapped tightly around his neck like a noose of impending doom. I thought this was going to be a good idea, he muttered, voice flat and resigned. His gaze swept over the 25 students loitering at the forest's edge, some pacing nervously, others huddled in anxious clusters, their faces a tapestry of confusion, frustration, and outright panic. Beside him, Mike was sipping from a thermos labeled, "Today I parent through vibes," grinning like this was the greatest day of his life. "It's team building, Shoyuta," Mike said brightly, voice overly cheerful. "They'll be fine." Aizawa shot him a look that could kill. "They're children," he said, voice low and deadly. "They're students," Mike replied, undeterred. "They're armed," Aizawa added, voice darkening, eyes narrowing. Mike chuckled nervously, taking another sip as if that would somehow make everything better. 7:15 a.m. The assignment. The rules were simple enough. Each group had one map, not accurate. One compass, rigged. A list of scavenger objectives, some useful, first aid kit, smoke flare. Some cursed, one emotionally honest confession to a teammate. They had 2 hours to reach the rendezvous point in the southern clearing. The students stared at the list like it was written in an alien language. Izuku and Bakugo were assigned to lead Group C, on purpose. By Nizu, Aizawa's jaw clenched so tightly he was sure he'd crack a tooth. They're going to ruin someone's life, he muttered under his breath. Mike patted his shoulder, trying to look optimistic, poorly. That's how bonding works, he said softly, voice full of unconvincing cheer. 7:30 a.m., Team C. Immediate breakdown. Izuku spread out a laminated schedule, meticulously color-coded, charts and symbols, an entire universe of planning in a tiny plastic folder. Bakugo snorted loudly, snatching the laminated sheet like it was contaminated. If there's laminate involved, he sneered, it's already too complicated. Don't mock the system, Izuku said calmly, voice even and precise. It's built on decades of theoretical structure and data. Your data has a category called potential betrayal risk, Bakugo snapped, eyes narrowing. Which you score highest in, by the way, Izuku shot back, deadpan. Their teammates, a trio of younger students from Class 1A and 12A observer, watched this exchange with the wide-eyed horror of soldiers about to be sent into a war zone. Can we just start walking? One of them asked nervously, voice trembling. Fine, Bakugo grunted, crossing his arms. Just follow the color system, Izuku added, pointing at the laminated chart like it was a sacred scroll. Bakugo snatched it and, with a furious glare, shredded it in half. Izuku stared. Unnecessary aggression, he muttered, pulling out a backup copy. 8:15 a.m., wrong turn, right vibes. Somehow, they ended up deep in the overgrown southeast quadrant, an area Shinso had earlier described as entirely haunted by mosquitoes and disappointment. Izuku pulled out a marker and was now drawing new path lines on the back of someone's arm, an improvised, makeshift map. Bakugo was climbing a tree like a feral animal, muscles tense and eyes sharp. I said we needed the high ground, he snapped. We're looking for a flare, not Anakin Skywalker, Izuku deadpanned. Bakugo pointed dramatically, eyes blazing. There's smoke that way. That's from the kitchen test group, Izuku replied, voice flat. They're roasting corn. You don't know that. We passed them 10 minutes ago, Izuku added, voice unamused. A tense pause. Shut up, Bakugo growled, voice like a threat. 8:40 a.m., emotional risk assessment. Suddenly, one of the students tripped, twisting an ankle, nothing serious, but enough to halt the group. Izuku crouched beside them, offering water, a gentle pat on the shoulder, and out of nowhere, a laminated list titled, Recovery from Mild Physical Setback and Associated Emotional Validation. Bakugo stared at the scene like he just watched a seance. What the hell is that? He demanded. Step 1. Izuku said softly, affirm they are not a burden. He turned to the injured student. Get up. You're not a burden. You're just clumsy. Izuku blinked, surprised at himself. I'm actually going to allow that, he muttered, voice almost sheepish. Bakugo scoffed, crossing his arms. You're weird, he said plainly. Worse, Izuku replied, deadpan. 9:10 a.m., the confession challenge. The scavenger list blinked, item 12 flashing with a warning. Share one emotionally honest confession with a teammate. Must be witnessed. The group groaned collectively. Seriously? One muttered. Who writes these? I do. Nizu's voice boomed over the loudspeaker, voice full of mischief. Izuku turned to Bakugo, eyes narrowing. Want to get it over with? Not with you, Bakugo shot back. Was? Izuku teased. What's the matter? Scared of vulnerability. I will kill you. A long beat. Is that the confession? No. Another long pause. Then Katsuki grunted, low and uncomfortable, voice strained. He didn't hate the trust fall. Okay. The forest was silent, staring, waiting for the punchline. Izuku blinked, gobsmacked. Wait, what? I said I didn't hate it, nerd, Bakugo snapped, face flushing. Izuku smiled softly, a mixture of relief and incredulousness. Their team looked deeply unsettled, like they'd stumbled into a soap opera they'd never signed up for. 9:45 a.m. mission end. Somehow, against all odds, they arrived first at the clearing. Dirt smudged across their faces, one minor injury, an elbow scraped raw, and yet, they carried full marks on every objective. No casualties. No explosions. They stepped into the sunlight, exhausted, adrenaline still racing through their veins. And every other group saw them and whispered, "Oh God, they're smiling. Together. I think they fused." 10 observation booth, again. Aizawa watched the debrief footage, eyes half-lidded, expression unreadable. Mike leaned beside him, whispering, "I think they're bonding." "I think we are watching a villain origin story," Aizawa muttered, voice dark. On the screen, Izuku and Bakugo sat in a corner, quietly talking, uncharacteristically peaceful, while a teammate nearby scribbled furiously into a journal, probably trying to capture some shred of normalcy. "I give it 3 weeks, Mike said confidently. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "Until what?" "Until they either hug or burn down a facility," Mike replied, deadpan. The pause. "I'm leaning toward both," Aizawa said softly. "Because, honestly, what else could possibly come next? Thoughts and prayers do not mute. I'm a good influence, I promise." Izuku used a laminated emotion chart. Drama queen. They work well. Too well. Power loader. Did they actually synchronize a plan? Recovery girl. Bakugo thanked him. Legitnef. We don't talk about that. Legitnef. I will burn the receipts, Kakin. Dad mode. You two are getting separate assignments again. Nizu. Pawprints. I already scheduled them together for next week. Pawprints. 10:30 p.m. Rooftop. You didn't hate the trust fall? Izuku teased, arms folded as they looked up at the stars. Katsuki didn't answer right away. But I didn't say I liked it. Izuku smiled. You didn't say you didn't. The pause. Katsuki looked at him, expression unreadable. You're exhausting. You're worse. They sat down in silence. And stayed. The battlefield was supposed to be controlled chaos, an organized mess designed to push students to their limits under the guise of training. Usually, supervised meant Aizawa up in the tower, eyes sharp and unblinking, ready to erase anyone who stepped out of line. But this battle? This was different. Because Nizu, in his infinite, mischievous wisdom, had looked at the upcoming schedule and declared with a grin, let's pit Class 1A against Class 2A. And let's put Midoriya and Bakugo on opposing teams. Because apparently, the staff wanted blood. Or content. Maybe both. And Aizawa, who should have known better, had already resigned himself to the chaos. 7:45 am, pre-battle nerves. Izuku stood calmly in the prep bay, meticulously wrapping his gloves, the rhythmic, almost hypnotic motion helping him steady his nerves. His cloak was buckled tightly over a compression shirt, the fabric smooth and cool against his skin, the weight of it grounding him amid the storm of adrenaline. His hood was down for once, green curls slightly flattened from the hours of double-checking gear, the strands sticking to his forehead with sweat. Your team's in position, Shinso said behind him, arms crossed, voice calm but carrying an undertone of curiosity. Izuku didn't turn around. Instead, he took a deep breath, feeling the faint scent of oil, rubber, and the distant hum of the simulator's machinery. You're nervous? Shinso asked softly. For you? A beat of silence. I'm not sure I've ever seen you actually try to beat him, Shinso added, voice quiet but with a hint of genuine intrigue. Izuku adjusted his gloves, hands steady, voice even. He'll fight like I'm an enemy. Are you? Izuku paused, the question hanging in the air like a challenge. No. But I'll pretend for 20 minutes if it helps, he finally said, voice barely above a whisper, an internal debate made manifest, a fragile shield against what was to come. 7:50 a.m. on the other side. Bakugo cracked his neck and stomped across the tarmac of his team's launch zone, each step heavy and deliberate, like he was stamping out doubt. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging slightly from the effort. His team watched him cautiously, not with fear, no, more like awe mixed with silent prayer, as if he was the only thing standing between them and disaster. You fought him before, right? Shitty Hair asked, voice hushed but tinged with curiosity. Bakugu grunted. More than anyone. Tape Face, the quiet support, chimed in with a nervous grin. So what's the plan? He looked out across the fogged-up field, where the eerie glow of the fog machines was just starting to creep into the. Hope to God you're not in his way, Bakuga muttered, voice low and dangerous. The battle begins. The field was a mock urban layout, abandoned buildings, narrow alleyways, broken power lines sagging like the remnants of a dying world. Weather, programmed fog drifting lazily over the terrain, light rain beginning to fall, making everything slick and treacherous. Visibility was near zero. Morale? Worse. A loudspeaker crackled to life. Begin. And just like that, they vanished. Izuku disappeared into the smoke, his cloak billowing like a ghost. Bakugu launched into the sky with a roar, the glow of his explosions lighting up the fog. In the control booth above, Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, already regretting every decision leading to this moment. They're going to read each other's plays like it's a romance novel, Mike said, voice tinged with amused dread. I give them 5 minutes before they start mirroring movement, Recovery Girl added softly, eyes fixed on the monitor. They've already started, Midnight whispered, voice tense, eyes tracking every flicker of movement on the screen. 8:07 inked the clash. Bakugu found him first. On the rooftop of Building C, crouched low, rain beating on his cloak like tears. Come to lose. Bakugu shouted, landing hard, gauntlet aimed with deadly intent. Came to learn, Izuku replied, rising slowly, calm and deliberate, his expression serene, like a monk facing a storm. There was a pause, thick and heavy, like the tension before a lightning strike. Then an explosion. Izuku dodged by inches, cloak slicing through the fog as he moved with swift grace. Bakugu charged in, loud and furious, fists blazing with raw power. Izuku didn't fight him head-on. He redirected. He countered. And then he hesitated. Just long enough for Bakugu to notice. Just long enough for the storm in Bakugu's chest to surge forward with a snarl. Don't hold back on me, Deku. Izuku's eyes flickered, an internal war flickering behind his gaze. I'm not, he whispered. You are, Bakugu growled. I'm trying not to break you, Izuku admitted softly, voice trembling with genuine concern. Bakugu's hands sparked with explosive rage. I never asked you to go easy, he snapped, voice rough and raw. The battle resumed, clashing, colliding, sparks flying in every direction. Smoke curled around them like a cage, an unbreakable, suffocating trap. Their teams had long since scattered, giving them space neither had asked for, yet couldn't refuse. Each move felt like a dance they'd memorized, an intricate choreography of anger, skill, and stubbornness. Then a slip. Izuku's boot skidded on wet metal, his foot caught nothing but air. He fell. 8:11 aimed the catch. Bakuga dove before he could think, one arm looping around Izuku's waist, the other bracing the fall. They crashed onto a lower roof, rain pounding against the tin like a slow, relentless drum. Neither moved for a beat, frozen in the storm, bodies pressed together in the mud and water, breathing heavy. Izuku was half in Bakuga's lap, blinking through the downpour, stunned. You caught me, he said softly, voice trembling with disbelief. You were falling, Bakuga snapped, voice rough. I had it under control, Izuku protested weakly. Bullsh-t, Katsuki shot back, voice full of unspoken challenge. A beat of silence. Bakuga's face softened, his voice quieter, almost vulnerable. You okay? He asked, voice low and real. Izuku looked at him, eyes searching, then nodded slowly. Yeah. 8:20 a.m., post-battle evaluation. The buzzer rang, the sound of the match ending, the tension breaking. Both teams trudged back, mud-streaked, scraped, soaked through, but alive. Izuku and Bakuga walked side by side, silent, close but not touching, the unspoken understanding hanging heavy between them. Mike leaned into the control room mic, voice thick with awe. This wasn't a training exercise, he said quietly. This was an emotional expose. Izawa, eyes still fixed on the monitor, muttered, "They're terrifying." Because they could beat everyone? Mike asked tentatively. No, Izawa replied, voice darkening. Because when they stop fighting each other and start fighting together dash. He paused, voice low and ominous. There's no one left to stop them. Group chat that night. Recovery girl, did Izuku just text Katsuki a thank you for catching me gif? I'm a good influence, I promise. It was a raccoon being scooped out of a trash can. Power loader, emotionally coded. Drama queen, I think they trauma bonded midair. Cementos, I think they've always been bonded. Legitnef, I didn't break him. Dad mode, I need both of you to report to my office tomorrow. Drama queen, Legitnef, I didn't do anything. Dad mode, and that's exactly why you're coming. 11 p.m. rooftop. They didn't speak for a long time. But you were going to catch me even if I wasn't falling. Katsuki didn't answer immediately. But eventually he muttered, shut up, nerd. Izuku smiled into the dark. Yeah, that's what I thought. It started with a spreadsheet. Well, technically, it started with a rooftop catch and a training match that left half the teachers whispering power couple or war crime. But officially, it started with a spreadsheet labeled Midoriya Bakugu, Mutual Destruction Risk Index. Compiled by Shoyuda Aizawa, with regret. Column A, Tactical Compatibility. Column B, Emotional Instability. Column C, Instances of mutual soft eye contact followed by physical violence. The final cell simply read, I'm too old for this sheet. 9 a.m. Aizawa's office. The blinds were half-drawn. The light slanted in like guilt. Katsuki and Izuku sat in separate chairs like this was a courtroom and they were both the defendant. Across the desk sat Aizawa, arms crossed, and Hisashi Yamada, grinning like this was great television. This isn't a punishment, Aizawa said flatly. Izuku silently raised his hand, murmuring a quiet, I have evidence that says. Otherwise. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. You made a PowerPoint. I made 3. Mike clicked a remote. Slide 1 appeared behind them, dangerous chemistry and you, how to navigate a partnership that might end society. Izuku blinked. Did you use the U.S. Department of Energy font? Shut up, Aizawa muttered. 9:12 a.m., the actual talk. You two are evolving, Aizawa said carefully, as if trying not to provoke an explosion or a hug. Katsuki huffed. We're not doing anything. Exactly, Aizawa said. And that's the problem. You're not fighting like usual. You're vibing. Mike nodded solemnly. You're synced, emotionally and tactically. It's unsettling. It's fine, Katsuki growled. Is it? Aizawa said. You caught him. Izuku raised a hand. I'd like the record to reflect I have not committed any emotional crimes. Yet, Aizawa added. Slide 2 flashed up behind them. Signs your students are bonding, and why that's potentially horrifying. Mike snorted. He had charts. 10 a.m., group chat, faculty only. Ikanjid career paths. They've entered the finish each other's tactical analysis phase. Uhavelosti ourself to madness. God help us. Uzeto bidak torto. They used the same metaphor mid-battle. Unprompted. Recovery girl. I'm not saying it's love but it's trauma-adjacent intimacy. Power loader. They're off the chat now, right? Nizu. Paw prints yes. Permanently. Forwards. Ikanjid career paths. Never again. Uzeto bidak torto. Izuku keeps sending me memes directly anyway. Ikanjid career paths. That's your problem now. Problem_child has joined the chat. Ikanjid career paths. If 11:30 a.m. Homeroom with 1A. Izuku sat in the back row of the classroom now, not out of disinterest but out of habit. He liked seeing everything, every movement, every flicker of expression, the subtle shifts in atmosphere that told more than words ever could. Today's lesson was on civilian triage during multi-threat disasters, an exercise in chaos management. chaos that Izuku watched unfold with quiet focus. Halfway through Aizawa's demonstration, one of the newest 1A students leaned over, voice low but curious. "You're Deku, right?" Izuku paused ever so slightly, then nodded. The kid's eyes sparkled with a mixture of admiration and intrigue. "My brother said you once argued a villain into a moral breakdown," he said softly, almost in awe. Izuku blinked, a little caught off guard, thoughtful, careful, choosing his words. "Technically," he replied calmly, "he was a bureaucrat with a knife. But yes." Another hand shot up, eager, hungry for attention. "Did you really tell off the hero commission during the sports festival?" "Yes," Izuku said simply, voice even. "Why?" He hesitated, then answered softly, "I had time between matches." The room fell into a brief, stunned silence. Kirishima turned around in his seat, eyes wide with admiration, voice full of respect. "You've got this weird chill mentor thing going," he said softly. "I was raised in the ashes of DSF and Seton," Izuku replied, voice quiet, but firm, a strange sort of humility thick in his tone. Kaminari nodded solemnly. "Respect." 12:15 p.m., Mineta's mistake. Lunch in the cafeteria was open seating, an endless sea of tables, filled with students either relaxing, chatting, or nervously eyeing their plates. It was the kind of room where you could either unwind or make the worst decision of your life. And Minoru Mineta chose the latter. He slid onto the bench next to Izuku like he belonged there, an uninvited, unwelcome guest, smiling with all the subtlety of a grenade. "So," Mineta drawled, voice syrupy and fake, "what's it like being the reason people think Hero School is a soap opera? I mean, what was the goal? Girls? Or are you AFT?" Izuku looked up slowly, eyes calm, voice even, utterly unbothered. Behind him, Kaminari audibly whispered, "Abort." Izuku's expression didn't change. Instead, he carefully set down his water bottle, voice soft but edged with icy precision. "You're talking about the Bakugo thing?" Mineta nodded, smirking, feeling confident. "Everyone knows you're basically trauma flirting," he said, voice dripping with mockery. There was a tense pause, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. Then Izuku, still smiling, pulled a folder from his bag, smooth and deliberate. He opened it to a tab labeled, Mineta's. Mineta's eyes widened in horror. "Wait, what?" "I've written a detailed psychological profile on you," Izuku said, tone flat and clinical. "It's titled, The Tragedy of an Unchecked Ego, When Insecurity Meets Sexism." Mineta's face paled. His mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. "I also made a color-coded timeline of every inappropriate comment you've made in a shared space," Izuku continued, sliding the first chart across the table. "You peaked at 8:36 a.m. last Thursday." Mineta was visibly sweating now, eyes darting around as if the walls might close in. I'm leaving," he stammered, voice trembling. "Do that," Izuku said softly, watching him with quiet amusement. Mineta scrambled away, nearly knocking over his drink in the process. Kaminari, watching from across the table, choked on his own soda. "Dude," he said, voice breathless, "you scarred him." Izuku sipped his water, calm and collected. "He'll heal," he said softly. "Eventually. Probably." 2 p.m., Eraser Mike debrief, hallway edition. Mike leaned casually beside Aizawa's locker, arms crossed, grin sharp and mischievous. "So," Mike said, voice light but teasing, "your favorite problem child made Mineta cry." Aizawa didn't look away from the monitor, expression unreadable. "Good," he muttered, voice flat. Mike blinked, surprised. "You're serious?" "I was gonna do it myself eventually," Aizawa replied, voice calm but with an edge of exhaustion. "You're such a good dad," Mike teased, clapping him on the back. "I'm an exhausted man in my 30s with a caffeine addiction and a child who weaponizes laminated documents," Aizawa muttered, voice resigned. Mike chuckled, shaking his head. "You're thriving." 11 p.m., dorm rooftop. Izuku sat beneath the stars, knees pulled tightly to his chest, cloak wrapped around him like a shield. The night air was cool, crisp, filled with the scent of distant pine and the faint hum of the city beyond. Footsteps approached, soft, deliberate. Hisashi appeared beside him, holding 2 mugs, one steaming, the aroma of honey and herbal tea drifting toward Izuku. "I'm allowed," Mike said softly, setting down the mug. "Aizawa's sleeping like a corpse. Thought you could use some warm sugar water." Izuku took the mug, grateful, feeling the warmth seep into his palms. They sat in silence for a long, contemplative moment, stars twinkling overhead, the world quiet and vast around them. Then Izuku spoke softly, voice almost lost in the night. "I don't know how to be part of a class again," he admitted, voice trembling with vulnerability. Mike sipped his drink, eyes gentle. "Start with scaring Mineta," he said softly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Build from there." Izuku finally smiled, faint but genuine, eyes shining with a fragile hope. "Thanks, Zashi," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. And in that quiet night, beneath the endless sky, they found a small measure of peace, knowing that even in chaos, there was still room for connection. The new policy at UA was something, a bright, shiny label plastered across the schedule, courtesy of Principal Nise's latest brainchild, Cross-Year Communication and Growth Initiative. Translation: group projects that paired upperclassmen with first years to promote mentorship, morale, and controlled chaos. Aizawa didn't fight it. He simply muttered under his breath, "This is going to be a disaster," and handed Izuku a clipboard, an ominous, unwieldy thing that looked like it contained the secrets to the universe. He already knew this was going to be a mess. "Tenim, homeroom, briefing." Aizawa tapped sharply on the whiteboard, silence falling like a curtain, and said, "Group presentation. 5 days. Class morale topic. You're presenting to the faculty. Try not to make us question your emotional stability." He pointed at the assignment list with a sharp, deliberate gesture. Izuku's group was listed as Midoriya, Tua, Kaminari, Ferret, Uraraka, Ida, Mineta. Mike leaned into Aizawa, whispering with a mischievous grin, "That's the Chaos Core." Aizawa shot him a look that could freeze fire. "I know," he whispered back, voice tight. "I put them there." Izuku stared at the list, then at the class, then back at Aizawa, eyes wide, trying to parse the chaos. Aizawa's stare was cold and unwavering. "Good luck," he said, entirely without sincerity, voice flat and dead. "The interviews. The chaos begins with interviews." Denki Kaminari sat in the library, leaning over the table, bright-eyed and nervous, like a puppy on its first walk. "So, what's the vibe here? Like, are we doing a serious presentation? Or like a song?" Izuku handed him a form titled Group Dynamics and Unspoken Emotional Patterns, a thick sheet of paper, almost intimidating in its detail. Kaminari blinked, eyes darting. "You made a personality inventory?" Izuku nodded calmly. "I also brought snacks." Kaminari's eyes widened. "You're either a genius or a cult leader." "I prefer to think of it as strategic planning," Izuku said, shrugging, voice measured. He slid the folder across the table, highlighted, color-coded, filled with charts and notes. Kaminari stared, mouth opening and closing like a fish, overwhelmed. "I also included a section," Izuku added softly, "about how to handle emotional overload in high-pressure situations." Kaminari's face was a mixture of awe and horror. Kyoka Jiru strolled in with her headphones half on, her signature hard expression fixed in place. "I don't do group shares," she warned, voice sharp. "Cool," Izuku said, voice gentle. "Then just tell me what you're afraid of, and I'll build the group dynamic around it." She stared at him. "Spiders." "Got it," Izuku replied calmly. Later, in her locker, Jiru found a folder labeled Fear Accommodation and Group Roles, Jiru Edition. She kept it. She'd never admit she read it twice. Bachako Uraraka sat on the stairs of the common room, nervously fidgeting with her sleeves. "Hey," she said softly, sitting beside Izuku. "You're really different than I thought you'd be," she said shyly, eyes wide with curiosity. Izuku offered a gentle smile, eyes soft and honest. "That's good, I think," he said quietly. "I thought you'd be scarier." she admitted, voice barely above a whisper. But you're just tired. I am, Izuku replied, voice quiet but steady. But I'm kind of used to it. She nudged him lightly. You remind me of a ghost, she said softly. Thanks, Izuku said, blinking. No, like a helpful ghost, she added, eyes twinkling. Who gives you tea and emotional feedback? Izuku blinked, caught off guard, then nodded slowly. I can work with that, he said softly. Tenya Ida stood at attention, clutching his notebook like a relic. Midoriya-senpai. Ida announced proudly. I've reviewed your behavioral reports and your published tactical review of the sports festival. It is an honor to collaborate with you. Izuku looked overwhelmed but nodded politely. Thank you. Please sit. They spent an hour building a moral flowchart titled, Heroic Integrity, from Rule Follower to Moral Revolutionary. It was decorated with stickers, stars, smiley faces, and tiny banners that read, Justice. Ida cried softly when Izuku said, I like that you care so hard. Minoru Mineta met Izuku in a hallway, trying to muster his usual bravado. He leaned in close, trying to flirt, eyes gleaming with mischief. Izuku handed him a laminated pamphlet titled, Respecting Boundaries, a primer on existing without being a menace. Mineta blinked, stunned, then spun around and did not try again. Later, Jur found Mineta muttering, I fear him, while staring at a wall, trembling. Slightly. The presentation, and emotional collapse. The faculty sat in the front row, faces a mixture of anticipation and dread. Mike had popcorn. Midnight brought tissues just in case. Aizawa looked like he regretted every decision he'd made since becoming a teacher. Izuku began with a slideshow titled, Vulnerability, Validation, and Why We Don't Eat Our Feelings, Alone. Each student took a turn. Kaminari spoke about hiding burnout behind jokes, voice trembling as he admitted to feeling invisible behind his own humor. Jairu played a haunting melody, sounds I never let out loud, a raw, emotional piece that made some students tear up. Uraraka softly shared her struggles with pretending things don't hurt when they really do, voice trembling but resilient. Ida nearly broke the projector talking about the pressure to always be perfect, voice cracking with emotion. Mineta stood up, looked around, and said, I learned something, then immediately sat down, eyes wide and nervous. And Izuku? He closed the presentation with a quiet, powerful message. You're not weak if you cry. You're not broken if you're scared. And you're not alone unless you refuse to reach. The room went silent, 7 seconds of stunned, heavy silence. Then Mike stood up, voice thick with emotion. I would die for these kids. And Midnight, overwhelmed, sobbed quietly into her hand. Faculty. Misty, sobbed. Still sobbing. They presented their pain. Scrome. Izuku made Mineta introspect. Recovery girl, I'm going to bake them all cookies. Power loader, did I cry? Shut up. Nizu, paw prints, this is what growth looks like, paw prints. Problem understood. Izuku is still grounded. Innocent, I did nothing wrong. Problem understood. And yet I suffer. 9 p.m.'s dorm rooftop. Jairu found him first. She sat down without a word. Handed him half a protein bar. Don't say anything, she said. I just didn't want to cry alone. Izuku nodded. Didn't speak. Uraraka joined them 10 minutes later, followed by Kaminari and Ida. No one said why they were there. They didn't need to. They just sat. Quiet. Together. And somehow, that was enough. UA's Hero Society observation program had one core objective. Expose students to real-world agencies to better understand hero structure, media narrative, and field ethics. It was meant to inspire hope, to show that heroes weren't just fighting villains but navigating a complex web of public perception, bureaucracy, and moral gray areas. But somehow, it always ended in chaos. A chief agency analyst crying in a break room. Kaminari somehow getting mistaken for a public nuisance, again. And Aizawa muttering under his breath, I will never send Midoriya into a civilian-facing role unsupervised again. Departure. The class was assembled at the UA front gates, suited up in uniform jackets, matching campus ID tags gleaming under the early morning sun. Ida stood perfectly straight, shoulders squared, every inch the model student. Uraraka nervously adjusted her bag, fidgeting. With a trembling hand. Kaminari was already arguing with a vending machine, loudly, passionately, as if trying to negotiate his freedom from its clutches. Jairu had earphones half on, one eye on Izuku with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Izuku, standing slightly apart, was reviewing the route binder with Aizawa, face pinched into that familiar expression of meticulous concentration, eyes slightly bloodshot from last night's obsessive rewrites. "Try not to start a rebellion," Aizawa muttered, voice low, eyes narrowing. "I'm only bringing truth and laminated index cards," Izuku replied innocently, clutching his clipboard like a shield. "That's the problem," Aizawa shot back, tone resigned but tired. 9:12 a.m., arrival at Mizudafu Hero Agency HQ. The building loomed before them, a sleek, glass and steel monolith designed to impress. The reflective facade shimmered under the morning sun, a modern monument to PR efficiency. Inside, hero posters decorated the walls, pristine, heroic, yet somehow sterile, like images carefully curated to hide the chaos behind the scenes. The reception staff smiled just a little too hard, their faces fixed in expressions that seemed to say, "We care, but don't ask too many questions." Izuku adjusted his strap and leaned toward Kaminari, whispering, "This place smells like lawsuits." Kaminari grinned, eyes darting. "I think that's just the citrus floor cleaner," he whispered back, voice full of mischief. They were greeted by a woman in a blazer so sharp it looked like it could file reports itself, Ms. Nakashima, the agency's public liaison, smiling brightly as if this was the start of a pleasant day. "We're thrilled to welcome young heroes like you," she said, voice cheerfully rehearsed. "Today's itinerary includes a lecture on field reports, media briefings, and a controlled Q&A. Izuku blinked, raising an eyebrow. "No ethics seminar?" She faltered, eyes flickering. "No, that's typically third-year curriculum." He smiled politely. "Well, that changes now." 10. Lecture hall debacle. The agency's PR lead clicked through his slideshow with the confidence of someone who'd done this 100 times. "Public perception," he said, gesturing broadly, "is as vital as physical strength in hero work." He pointed to a graph, the Public Trust Index, a jagged line that looked like it belonged more in a horror movie than a hero briefing. Izuku raised a hand. "Yes," the PR lead asked, eyes glittering with anticipation. "That data's over a year old," Izuku said gently. "And during the April press pivot, it was partially falsified." "That's misleading." A beat of silence. The room seemed to hold its breath. "Would you like to take over?" the man asked, half-joking, voice strained. Izuku stood slowly, calm as a professor preparing to grade a final exam. He pulled a USB from his jacket, the metallic click echoing in the tense silence. "Oh my God," Jur whispered, eyes wide. She exchanged glances with Uraraka, who looked genuinely impressed and a little scared. 10:07 im. The speech. Izuku took the podium with the poise of someone who knew the world was burning and was just about to grade everyone on their contribution to it. "Hero trust isn't just a statistic," he began, voice measured, every word carefully chosen. "It's a reflection of who gets protected and who doesn't." He clicked to a slide titled, "Institutional Heroism, Benevolence or Bureaucracy?" By slide 7, Uraraka looked like she might cry, eyes glistening with unshed emotion. By slide 11, an intern had excused herself and did not return. By slide 15, the agency analyst was openly weeping, tissues clutched in trembling hands. "Midoriya, calm and steady, you're not the villain. The system is. But if you work for it without question, then maybe you're not the hero either." Someone in the back whispered, "This child is terrifying." The room was silent, thick, heavy silence, until Mike broke it by clapping, slow and deliberate, standing up and declaring, "I would die for these kids." And Midnight, overwhelmed, softly sobbed into her sleeve. 12 p.m., lunch break, chaos ensues. The cafeteria was a sprawling mess of students, food, and awkward social interactions. Kaminari inevitably wandered off, disappearing into the crowd. Uraraka looked for him, eventually finding him outside, giving a surprise history of quirks lecture to a small tour group, animatedly waving his hands as he explained the evolution of hero powers, loudly, passionately, as if he was the main event. I said don't wander, Ida snapped, running up, face flushed with exasperation. They had questions. Kaminari shot back, arms wide. You're not even on staff. I had the vest. He had stolen a staff vest, somehow, an accidental badge of authority. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's face turned ghostly pale as a crowd of passers-by clustered around her, pointing and whispering. Wait, aren't you that singer? She froze, lips trembling, eyes darting. One girl pulled out her phone. Can you sign my? Jiraiya turned, flustered, about to protest, then nearly collided with a reporter pressing a camera in her face. Izuku was instantly there, smooth and quick. She's underage, he said calmly, voice firm. You need parental clearance for recorded interaction. And she's not performing. The reporter hesitated, confused, as Izuku pulled out a folded legal pamphlet, an impressively organized stack of documents. Uraraka whispered, Does he carry those everywhere? Ida whispered back, Yes. I've seen the filing system. 2 p.m. Izawa's quiet despair. The report hit his desk mid-lunch, an avalanche of chaos. Midoriya had caused a spontaneous ethics seminar. Kaminari had created a flash tour of hero history. Jiraiya had to be extracted from a crowd. Mineta was scolded for misusing the word branding. The PR lead was so overwhelmed he took stress leave. And somehow, Ida had filed a 12-page report on field integrity that made Midnight cry, tears. Pride this time. Izawa sat silently, staring at the mountain of documents, his face blank, every ounce of exhaustion etched into his features. He didn't speak. He just forwarded the email to Mike and sent a quick text. Your son broke capitalism again. Please advise. Faculty. Scrome. Izuku went off script again, huh? Recovery girl. I say we let him teach ethics. Misty. Ida called him Professor Midoriya in his notes. Power loader, and you let this happen. Nizu. Paw Prince Society deserves to be restructured. Paw Prince. Problem understood. He's grounded. Scrome, again? Problem understood. Permanently. 10 p.m. dorm rooftop. The wind carried a bit of chill. Izuku sat alone for a moment. Then Jiraiya joined. Then Ida. Then Kaminari. Then Uraraka. They didn't say much. Then Uraraka broke the silence. You really hit them hard today. Izuku looked up, voice soft. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. You didn't, Ida said. You reminded them of what they're supposed to be. Jiraiya passed him her playlist for the week. Next time you get invited to speak truth to power, I'm writing you a theme song. Kaminari threw an arm over his shoulders. Next time, I get a mic too. Izuku just smiled. And in that moment, under the quiet stars, he felt, for once, not alone. When UA announced the annual Career Outreach Initiative, Aizawa's first thought was absolutely not. When the assignment list hit his inbox and he saw Midoriya Izuku, Aldra Middle School, his second thought was oh, hell no. He marched to Nizu's office, opened the door without knocking and said flatly, You're sending him to the school that tried to kill him. Nizu just blinked, sipping tea with unnerving calm. Who better to show them what real heroism looks like? Izuku is vengeance in a cloak. Nizu smiled. Precisely. 8 a.m. Faculty group chat. Problem underscore. He's going to Aldra. Misty. Is this legal? Scrome. We are sending a post-traumatic genius back to his trauma site with a microphone. Recovery girl. Has anyone briefed the faculty at Aldra? Power loader. Should we alert the police? Nizu. Paw Prince. The children must learn Paw Prince. Problem understood. He's grounded after this. Scrome again? Problem understood. Permanently. 10 o'clock a.m. Aldra Middle School Gymnasium. The gym had barely changed since Izuku last saw it, a relic of childhood memories, now a stage for something much bigger. Same gray walls, dull and unyielding, flickering fluorescent lights casting uneven, flickering shadows. Same creaky wooden stage with that battered podium, weathered and leaning slightly to the side, where Izuku had once watched bullies knock kids off, laughter echoing as innocence was lost. Now, he stepped onto it in his full UA jacket, cloak flowing behind him like a banner of someone taller, older, less tired. The students looked up, eyes wide and wary, some filled with awe, others suspicion, a few trembling with fear, and some, strangely, worship. Some recognized him. Some didn't. Izuku looked out across the sea of faces, an ocean of uncertainty, and felt the weight of the moment settle like a heavy stone in his chest. He cleared his throat, the sound loud and clear in the quiet room. "My name is Midoriya Izuku," he announced, voice steady but gentle, cutting through the silence. "I'm a second year at UA." He paused, letting the words sink in. "I used to sit where you sit now." Another pause, thick and heavy, like the pause before a storm. "And I'm going to tell you something no adult here ever told me." 10:03 of the speech. "You don't have to be powerful to deserve safety. You don't have to be loud to be heard. You don't have to break yourself to fit into a world that refuses to bend for you." His voice softened, yet every word carried weight, an anchor in turbulent waters. "When they told me I was quirkless, they told me I'd never matter. They said my dreams were dangerous. That I was asking for pain just by trying." His eyes flickered with memories, pain, hope, defiance. "They were wrong. You're not too much. You're not enough. You are already worthy, even if no one claps for you right now." A hush settled over the room, thick, expectant, like the calm before a storm. Then, a tiny voice, trembling but brave. "Did they make fun of you here?" Izuku smiled, small, sharp, like a blade. "Every day," he replied softly. "Did you fight back?" He met the question with a calm that belied the storm inside. "I survived. And then I surpassed." 10:15 a.m., the uprising. It started small, just a handful of kids standing, hesitant, tentative. Then more. And suddenly, a wave of applause, raw, uncoordinated, filled with genuine emotion, like chaos with a purpose, like hope in motion. Some kids cried, tears slipping unbidden down cheeks they refused to wipe away. Some shouted, voices rising in defiance of despair. Someone yelled, "Screw the quirk rankings." Another, more daring, yelled, "Deku for president." A girl climbed onto a bench, voice loud and resolute. "Why do we even have a guidance counselor if they told him to give up?" Before anyone could stop her, a teacher reached for the mic, trembling, eyes wide with uncertainty. And in a moment of pure defiance, Izuku handed them a crumpled, slightly stained pamphlet, titled, "Constructive Accountability for Failing Institutions, a Student's Guide." They did not take it. Instead, the crowd grew louder, more fervent, and the chaos blossomed like a spring bloom, hope, anger, determination all swirling together into something unstoppable. 10:30 a.m. Meanwhile, at UA, Katsuki was on the training field when his phone buzzed, a notification that made his stomach tighten. Local school reports public disturbance. Hero student caused mass emotional response. Aldra. He stared at it, expression blank, no surprise, no anger, just cold, simmering resolve. Then, without a word, he turned and left the field, shoulders squared, footsteps heavy. Power loader blinked, puzzled, watching him go. "Where the hell's he going?" he asked. Izawa looked up from the monitor feed, voice flat and unreadable. "To commit murder, or buy ice cream," he said simply. Mike, sipping his tea, choked on his drink, eyes wide. "Which one?" he asked, voice uncertain. Izawa sighed, rubbing his temples with a tired, resigned expression. "Possibly both," he muttered, voice thick with exhaustion. 11 a.m., parking lot showdown. Izuku was standing near the Aldra parking lot, heart pounding, an ominous rhythm echoing through his chest. He heard footsteps, heavy, angry, familiar, like a migraine in motion. Katsuki appeared, stopping 3 feet away, eyes blazing with fury, shoulders tense like a coiled spring. "You came back here alone?" Katsuki demanded, voice low but dangerous, veins bulging in his neck. Izuku met his gaze, calm, steady, almost serene, eyes unflinching. Yes, he said softly. And gave a TED talk about institutional failure? Roughly yes. And started a riot? Izuku blinked, trying not to smile. I prefer spontaneous moral clarity, he said, voice even. Katsuki grabbed his collar roughly, clenching fists, face inches from Izuku's. I should kill you, he growled, voice dark. You won't, Izuku replied, voice calm but firm. Try me, Katsuki challenged, eyes narrowing to slits. Because you were the second riot, Izuku added, voice steady. A long pause, thick with tension. Then Katsuki exhaled sharply through his nose, muttering, You're a menace. You say that like it's news, Izuku said softly, almost with a hint of amusement, as if this was just another day in their chaos. 12 p.m., Aizawa's office, later. I'm not apologizing, Izuku said calmly. You printed flyers, Aizawa said, waving the evidence. They asked questions. You said, public trust is a smokescreen for policy failure. They clapped. Mike sat on the couch in the corner, eating trail mix and nodding like a parent at a school play. I also have video, he added. You had a mic echo. It was very revolutionary underground cell. Aizawa leaned forward, rubbed his temples and muttered, I need a vacation. Or a tranquilizer. You can't ground him again, Mike said. Watch me. Group chat debrief. Problem understood other. He made 3 teachers cry. Misty. A kid bit the principal. Recovery girl. Izuku Midoriya. Student, activist, chaos mage. Power loader. Are we proud of him? Nizu. Paw prints. He said what needed to be said. Paw prints. Problem underscore. Next time he's giving a speech, I'm sending him with a muzzle. 10 p.m. dorm rooftop. He sat alone again. But it didn't last. This time it was Uraraka who found him first. Then Jair. Then Ida. Then Kaminari. No one spoke for a while. Then Kaminari flopped down and said, So, when's your next tour stop? Izuku chuckled. Dunno. Thinking about public libraries. Jair hummed. Let us know. I'll bring a sound system. You planning to start a revolution? Ida asked, eyes glinting. Izuku looked down at his hands. Then up at the stars. Not a revolution, he said softly. Just a better beginning. Aizawa had reached the end of his rope. Which was saying something, considering his rope had frayed years ago, tattered and thin, caught fire once in a fit of frustration, and now just existed out of spite, hanging loosely, threatening to snap at any moment. He felt the rough texture of it in his mind, a reminder of every time he'd been pushed too far, every moment where patience had worn thin like worn fabric. His shoulders sagged, the weight of it pressing down like a dull ache behind his eyes. I'm not asking you, he muttered, voice low and gravelly, tossing Katsuki a battered toolkit from a cluttered cart. The metal clinked sharply, echoing in the sterile, stale air. The scent of paint fumes, sharp and metallic, mingled with a faint underlying smell of burnt plastic and frustration. And I'm not excusing you, he added, handing Izuku a clipboard, the surface cold and smooth beneath his fingertips. Izuku's eyes flicked to the clipboard, then back to Aizawa, a flood of internal questions swirling. Why now? Why like this? You broke the hallway wall, Aizawa said, voice quiet but firm, eyes narrowing. The memory of the cracked plaster, jagged and uneven, haunted him. He could almost hear the drywall protesting under Katsuki's fist, could feel the dust still settling in the air. You blew the dorm power grid, he continued, his tone edged with exasperation, handing Izuku the clipboard. Aizawa's gaze drifted to the flickering fluorescent light overhead, the flicker uneven and jittery, casting shadows that danced like ghostly doubts. And now you're both fixing it. Together. Alone. Until it's done, he finished, voice like a worn-out whisper that carried the weight of unspoken disappointment. A beat of silence stretched, thick and heavy. The kind that presses against your chest, making each breath feel like a small victory. Then Aizawa turned slowly, shoulders slumped, muttering under his breath, I should have joined the postal service. His footsteps echoed softly as he walked away, the sound swallowed by the quiet hum of the flickering lights. 3 p.m., dorm utility wing, storage room 2B. The air was thick with the scent of paint, a sickly sweet odor that clung to the back of the throat, mingling with the sharp tang of guilt, like the metallic taste of regret lingering on the tongue. The fluorescent bulb above sputtered intermittently, casting a sickly yellow glow that flickered like a dying candle, adding a terrible, accusatory ambience to the scene. In the corner, a fuse box sat open on the wall, wires exposed like nerves laid bare. Nearby, a section of plaster hung half-detached, jagged and ragged, resembling a wound waiting desperately to be stitched up. Dust motes floated lazily in the stale air, disturbed only by the faint scrape of tools and the occasional sigh of frustration. Izuku stood near the circuit panel, his hoodie pulled over his head, a tool belt strapped awkwardly over his shoulders, the metal clinking softly with each shift of his posture. His fingers trembled faintly as they hovered over the wires, the sensation of cold metal grounding him, yet the internal storm of anxiety threatened to spill over. Katsuki leaned against a half-built shelf, arms crossed, his face sharp and unreadable, eyes glinting with irritation. His breathing was slow, deliberate, the faint scent of sweat and burnt rubber clinging to him. Neither spoke. Their silence was thick, heavy with a mutual agreement to stew in their irritation, clinging to it like a shield. Finally, Katsuki's voice cut through the quiet like a razor. "You always overdo it," he snapped, voice rough and edged with frustration, the words hanging in the air like a challenge. Izuku didn't look up from the tangled wires. His mind raced, trying to drown out the sharpness of Katsuki's tone, focusing instead on the faint hum of the circuitry, the slight warmth of the metal tools in his hands. "I was explaining the limitations of hero hierarchies," he murmured, voice tentative, as if testing the waters of Katsuki's patience. "To middle schoolers?" Katsuki's voice was incredulous, almost dismissive. "I was asked to inspire them," Izuku replied, voice even but strained, the words feeling hollow. Katsuki scoffed, a harsh sound, the kind that made the air seem to tighten. "You started a mutiny." Izuku shrugged, a faint smile tugging at his lips, tinged with exhaustion. Maybe they needed one. 3:20 p.m., the paint situation. Katsuki tugged open a can of off-white wall paint with a violence that made the lid jump and clatter to the floor, rolling lazily under a nearby table like a defeated soldier. His jaw clenched, hands trembling slightly with the effort to contain his temper. Izuku didn't flinch at the noise, only watching intently, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he observed Katsuki's frustration. "Why does this color have a name?" Katsuki muttered, voice raspy with irritation, eyes narrowing as he stared at the label. Izuku leaned closer, reading aloud, "Reformed Ivory." His voice was soft, almost amused. Katsuki snorted, a bitter sound. "Because marketing is a lie." Izuku nodded solemnly, eyes flickering with understanding. "Just like the hero billboard charts," he said quietly, voice thoughtful. Katsuki froze, the anger in his posture melting into a scowl. "Stop doing that," he muttered. "Doing what?" "Agreeing with me." Katsuki's tone was sharp, but his eyes flickered with something unspoken, acknowledgement, maybe, or a grudging respect. 3:45 p.m., the accident. Katsuki grabbed the paint tray, balancing it precariously on a box that looked unstable, the kind that creaked ominously under slight pressure. His grip was tight, knuckles white with effort. He turned too quickly, an explosion of motion, and the box shifted. The tray teetered, tipped, and in a slow, inevitable arc, spilled a gallon of reformed ivory down Izuku's left arm. Izuku blinked, wide-eyed, as the cold paint sloshed over his skin, dripping in thick, gloppy streams. He looked down, watching the white goo spread across his hoodie, smearing like a stain of defeat. He slowly looked up at Katsuki, eyes dark with disbelief and irritation. "You owe me a new hoodie," Izuku said, voice flat yet tinged with a hint of dry humor. Katsuki deadpanned, expression blank. "You shouldn't wear funeral clothes to do manual labor." Izuku liked a drop of paint off his knuckle, his gaze distant. "Good to know you're capable of remorse." Katsuki's voice was cold, almost dismissive. "Die." Eventually, Izuku murmured, a faint smirk curling at his lips. 4:15 p.m., silence and sandpaper. They worked side by side, the air thick with the gritty scent of dust and the faint metallic tang of the wires they pulled apart. Every scrape of sandpaper on old drywall was a small, repetitive prayer, a ritual of renewal. Until, you remember Aldra's gym? Katsuki asked, voice casual but carrying an undercurrent of nostalgia. Izuku glanced sideways, wary. Of course. You used to sit in the third row. Last seat. By the door. Izuku stiffened, memories flashing of the cool, slick floor beneath his sneakers, the smell of chalk and sweat, the distant roar of the crowd. You always walked out last. Every DMN day, Katsuki said softly, almost regretfully. Izuku's voice was quiet, almost defensive. I was trying not to be noticed. You failed. Katsuki's tone was flat, but his eyes held a flicker of something unreadable. The pause. The weight of unspoken truths pressing between them. I wasn't trying to make you look bad, Izuku whispered. I know. Silence swallowed them again, thick and heavy. Then Katsuki muttered, I was a coward. Izuku blinked, startled. You weren't scared of being weak. I was. And I made you suffer for it. 4:30 p.m., the shift. The wall was mostly finished, dust motes swirling lazily in the dim light, settling like forgotten memories. The silence was no longer sharp but tired, worn thin by effort and emotion. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor, hoodie streaked with white and gray, paint, dust, and exhaustion. Katsuki leaned against the frame, sweat dampening his hair, the scent of metal and exertion lingering around him. Izuku didn't look at him when he spoke. His voice was quiet, almost fragile. You caught me. Katsuki didn't deny it. I would again, Katsuki replied, voice hoarse but steady. And I never should have pushed you to dash, he paused and in a breath. I never should have treated you the way I did. I'm glad you are still here. The pause. That's not forgiveness, Izuku said softly. Katsuki's voice was hoarse with emotion, almost a whisper. I'm not asking for it. Longer pause. But maybe I'm earning it. 5 p.m., returned to Aizawa. The hallway lights flickered on with a faint buzz as the newly repaired fuse clicked into place. The fluorescent glow was steadier, brighter, casting the corridor in a clinical white. Aizawa stood at the end of the hall, eyes fixed on the door, watching silently, the faint lines of fatigue etched into his face, yet somehow relieved. You finished, he asked, voice low but steady. They both nodded, silent. You talk. Neither answered. He sighed, a heavy breath that seemed to carry the weight of all his frustrations. But maybe next time you'll break less infrastructure when you're emotionally constipated. Izuku raised a hand, sheepish. I learned how to repair a junction box. Katsuki grunted, smirking faintly. I learned your voice echoes in drywall. Aizawa blinked, caught off guard. I hate this school. His words hung in the air, a shared truth, a fragile acknowledgement of the chaos and hope woven into the fabric of their broken, repaired world. Ferretfinder.com. Problem_. Izuku came back covered in paint. Misty, and Katsuki was quiet? Recovery girl, they're healing. Power loader, or trauma bonding. Nizu, paw prints either way, walls are fixed paw prints. Problem_. I'm charging them for the paint. 10 p.m. dorm rooftop. Izuku was back in fresh clothes. Hoodie zipped. Socks mismatched. He stared at the stars. Katsuki sat down next to him with a grunt. I'm not good at this. I know. But I'm trying. Izuku didn't say anything. He just bumped their shoulders together. Not a truce. But maybe an understanding. It was Uraraka's idea. A spark in her eyes, a whisper of mischief shimmering behind her usual bubbly cheer. We never do anything fun as a class, she'd said, voice bright and eager, like a flame catching wind. We need a game night, she'd insisted, hands gesturing wildly, her smile infectious. We'll invite Midoriya too, she'd added with a playful wink, the corners of her mouth turning upward, eyes twinkling with anticipation. And like moths drawn to a flickering, unstable power grid, An energy that was definitely not up to code. Class 1A said yes. By 8 p.m., the common room was a chaotic tapestry of disorder. The floor was littered with snack wrappers crumpled like discarded dreams, soda cans crushed and dented, their metallic surfaces catching the dim light. Various cursed card decks, some old, some battered, were sprawled across tables and cushions, their edges frayed from too many battles. Someone had rigged fairy lights across the ceiling, casting a soft, warm glow that flickered unevenly like a heartbeat. Kaminari had brought music, loud, upbeat, and slightly out of sync, until Jairu, with a pointed look, flicked it off, silencing the room with a decisive click. And right there in the middle of it all, calm, quiet, with laminated rules in hand, sat Izuku Midoriya. His face was a picture of concentration, like he was mentally mapping a strategy, despite the chaos around him. 8:02 p.m., the seating plan. The room was a mosaic of personalities. Kaminari sprawled across a beanbag, limbs akimbo, like a golden retriever basking in Wi-Fi's warmth, his hair a messy halo of yellow. Jairu leaned against the couch, earbuds half in, her eyes flicking between the game and her music, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Like she was half listening, half judging the madness around her. Ida sat bolt upright on a floor cushion, his back straight and rigid, a pristine rules pamphlet carefully folded in his hands, as if it were a sacred scroll. Mineta lounged, with a confidence that seemed almost reckless, like he was a king surveying his kingdom, unaware or uncaring of the storm of disapproval brewing beneath his surface. Uraraka sat cross-legged, bouncing slightly with glee, her cheeks flushed, eyes shining with anticipation. Izuku, in the middle, settled between Ida and Jairu, eyeing the Uno deck like it might explode at any moment, his brow furrowed, internal calculations whirling behind his eyes. He hesitated, voice hesitant. "I haven't played this since," he began, voice soft and distant, as if recalling a fragile memory. "Since when?" Uraraka asked, leaning in, her smile eager and supportive. He looked down, voice barely above a whisper. "Since childhood joy was possible." A beat of silence, thick and contemplative, as if everyone was processing the weight of that simple statement. Then Kaminari clapped his hands loudly, breaking the spell. "Okay, let's do this." 8:06 p.m., the first round. The game started with a gentle shuffle, cards sliding across the table, a soft whisper of paper on paper. Draw. Reverse. Laughter spilled into the room, warm and bright, bouncing off the walls like sunlight through a window. Even Izuku, cautious at first, cracked a hesitant smile, his shoulders relaxing, tension easing from his face with each sarcastic shout and playful tease. He played with a quiet precision, like a scientist conducting an experiment, calculating every move, analyzing the psychological warfare hidden in each discard pile. His brow furrowed, eyes narrowing as he studied the opponent's expressions, trying to read their next move like a chess master. By the second round, Jairu leaned over, whispering to Kaminari with a sly grin. "He's not playing the game. He is the game." Kaminari's eyes widened slightly, a mixture of admiration and awe. 8:14 p.m., Mineta's mistake. It happened during round 3. Kaminari threw down a +4 card, the colors bright and obnoxious, an assault on the senses. Mineta, with a challenge and a smug grin, dodged it, his eyes gleaming as if daring the universe to challenge him further. While shuffling his hand, he muttered, "Can't believe we're spending our night pretending therapy works." The room fell into a tense silence, a moment frozen in time, like a camera zooming in on a pivotal scene. Izuku, still smiling, placed his card gently on the discard pile. It was a wild card, black, the color of midnight, of unspoken secrets. Jairu blinked, confused. That's not a color." Izuku leaned slightly forward, his expression calm, almost unnervingly so. "Minoru," he said softly, voice even measured. "Do you say things like that to avoid confronting your own inability to regulate intimacy, or do you just think being performatively dismissive will get you attention?" Mineta blinked, stunned. He began, voice faltering. Izuku pressed on, voice flat and measured, like a scientist explaining a theory. Because, statistically, people who trivialize emotional support systems either grew up without them or weaponized performative detachment to avoid examining their own internalized insecurity. Kaminari whispered, voice trembling with amusement and concern. Oh no, he brought stats. Izuku placed another card, skip. I'm skipping your ability to deflect. Another card, reverse. I'm turning the conversation back to your coping mechanisms. And finally, plus, unpack that. Emotionally. Mineta stared at his hand, then at the group. His face blanched, a mixture of embarrassment and defiance. He slowly stood, eyes darting around. I need water, he muttered, voice trembling. He turned and, with exaggerated slow motion, walked out of the room. Kaminari muttered, almost under his breath, I think he needs an exorcism. 8:20 p.m., the aftermath. Jairu was crying with laughter, tears streaming down her face in uncontrollable giggles. Ida sat frozen, a single Uno card clutched mid-play, eyes wide and unblinking, as if he'd seen something unutterably profound. Uraraka was hiding behind a pillow, muffling her giggles with a muffled squeal. Izuku sipped his tea quietly, a faint smile on his lips, as if he'd just completed some quiet victory. I'm not wrong, he said softly, voice unwavering. No, Jairu wheezed, wiping tears from her eyes. You're not. You're just so clinical about it. I'm emotionally literate. You're a human spreadsheet with trauma formatting. Izuku blinked, caught off guard, then smiled warmly. Thank you. 8:45 p.m. Truth or dare? Why would you? Because chaos demands escalation? Kaminari grinned mischievously. Let's do truth or dare. The room, already buzzing with energy, grew even more chaotic. Truth, Jairu said, eyes glinting. Would you ever date someone in this room? Kaminari asked, voice playful but probing. Jairu hesitated, then glanced at Izuku, her cheeks flushing faintly. Maybe, she replied, then immediately fake coughed to cover her nervousness. Dare, Ida said, voice steady. Uraraka dared him to remove his glasses, a challenge that sparked a collective gasp, almost starting a riot of protests and laughter. When it was Izuku's turn, someone, Kaminari, blurted, Truth, would you date Bakugo? The room went silent, the air thick with anticipation. Izuku didn't flinch, his expression calm and steady. I would date someone who challenged me to be better and still caught me when I fell. The beat. Kaminari softly, Bro, that's a yes. 9:30 p.m., winding down. They didn't play much after that. Kaminari started a playlist, music flooding the room, Jair letting it run as a soundtrack to their chaos. Uraraka braided part of Ida's hair with glitter string, her giggles bubbling out softly. Izuku helped Mineta come back from his existential spiral, handing him a one-page document titled, You're not broken, just misaligned. Try again. Mineta cried a little, silent tears of relief, perhaps. No one mocked him. No one judged. Just a quiet, shared understanding of their messy chaos. Shavocado for yellow, game night success? Piruli, Izuku unoed Mineta's soul. Recovery girl, healing is happening. Nizu, paw prints bonding achieved. Trauma processed. Progress made. Forwards. Power loader. I would like a transcript. Sigh. If they invite him to karaoke, I'm burning the machine. 11 p.m., dorm rooftop. Izuku sat with his knees to his chest, watching the moon. Jairu joined him quietly. You scare people, she said softly. I know. But you also make them feel seen. Izuku didn't respond. Then, with a tiny, tired smile, he said, I used to think I had to disappear to survive. And now I think, maybe I just have to show up. The common room of Heights Alliance had never been so meticulously rearranged. Chairs had been shoved to the walls, a string of LED fairy lights wound around the curtain rods and ceiling beams like glowing veins of anxiety. The snack table in the corner was a dangerous pile of sugar and salt, and Kaminari had successfully hacked together a karaoke setup using 2 Bluetooth speakers, a spare mic, and what might have once been Nizu's voice synthesizer. At the center of it all stood Uraraka, holding a clipboard like the host of a very sparkly apocalypse. Tonight, she announced with a grin, is about joy, bonding, and completely embarrassing yourselves in front of your peers. Kaminari raised his drink and shouted, "Let's go emotional collapse." Jairu was already halfway into the wall, pretending to be part of the architecture. And Izuku, standing awkwardly near the snack table, looked like he wanted to evaporate. 8:10 p.m., Izuku tries, and fails, to leave. He made it 3 steps toward the exit. That's when Ida appeared like a polite ghost with jet boosters. "Midoriya," he said, tone chipper but firm, "surely you won't abandon us in a time of collective vulnerability." "I was just, checking on the power grid?" Izuku offered. Ida pointed to the perfectly functioning lights. Izuku's eyes darted to Jairu for support. She was adjusting the AUX cord and didn't even glance over. "Ida," Izuku tried again, "I'm really more of a moral support kind of dash. Moral support involves supporting morale." Ida declared, steering him gently back inside with the same force he used for public safety lectures. Izuku sighed. "This is emotional entrapment." "Exactly." Ida beamed. 8:30 p.m. The chaos begins. Kaminari started with a high-pitched, off-key rendition of a pop song that involved too much hip motion and a wireless mic with zero mercy. Jairu covered her face with her hands. Uraraka laughed until she had to clutch her stomach. Ida gave an encouraging standing ovation. Then came Sato and Kirishima with a duet that involved air drums and deep commitment. Someone turned off the lights to enhance the mood. It made it worse. Or better. Than "Izuku," Jairu said, nudging his arm. "You're up." Izuku choked on his soda. "No, I'm not even in the lineup." "You are now." She held out a folded slip of paper. Written in neat Sharpie across the top. "Midoriya, song, famous last words, sir." He blinked. "That's incredibly specific." Jairu raised a brow. "You sang it under your breath for 2 weeks after that one ethics class meltdown." He stared at her. She shrugged. "You hum loud, Midoriya." 8:45 p.m. The performance. The lights dimmed. The room fell quiet. Izuku stepped onto the makeshift stage, gripping the mic like it might vanish. His cloak, which he hadn't meant to wear tonight but hadn't taken off either, swayed lightly behind him as if caught in a draft no one else felt. The opening guitar riff played. Familiar. He took one breath. Then another. When he began, his voice wasn't perfect. It was rough, low at first, shaky with the weight of someone used to speaking to rooms full of people but not for himself. "I am not afraid to keep on living." The words came like broken glass smoothed over by time. His voice grew steadier, pushed by something quieter than confidence, conviction. "I am not afraid to walk this world alone." By the second verse, his shoulders had squared. His feet planted. His voice rang out, not trained, not polished, but achingly clear. "Nothing you can say can stop me going home." No one laughed. No one moved. Jairu's eyes were wide. Kaminari had his hand over his mouth. Ida stood rigid, hand hovering like he might applaud before it was over. When Izuku hit the chorus again, he leaned forward, eyes half closed, hand tightening around the mic. "I see you lying next to me with words I thought I'd never speak awake and unafraid. Asleep or dead." There was nothing gentle in his voice now. Just honesty. And pain. And survival. And the quiet triumph of someone who had lived through things most people don't walk away from and chose to stand back up. And then, as the final chords rang out, a voice joined in. 8:49 p.m., the Katsuki entrance. From the hallway. Seamless. Like he'd known the lyrics his whole life and was just waiting to explode them out. "I am not afraid to keep on living dash." Every head in the room turned. Katsuki Bakugo stepped into the common room like a warning. No uniform jacket. Just black sweats and a hoodie with sleeves pushed up. Hair wild. Scowl in place. And a voice like thunder just barely controlled. "I am not afraid to walk this world alone dash." Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't stop singing. Didn't flinch. They stood 10 feet apart. facing each other like a duel, singing like they were the only ones in the room. Nothing you can say can stop me going home dash. And there, in that last chorus, they harmonized. Messily. Beautifully. Like two kids who'd screamed at each other their whole lives and somehow still learned how to echo. 9 p.m. Silence. The song ended. The mic buzzed in the hush. No one spoke. Then Kaminari stood. Clapped. Twice. Then everyone did. Uraraka cried a little. Jairu recorded the whole thing and uploaded it to a private drive labeled, "Emotional Blackmail for Later." Ida wiped his glasses and said, "He did not know explosions could sing." And Katsuki, for once, didn't say anything. He just walked to the door. And muttered without looking back, "You're still off key." Izuku smiled. "I'll take it." Back at it again at Crisp Cream. Yellow, he sang. With repeatedly, they harmonized like war criminals. Recovery Girl, I cried into my tea. Power Loader, are we sure they're not dating? Sai, he isn't allowed to date until he's 40. Nizu, Paw Prints, they are becoming a force. Sai, they better not be dating. Sai, I'm unplugging the karaoke machine. Screm, in lowercase he came in on the second verse. Yellow, he's been waiting. Sai, therapy. Both of you. Screm, in lowercase, oh so is this another case of, do as I say, not as I do? Sai, Midoriya Izuku. Yellow, oh my god. Piruli, full government name. Recovery Girl, I'll get the bed prepped. Power Loader, so should I be worried? Yellow, you should be scared. 11 p.m. Dorm rooftop. Izuku sat alone again, hoodie pulled tight, voice still raw from singing. He didn't expect the footsteps. He definitely didn't expect Katsuki to sit beside him again. You didn't miss a beat, Izuku said softly. Katsuki looked up at the stars. Didn't want to. The pause. You were loud. You were louder. They didn't talk after that. But for once, they didn't have to. It started, like most catastrophes at UA, with a deceptively cheerful email. Subject line. Graduation Cap UA Student Peer Insight Initiative, congratulations, Midoriya Izuku. Graduation Cap. Attached. A formal letter from Principal Nizu, pristine and stiff, the words glowing softly on the screen. Effective immediately, you are now granted the status of Peer Insight Liaison. Your observations and reports will be given direct faculty review. Please use this power wisely. And judiciously. Or don't. Izuku stared at his laptop, face blank but eyes widening slightly, a slow, creeping disbelief. The words felt like a punch, absurd, terrifying, and somehow sinister. He turned, eyes drifting past the cluttered chaos of his room, his mostly unused printer, tangled cords, a small mountain of half-formed assignments, and back to the screen. His voice cracked out, almost a whisper, trembling with a strange mixture of awe and dread. He gave me clearance. Behind him, Kaminari squeaked, a high-pitched sound of surprise, then darted behind the couch, muffling a nervous giggle as if trying to disappear into the shadows. 9 a.m. Class 1A homeroom. Izuku entered carrying a manila folder labeled Week 1, Social Risk Index. The moment he stepped in, the room fell silent, like a switch had been flipped. He stopped dead in front of the chalkboard, instinctively. Taping up a chaotic behavior flowchart, color-coded index cards fluttering and fluttering, like wounded birds trying to escape. Each card represented a different student's hidden emotional wounds, social risks, unspoken fears. Uraraka blinked, eyes wide and curious. What is that? She wanted to ask, but her voice was caught somewhere between excitement and confusion. Izuku's voice was eerily calm, almost robotic in its certainty. I've been promoted. I have jurisdiction now. Mineta snorted, loud and cruel, a jagged burst of sound that sliced through the tension. Jurisdiction? You sound like a villain fanboy. Izuku slowly turned, eyes cold and calculating, like a glacier considering vengeance, a slow, deliberate calm that made everyone freeze. Minoru, he said softly, voice like a whisper of steel, Your name already has a folder. He tapped his binder with a heavy thud. And a backup. Mineta's grin faltered, the bravado slipping away into something more fragile, more uncertain. Across the room, Ida sat taller, shoulders squared, eyes sharp with suspicion and something darker lurking beneath. Kaminari whispered, voice trembling with a mixture of awe and dread. He's going to destroy him legally. Jairu cracked her knuckles, a slow, satisfying creak, then muttered. 11:15 a.m. Staff lounge, emotional ambush. Aizawa was mid-coffee, steam curling from his mug, scarf wrapped around his neck like a slumbering serpent. One socked foot rested lazily on the table, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. Across from him, Mike sat with a brightly colored bento, a grin that hinted at trouble, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Then the door swung open. And Izuku entered with purpose, clutching a folder like a secret weapon. Unresolved emotional tension between faculty members 1A.01, he announced, sliding the folder onto the table with a definitive thud that made the room tense. Mike blinked, confused. What is? I'm intervening, Izuku said, voice unwavering, like a verdict from the depths of his chaotic, analytical mind. Aizawa blinked once, slow and deliberate, eyes narrowing. But you're both miserable, Izuku stated bluntly, voice flat but piercing. Mike choked, spluttering his tea as if the words had physically struck him. You, Izuku pointed directly at Aizawa, are emotionally repressed. Aizawa's face remained impassive, but his eyes flickered with something, annoyance? Frustration, a flicker of something unspoken. Correct, he muttered. And you, pointing at Mike, use jokes to hide attachment insecurity. Mick's eyes widened, surprise and defiance flickering in his gaze, but Izuku wasn't finished. You love each other. The table went silent, stunned, frozen, like a collective gasp hung in the air, suspended and heavy. Izuku opened the folder, revealing graphs, mission logs, handwritten notes, Uraraka's concern, Kaminari's fan art, their awkward, embarrassed expressions captured forever. Mike squinted, voice trembling. Wait, is that a kiss? Focus, Izuku snapped, voice sharp as a blade. Aizawa rubbed his face, eyes closing briefly, voice dry and resigned. But because the children can sense it. And I'm one of the children. Mike sniffled, voice hoarse, trembling. You're really doing this? I am too young to be emotionally co-parented by two people who haven't even admitted they're in love, Izuku said flatly, voice trembling with a strange mixture of irritation, hope, and chaos. Aizawa stared, darkening. His eyes looked like storm clouds gathering. Mike sniffled again, voice hoarse. Izuku, you beautiful chaos demon. 1 p.m., training field observation. It was a simple drill, rescue extraction, mid-range targets, nothing fancy. Izuku, clipboard in hand, supervised with an intensity that made the air crackle. When Mineta failed the second maneuver, Izuku called over, voice steady but firm. Try again. Focus on your timing. But, chirp. Too loud. Mineta snapped, voice venomous and biting. Why don't you focus on minding your own DM business, teacher's pet? Or is this just another way to get off on control? The words hit like a cold splash of water, shocking and brutal. Half the class stopped, eyes wide and frozen, holding their breath. Jairu's jaw clenched so tightly her teeth threatened to grind through. Kaminari froze, eyes so wide with shock that it looked like his brain had short-circuited. Izuku? He didn't move. He didn't respond. He just looked at Mineta, silent, heavy, like the storm before the thunder, long, slow, and deliberate. Then, without a word, he turned and walked off the field, slow and measured, as if dragging the weight of the universe behind him. He returned with a second folder, like a shield or a weapon. 1:15 p.m., staff office. Aizawa, Izuku, and the file. The envelope hit the desk with a dull, ominous thud, heavy with consequences. Aizawa stared at it, then at Izuku's face, tight, cold, restrained, like a dam holding back a flood. He said nothing. Izuku's voice was flat, dangerous, tight. He's crossed the line. Repeatedly. For months. He opened the folder. Inside, timestamps, complaints, screenshots, 2 audio recordings, 1 tear-streaked note from a student Mineta had cornered last week. Aizawa's jaw clenched, muscle twitching. Mike stepped inside, saw the folder, and softly asked, "Is this happening?" Izuku said nothing. He didn't have to. 3 p.m., administrative meeting, not seen by students. Principal Nizu sat at the head of the table, reading the report with slow, deliberate care. His paws folded patiently, eyes dark with disappointment. When he finished, he set the paper down with a sigh, voice quiet but heavy with resolve. "I am deeply disappointed in myself. That it took a student to protect the others." The room was suffocating in silence, thick, oppressive, unrelenting, until the decision was made. The vote was unanimous. Mineta Minoru was expelled. Blacklisted from hero internships, erased from the roster with no fanfare, no warning, just cold, brutal silence. There was only the folder, and the echo of what had been lost. Chicken strips. Purely, he vaporized him. Yellow, like emotionally and legally. Power loader, kid walked in with receipts and a power stance. Recovery girl, I'm proud and horrified. Nizu, paw prints, he did what needed to be done, paw prints. Sigh, he's not grounded anymore. Imfrid, thank you. Yellow, he called you out on being in love. Imfrid, please confess before finals. I'm begging you. 11 p.m., dorm rooftop. Izuku sat again, knees drawn up, hoodie pulled tight, wind tugging at the hem. Jairu arrived quietly, then Uraraka. Kaminari dropped next to them with 2 granola bars. They didn't talk about it. Not the expulsion. Not the field. Not the folder. But Jairu nudged his side and said, "You did good." Uraraka added, "We feel safer." Kaminari leaned back, hands behind his head. "You know," he said, "I think you're the reason you still works." Izuku smiled faintly. "I just tell the truth." "No," Jairu said. "You carry it,